Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin.
To compete with us, to compete in every single domain. And we have an amazing lineup for you today. Nick Burns, my partner in crime here, just returned as our distinguished ambassador to Beijing. He spent 3.5 years there, representing the United States. We have Liz Economy, one of the great China experts and watchers in the United States, my colleague at Stanford and at the Hoover Institution. We have Tarun Chhabra, who served in the National Security Council and worked on really the tech competition with China, and who now manages that national security portfolio at Anthropic. And then last but not least, we have Robert Thompson with us, who's the Chief Executive officer of News Corp, a distinguished journalist since 1979, and unbeknownst to many, but we just had a great conversation about it on the sidelines, actually lived in China from 85 to 89 and reported directly on those protests in Tiananmen Square. So thank you all for being, and of course moderating, no one better than Dmitry Sevastopoulou, who is a distinguished journalist with the Financial Times. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Ananya, I'd just like to point out that Niamh is also Irish, which is clearly her biggest superpower. And I'm not just saying that because of where I'm from. Good morning, everyone, and to the panel, thank you very much. Nick, I'm going to start with you. You were ambassador in Beijing during the Biden administration. Right now, we are halfway between Donald Trump and Xi Jinping's summit in Beijing and the expected summit in September on 24th in Washington, D.C. Some people say the relationship is now strategic stalemate. Other people say it's strategic stability. What's your view?
So good morning, everybody. I'm going to answer Dimitri's question, but just say he's one of the top journalists covering China, the U.S.-China relationship, and all in East Asia. I'm a big FT fan. So, and in Liz and Tarun and Robert, three real experts, so I'm happy to be here. This is a key question. I think the fact that President Trump and President Xi are going to meet on September 24th, we hope, in Washington, possibly in Shenzhen in November, possibly at the Doral Country Club in December when President Trump hosts the G20, we need, I think, in the U.S.-China relationship, this top-level connectivity. Because Xi Jinping is a one-man show. He makes all the strategic decisions. He makes many of the tactical and operational decisions, as we learned, Liz and Tarun and I, when we were working in the Biden administration. And I think it's very positive that you have that connection, so good for them. Secondly, it's interesting to see who's leading at the cabinet level for the Trump administration. It's Scott Bessent and Jameson Greer. They organized that summit in Beijing. We're going to see Jameson Greer on this stage late this afternoon after England defeats Argentina. And I'm Irish American, and I'm still rooting for England. There's been a peace agreement. So what they've been trying to achieve is a couple of things that I support. No decoupling of this huge, in 2024, $750 billion two-way trade relationship. That was the Biden position. We're not trying to decouple the relationship. We were trying to de-risk it. I think that's positive. But specifically, can the two sides agree on a tariff truce and a supply chain truce? They didn't announce that. They did not announce that in Beijing. Another question for Jameson Greer when he's here this afternoon. So I think in that respect, Dimitri, we have a lot of problems with China on the economic front. We have a lot of supply chain problems that Tarun can talk about. But I think that the lowering of the temperature in Beijing was not a bad thing. A stabilizing of the relationship, not a bad thing. One more quick point, and we'll get back to this in detail. However, President Trump is pulling far too many punches, and I think has been very weak, specifically on Taiwan, where he's publicly equivocating on whether or not we should support them with arms sales, publicly silent on the intimidation of a great Japanese prime minister and the Philippines government on China's attempt to coerce both of them, East China Sea, South China Sea, silent on human rights, allowing NVIDIA to sell the H-200 chip to China. I think these are great mistakes, and on the whole, I think we're seeing a rather weak American policy towards China.
Great. Thanks for opening that, Nick. I'll come back to you and everyone on Taiwan a little bit later on, so I have a bunch of questions there. Liz, can you give us a sense of where do you think the overall landscape of U.S.-China relations is right now? And after 1.5 years of the Trump administration, who do you think has the upper hand?
Okay, so I was worried that Nick and I were going to say the exact same thing. Now I'm a little worried we're going to say the exact opposite thing. So let's see where this goes. Okay, so I guess the way that I think about this relationship is really as one of tactical cooperation and pretty fierce strategic competition. And the tactical cooperation, I think, is what we saw come out of the summit, by and large. You know, talk about a board of investment and a board of trade, the pause on the Taiwan arms sales, but still, hopefully, to go through at a future point in time. You know, goods purchases, I think there's a desire for strategic stability on both sides for two main reasons. Number one, neither side wants to see competition devolve into kinetic conflict. And I think both sides see a period of stability as an opportunity for them to develop the capabilities to compete ferociously, to be the dominant power, economically, technologically, and in the security realm. Okay, so what does the structural strategic competition look like in the Trump administration, Trump 2? It's different from Trump 1, and it's different from the Biden administration. I think Trump 1 and Biden, the competition was across all dimensions: political, economic, security, technology. This administration has taken off the table the political dimension. We no longer talk about ourselves as, the world's leading democracy. We have a non-ideological foreign policy. We are not trying to push China on its human rights practices. We've also, withdrawn from over 6 international institutions and arrangements. We heard yesterday the United States does not want to be, the sole provider or the dominant provider of global public goods. We heard it on the military context. It's also true in a range of other areas. We pulled out of the World Health Organization, the Paris Climate Accords, the UN Human Rights Council, right? So all of these things, I think, leave space for China, and they also reduce the temperature. They reduce the conflict between the United States and China. Of course, we shuttered USAID. So this is an important change from Trump 1 and from the Biden administration. But I think in the technology and the economic and the security space, there is still a pretty fierce competitive spirit within this administration. Now, we can argue whether many of the moves and policies and initiatives that they've taken are successful, but I think if we look at not what this administration says, in particular not what the president says, but actually what they do, you might be more reassured. Let me just point to a couple of things. I think first, this administration has actually provided Taiwan with the largest arms sales package in history, $11 billion. What they have paused is the second arms sales package of $14 billion. The largest before that was $9.9 billion in the first Trump administration. Okay. Regional security. The administration is, I could use the word terrible, awful, whatever, but let us say critical of our NATO allies and partners. But in the Indo-Pacific, which is in the national security strategy, the second domain of sort of priority domain after the Western Hemisphere, we are actually doing a lot. We have strengthened our bilateral and multilateral arrangements with our partners, whether it's Australia or India or Japan, the Philippines. We had the largest Balikatan exercises in US history involving the most countries and the most observers. Admiral Papara went to Cambodia. We lifted the weapons sales restrictions to Cambodia. We are going to have military exercises again with Cambodia. There's a lot going on the ground that is probably not evident from the president's statements. And I think, and I'll stop here, I don't want to go on too long, but I think in the trade and technology space as well, I agree, poor decisions, things like the H-200s, poor decisions like cutting funding for science and technology to make us less competitive, right? Lots and lots of poor decisions, but also pressing our allies and partners to align with us on export controls and investment screening, pressing them to reject imports of Chinese overcapacity, developing trusted networks around semiconductors, critical minerals, and active pharmaceutical ingredients. So again, I think it bears spending time looking on the ground at what at least parts of this administration are doing. It's a highly divided administration. They don't agree on a lot, even on a board of investment. You've got one cabinet member saying one thing and another saying something 180 degrees different. So you have to look at what they're doing and not what they're saying. I see continued very, very fierce competition.
Great. I think we're going to have a fun debate about Taiwan later on based on the first two comments. Robert, I'm going to jump over to you. You were a correspondent in Beijing for the Sydney Morning Herald in, I think, 1985.
And the Financial Times, actually.
Well, I was going to say before you downgraded to the Financial Times. I think there's a general consensus that most people misunderstood the direction China would go in over the years, and that a lot of people thought political liberalization would follow economic integration. That hasn't happened, whether it's because of the Chinese system or maybe more because of Xi Jinping. People will debate that. But what do you think people are getting wrong about China now?
Well, obviously China doesn't make it easy, both in terms of just a cultural and historical understanding and a political system designed for obfuscation. But I think there's three things we get wrong: scale, politics, and identity. On scale, I still don't think people appreciate the massive exponential increase, not just in production, but in economic emancipation. And so I don't trust entirely a lot of modern metrics when it comes to measuring the Chinese economy. But one of my first stories for the FT, actually, in 1985, was writing about the first private hairdressing salon in Beijing. This was actually having, around the same time, written an interview with Pu Jie, the brother of Pu Yi. And so you saw this extraordinary transition. And that, what we were all wondering at the time is this hairdressing salon a trick or a trend? Is it a Potemkin salon, or is it? And of course, now you have extraordinary service, extraordinary packaging. I mean, the packaging in those days was abysmal, and it obviously reflects in overall production figures. So, merchant shipbuilding, China is 55%, US 0.04%. Cars or vehicles, US 10.4 million, China will be about 35 million. The problem for China is about 8 or 9 million of those are going to have to find a garage outside China, which is creating trade friction. And on and on. I think everybody really should acquaint themselves with those statistics, so you have a sense of scale. So that's one thing we don't understand. Politics, as I say, the Chinese are purposefully enigmatic, but I remember at the time of Tiananmen that there was a preconception that Deng was omnipotent, certainly dominant. But you realized about 4 days after the massacre, suddenly the leadership appeared again. And it was Deng paying homage, in part, to what they called the Lao Gemingran, the old revolutionaries. And you realize that it was a much more delicate balance of power there than we entirely understood. And I think the same is true now. I would say that Xi is more dominant than Deng, but he's not totally dominant. And if you look at the Central Military Commission now, 5 of the 7 members are out. He's lost a defense minister that he personally appointed. He lost a foreign minister that he personally appointed. And without revealing sources, people who've been at very, very, very high-level meetings with him in recent times have noticed that people who would not normally contradict him in public are, which is interesting, a sign of something.
Can we ask you who's contradicting him?
No, I'm not telling you. I was told it.
We'll talk in the bar later.
Yeah, get me drunk in the bar. But and the third thing is identity. I think, look, I'm a relatively old person. Back in the 80s and 90s, China craved recognition. China was desperate to have the Olympics. China wanted to join the WTO. It saw itself coming from a position of weakness, and it wanted this emerging identity to be reflected in international recognition. And we're past that point now. And what does that mean? That means that China was defining itself by how other people defined it, by international status. And now we're in an age where China is more defining its own goals, its own role, and its own identity. And I think we have to understand China in that context. Now, it won't be entirely self-defined. It will also be a reflection of how other people interpret it. But that Chinese character and self-perception is definitely evolving in a way that, that's why these sorts of gatherings are important, to try to contextualize, to find a sort of almost cultural, political GPS to understand what is Chinese identity and what are Chinese aspirations.
Great, thank you. Tarun, I used to describe you as kind of the quiet voice in the White House who was pushing, I think you called it small yard, high fence, an effort to stop the Chinese from getting kind of AI-related chips and other technology that would slow them down and slow down their military modernization. Looking back, where do you think you were successful? What would you do differently? And where do you think the state of AI competition is between the US and China right now?
Yeah, thanks, Dimitri. So I think that was one way to describe certain parts of the policy in terms of restrictions, but I think the other part of it, which sometimes is missed, is to maintain and try to extend as large a lead as possible. And I think that was actually a critical driver of a lot of our policies on technology in the previous administration. And there I actually see a lot of continuity when you hear the current administration talking about AI leadership and AI dominance. And so I think if you think today about where we stand in the AI competition vis-a-vis China, there's, I think, a bit of a welcome exception to some of the scale that Robert was talking about, particularly when it comes to hardware production. The chips that you need to kind of power data centers and do the scaling that is driving AI progress. And that's really important because China does not want for energy production. They brought online, last year something on the order of 7 to 8x what the United States did, and that's probably without counting the enormous nuclear power build-out that's underway. And then, if you think about talent, obviously there's enormous talent in the AI ecosystem in China as well. So the advantage that we have had, and I think still have, if we can keep it, is in hardware production. And just to give you some estimate of that, if you account for quality and performance, you can think about the US ecosystem, because obviously this production is happening largely in Taiwan still, but more is happening now in Arizona, the TSMC facility there as well. Something on the order of 30 to 40x what China can produce today. Now, if you can keep it, is about whether we can maintain strong export controls on not only the ships themselves, but also the manufacturing equipment necessary to build them. And that, of course, requires allied cooperation with countries like Japan, like the Netherlands, Korea, which is a critical player in the memory sector, as you know, and obviously Taiwan itself. I think if you think about where we were last year, I think there's more attention now, and rightly so, and here I'd credit the administration for drawing attention to this, is what's called adversarial distillation. So it's the ways in which virtually all of China's leading labs now are distilling not only our models, but those of our peers in the United States as well. And distillation is essentially extracting the most valuable IP from the models, things like the coding capabilities, cyber capabilities, and agentic capabilities. Why does that matter? You could think about the lead that we maintain now as roughly 6 to 9 months. We believe that without that, without distillation, that could extend to something closer to a year to 18 months. Months doesn't necessarily sound like a lot in the abstract, but if you think about recent cyber capabilities that have emerged from models, for example, our Mythos model, having 6 to 9 months to shore up your defenses for critical government systems, for critical infrastructure, is actually a really, really important period of time, as long as we can expand access to those models to the key cyber defenders. So I'd say the news, in short, we actually have the ability to extend our lead if we can maintain and strengthen controls, also because we're now seeing greater reliance on AI itself to improve our AI models. And so we're already seeing the capability jumps from one generation to the next really increase, and we think that's only going to happen even faster over the coming year.
Just before we jump over to Taiwan, just a quick follow-up, Tyrone. There's a bill called the Match Act, which has made its way into the Senate version of the annual defense spending bill, the NDAA, which I think would have strong repercussions for Japan and the Netherlands in terms of semiconductor tool-making equipment. How important is that act? What would it do?
Yeah, so the Match Act, as you say, is focused on the tooling piece of this. And by the way, I think it's really important to note there's been pretty strong bipartisan support, both for Match, but also for Overwatch, which is designed to focus on export controls of the chips themselves. So I think the controls on tooling are very important. It's important to understand what that bill does is essentially kind of put a clock on or some pressure on to kind of work diplomatically to actually try to tighten the controls with allies. So I know there's still some debate about whether certain details of it, but I think the time pressure that we're under right now to make sure we're really restricting access to the tooling right now is actually really, really critical, and I think it's what's driving that bipartisan support.
Great. So Taiwan. So Nick, because you're supporting England, I'm going to give you quite a tough question about Taiwan. It piggybacks a little bit on what Liz said. So there's a lot of debate about Donald Trump's approach on Taiwan. He came out of the summit in Beijing. People were initially quite relieved, but then he gave an interview to Fox News where he said that chips were a very good semiconductor. Sorry, excuse me. What am I? Negotiating tool with Beijing, which sparked a lot of criticism. If you look at the record on arms sales to Taiwan, Joe Biden actually has the worst record compared to any president since at least before Bill Clinton. He did $8 billion in 4 years. Donald Trump did 11.1 just in December. Why did the Biden administration not do more for Taiwan in arms sales?
So what is bothering me now? And I'm going to answer the question I wish you'd asked me.
This is your Donald Rumsfeld approach, and I'm going to come back and ask it again.
Former State Department spokesman, I learned that 30 years ago. Here's what's bothering me. No president for 50 years has ever negotiated whether or not we should provide defensive arms to Taiwan with the mainland Chinese. And on that trip back on Air Force One from Beijing to Washington, the president said, I'm negotiating with Xi Jinping. Big tactical mistake. I do credit the Trump administration with the first arms sale. Second arms sale is more important. It's larger. It was voted upon by the Congress. There's bipartisan support. Here's the second factor. What's changed from the Biden administration to the Trump administration? Next month, we're going to commemorate 4 years ago Speaker Pelosi's visit to Taiwan. I was in Beijing. We firmly supported her right to go to Taiwan. But what has happened since then? Until August 2022, from 1954 to 22, if you think about that median line in the Taiwan Strait, the PLA Navy and Air Force had pretty much kept to their side, periodic sorties over it. Since then, way beyond it, far closer to the island Taiwan, and we've seen in multiple PLA exercises, Navy and Air Force, they're surrounding the island of Taiwan. This is a specific threat. It's part of the Chinese game plan. Now is not the time to equivocate. And what really worries me is the president not thinking in strategic terms, but somehow throwing this into a mix of issues where he's going to negotiate. This is bad form. And it follows, and I've said some nice things about the president on economic policy, it follows that opening session in Beijing, televised, the press in the room, Xi Jinping, Donald Trump. What did Donald Trump say? Xi Jinping, you're a fantastic leader. That's the word he used. I respect you so much. I'm so glad I'm here. I brought all these business leaders. What did Xi Jinping say in response? He didn't return the favor. We've got to size him up. And I think Liz's point is important. Elements of the administration have done the right thing in Taiwan. What Xi Jinping is going to care about is what the president says to him personally. And right now, it looks pretty weak.
So I spent an inordinate amount of time writing about Taiwan during the 4 years that you were in Beijing. So my question one more time, give us a flavor. What was the debate in the Biden administration? Was there a push to give more arms to Taiwan or to approve more arms? And why did more not go there?
We did support Taiwan with arms. And you're right, the dollar volume lower than what the Trump administration has done. We were also encouraging the Taiwanese to think in a different way about their defense, because Taiwan had to learn from the Ukrainians what they'd done so well to repel the initial Russian invasion, the offensive and defensive weapon, drone technologies. And we were pushing the Taiwanese, as were members of Congress, make the transition to asymmetric warfare, anti-ship missiles. If you're willing to make those purchases, then the United States will step up. And I think by the end of the Biden administration, the Taiwanese were getting there. We ran out of time in 2024. Kudos to the Trump administration for coming forward. But now we're seeing a big public hesitation, which really worries me.
Great. Liz, I want to ask you, there's a lot of talk in Washington about what China thinks and doesn't think. And if I'm really honest, there's an awful lot of hot air and people who actually don't know anything about China pontificating. You know a lot about China. How do you think the Chinese system is looking at Donald Trump, evaluating Donald Trump, and how are they treating him and his administration differently from how they either treated Joe Biden or the first Trump administration?
That's a lot in there. So I think, China has, Xi Jinping has a vision, he has a set of objectives, and he's got a game plan, right? He knows what he wants China to do across all those dimensions that I mentioned over the next, 25 to 35 years, right? Whether we're talking about, its sovereignty issues with Taiwan and the South China Sea, or we're talking about becoming the dominant regional player, or in the tech space, or, his Belt and Road Initiative and his other, big initiatives and transforming international institutions to reflect Chinese values, it's all there. What the Trump administration, I think, represents to Xi is a set of opportunities and risks. Right? So with every statement the president makes, with every action that the people take, I think the Chinese are evaluating what they need to do to try to take advantage in some way of the opening that the administration may be providing, or how to address the risk. So, what did they do with the tariffs? They stood up to us. Right? They pushed back. They used their, control, the chokehold that they have over critical minerals and rare earth elements. Now, I think they overextended themselves with that. They didn't just target the United States. They targeted the entire world. I don't really know why they did that. It would have been a much smarter, move just to come back at us. So they lost a lot of international support that they didn't need to by that move. They also weren't actually ready to implement the licensing system that they put out there. Nonetheless, that was an opportunity, and then we had to take a step back. Right? That was an embarrassment for this administration. It was a huge strategic, not even just tactical mistake that they made, not understanding the relative trade weight of each side, right? They just assumed because the Chinese exported more to us than we did to them that we had greater leverage, right? Anyway, so I think that's just one example of how they're constantly seeking. Now, I think they have not been able to take as much advantage as I would have anticipated over some of the Trump administration's moves. I mentioned pulling out of all those international institutions. We haven't really seen China step up to fill the vacuum. I think they want to pay the money to do it. They're not going to replace USAID. That's not the, they don't want to occupy that space. That's just costly, and they figure if the US is out, we don't have to do anything more than just be there, basically. So I think that they're always looking to assess, where they can press forward, where they can gain an advantage, how much is the president willing to give. Yes, it's embarrassing. The president's statements around Taiwan were terrible. Plug my ears, plug my nose. I sat on the edge of my seat that entire summit, hoping he wasn't going to say anything, right? But he did. Then you have to look to see, okay, how does that actually materialize in terms of policy? So that's what we're waiting to see now, what actual changes in our policy toward Taiwan may materialize. So I think that's how they're looking. And then I think the other thing that they're assessing is they know Secretary of State Rubio, they know Ambassador Greer, they're looking, what is Hegseth about? What is, Secretary Lutnick about? What is Secretary Bassett? Who's going to be naughty? We know who's naughty. Who's going to be nice, potentially? Where can we gain some advantage working with X or Y as opposed to Z? So I think that's how they're operating. I think it's all about assessing the strengths and weaknesses and where they can try to take advantage of those spaces.
Maybe just one quick follow-up relating that to Taiwan. So you can make the case that the comments, the rhetoric on Taiwan were very damaging for deterrence. Some people will make the case that what Trump has done in Iran twice, regardless of the outcome that may come, what he's done in Venezuela, for a president who came into office saying he wasn't going to use force and he didn't like endless wars, he's actually used a lot of force. If you're Xi Jinping, does that make you think that Donald Trump is more likely to defend Taiwan? Or do they dismiss that as being not very relevant? Maybe Nick, if you want to.
I think the Chinese were impressed by the January 3rd Maduro taking him down and the initial attack on Iran. And China could do nothing in February 28th. China could do nothing to support those two client states. And so some of the press wisdom was that the Chinese were somehow gaining from what had happened in this conflict because the United States was stuck in the quicksand of the Middle East. I thought it was a hit to Chinese credibility. They couldn't stand up for their friends. But on the island of Taiwan, on the issue of Taiwan, what the President of the United States says really matters. Now, we don't know what they've said privately to each other, but the President said they had extended conversations. I'm worried that Xi Jinping is reading the American President as weak on Taiwan, and we've never had that going back to the Jimmy Carter administration, 1979.
Robert, you were talking about you don't trust a lot of the information coming out of China, and just a couple of weeks ago, a very prominent Chinese economist who was one of the few people to question in public the GDP data passed away of natural causes, but it just reminded people of how difficult it's become. So a question to you is for business leaders, policymakers, anyone who has a stake in the future of China, aside from reading the Financial Times,
And the Wall Street Journal.
and the Wall Street Journal,
And the Times of London. Do you want me to run through all our papers?
what advice would you give them?
Yeah, can I make one observation about rare earths?
Of course.
I know we always say that China plays chess and we play checkers, or China plays Weiqi or Go and we play checkers. That has to be one of the dumbest strategic decisions in the last 50 years by any nation. China could have banned all sorts of stuff. Suddenly the world woke up and thought, oh my God, our defense industries are dependent on China in a way that makes us truly vulnerable. And so the Chinese gave up an unbelievable strategic advantage in a trade tiff. Anyway, just one observation. If you contextualize that historically, that will be seen as a rather strange decision. For business people, generally, look, experience of China is important, and reading as widely as you can, because it's true at the elite levels, Chinese know a lot more about us than we know about them. And bridging that knowledge gap is absolutely crucial. I mean, there are a bunch of websites, you know them better than me because I'm not focusing on it day to day, but there are websites, and I'm sure, I mean, Dimitri should send everybody a list of the things that he reads, because that will give you an insight. But there are clearly opportunities for some businesses, but it's complicated. And back when I started reporting about it, there was a theory, a very sophisticated theory about Chinese economic opportunity. It was called the 2 billion armpits theory. That if you were Procter & Gamble, or there were 2 billion armpits just waiting for roll-on deodorant. And it's actually become a bit more complicated. And the truth about China is that we own HarperCollins. China is the best place in the world to produce books. The quality of the production and the price of production just is so far superior to any other location. Clearly, you have to have a distributed production network, and understanding that at the top level, clearly you have planning. You have this planned, intense competition. And one of the interesting contradictions of AI is that we live in an open country with closed source, and there is a closed country with open source.
Perfect segue back to Tarun. And by the way, Tarun, when we're at the bar tonight, I'm hoping you'll teach me how to use Mythos to work out who are the sources in Beijing who are speaking up, contradicting Xi Jinping, if I can't get Robert to tell me with alcohol. I want to come back to something you said a few minutes ago about whether the US lead is months or many months or how many months. Given the speed with which these systems are developing and becoming better and better, I mean, it's astounding. Does months matter? I mean, could we wake up next week and find out that China is actually ahead?
No, I think we actually do have a pretty good handle on the lead. I think the 6 to 9 month figure is kind of an average if you look at models. Zhipu's GLM model, which is probably the most advanced Chinese model on the market now, is more advanced than the median Chinese model, and it does present significant cybersecurity challenges, because if you're not currently in some sort of trusted access program with access to a Mythos or the equivalent from OpenAI, for example, then you're getting a generally accessible model, and arguably its cyber capabilities are almost on par with that. So that in a way sets up a fair fight, which is not necessarily the best place to be. So it's important for us to expand access to state-of-the-art models for cyber defense. But I do think the distillation challenge is real, and it is shrinking the lead. And we have evidence now, for example, that very same model, GLM, was distilled on not only our models, but we believe OpenAI models as well. We see DeepSeek continuing its adversarial campaign for distillation, and we are now shutting down accounts that are facilitating this distillation on the order of millions of accounts per week. But it's absolutely crucial that we kind of keep the pressure on. And I think there's more that can be done. beyond just at the firm level to deal with distillation. Many of these companies are actively providing their models on the global market. And generally, if you're engaged in active IP theft or your models have significant bias, pro-CCP doctrine, and there are also security risks, that's usually when like-minded governments organize around, how do we think about trust? What does trust look like for AI? If you just think about how we organize pretty significantly in a bipartisan way around trusted telecom, I think the question is, should we be doing the same thing when it comes to AI?
That will be a good segue to come to Nick in a second to talk to allies, but just let me, and Robert wants to say something.
Could I make one quick intervention?
Yeah.
Isn't it fascinating how the word distillation has become a synonym for stealing stuff?
Yeah.
Distillation used to be bourbon, it used to be vodka.
It still is, by the way. That's the good news. Tarun, are you seeing any signs that the Trump administration is doing anything to tackle distillation or stealing?
Yeah, so you saw, this is why we say adversarial distillation, because there's so many good forms of distillation. Mike Kratsios, the director of OSTP, put out a memo on why distillation poses a national security threat, and I do think there are a number of ways that you could use tools that the executive branch already has at its disposal, whether that's listings, whether that's procurement authorities, to help address it.
In Ireland, adversarial distillation is Scottish whiskey, but that's a different question. Nick, let's go back to talk about allies. And I want to, again, jump on a point that Liz made. If you listen just to the rhetoric and some of the things Donald Trump is doing, it's very difficult for the allies. Let's focus on the Indo-Pacific. Talk about removing troops from the region, the comments we talked about regarding Japan, Taiwan, and other things. His lack of defense for Prime Minister Takaichi when she came out and said that Japan would get involved in a conflict under certain considerations. But when you talk to the militaries in the US and all of those allied countries and partner countries, they say actually, below the radar, stuff is not only continuing, it's ramping up. And there's a kind of a dichotomy between what's happening and the rhetoric in Washington. How do allies balance that? The fact that things are actually going pretty well, but at the top level, it's pretty turbulent.
Yeah, and I think Liz has made this point. It's an important point. There are people in the Pentagon, people forward deployed in the Indo-Pacific theater, Sam Paparo, who's a great American leader, Admiral Paparo, who are doing the right things. At the head of state level, particularly when you're dealing with an extraordinarily powerful unipolar leader, Xi Jinping, he's going to judge us more on what Donald Trump tells him. I was ambassador to NATO as well as China. We're about to commemorate the tragedy of 9/11. And I just wanted to say we have a lot of European ambassadors here from NATO countries. They stood up for us in the invocation of Article 5. And they went into Afghanistan. And I find it ironic that Canada went into Kandahar, the toughest place to fight the Taliban, took major casualties. We're now questioning the President of the United States whether Canada should be an independent state. Denmark went into Helmand, took the highest percentage casualties per capita of any NATO country over 20 years. So we should be profoundly grateful to these allies. And here's the point about China. When I was in China and what the Biden administration tried to do, the European allies, led by Ursula von der Leyen, were pressing China on human rights, on Xinjiang, on the de-risking initiatives that we were undertaking. They were tactical allies of the United States. And the Japanese, South Koreans, and the Indians as a partner were too. What have we done now? We're not grateful to the European allies, right? You've heard that over the last couple of days from the Trump administration. We put these high tariffs on Japan and South Korea and on India. It's more difficult for them politically. They're all democracies to be siding with us in this huge competition, and Liz is right, this fierce competition with China. So we're going to be stronger with allies vis-a-vis China and Russia than not, and I'm not a political person. I've served both parties in my career, but I would think that if there's a national security hawk or a strong person on national security running for president on the Democratic side against the Trump agenda in 2028, that Democrat can run to the right of the Trump agenda on Russia and China, and that will help the Democratic Party.
And which Democrat is that?
I have no idea. We're going to have to see who they nominate. But this is the big discussion in the Democratic Party between the moderates and the progressives, obviously.
Great, so I'm going to take a couple of questions from the audience, and then at the very end to the panel, I want you all to come up with one big idea, something different, something bold, something that Washington hasn't thought about in under 60 seconds, but we'll come back to that. I want to say, is anyone, one of the rising leaders, lady in the second row? Very good. Yeah.
I wanted to ask if we could maybe forecast out a bit to next year. 2027 is obviously talked about as an important date marker for Taiwan readiness, but there's also going to be a 21st Party Congress, and the U.S. is going to be past the midterm election. So I wonder what you all think about what that means for competition dynamics. Thank you.
Good question. Liz?
Sure, that's a great question. So I think, yeah, 2027 and the Taiwan issue, I think, I shouldn't speak for the whole panel, but I think many of us have moved beyond that date to think about 2028, which is the election for the next president of Taiwan. And I think, you know, Xi Jinping, that's, I think, a more important marker in many respects, because if the KMT wins, that's the party that is, over the long term, more open, at least, to some form of closer political and economic ties with the mainland, if not, you know, unification in some form. I think that gives more breathing space, and I think the threat of any kind of military action actually diminishes. That's not to say I advocate the KMT winning the election. It's just to say I think politically in Xi Jinping's mind that gives a little bit more space. You know, I don't know that there's going to be if you know Democrats take the Congress, you know, take the Senate and the House, would there be a shift in the dynamics in terms of the China competition? I don't think so. I think there are elements within the Democratic Party, particularly on the progressive side, that, for example, are less supportive of massive increases in defense to counter the Chinese strategic threat. I think there are also some parts of that in the party that think, you know, we should be talking more with the Chinese on AI governance, you know, like trying to find common rules of the road, that's a big area of potential cooperation. But I think fundamentally there is, as Tarun said, very strong bipartisan support for a continued pretty competitive policy with China.
Great, thank you. I'm going to be magnanimous and give the next question to the Washington Post, Josh Rogan.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everyone, for such a great discussion, and thank you, panelists, for your service. We've been talking a lot today about keeping the American lead in AI and technology. It seems to me that the Trump administration has spent the last several months loosening American technology restrictions, especially with regard to China, but also just more recently to a Emirati company that stands alleged of being vulnerable to leakage of information to China. And the CEO of Anthropic, before President Trump made his decision on loosening restrictions on the H200 chips, compared it to giving North Korea nuclear weapons, selling North Korea nuclear weapons, and bragging that Boeing made the casings, a comment to which the NVIDIA CEO Jensen Huang called, quote unquote, stupid. And so my question is, are we just fighting a fool's battle by trying to keep compute out of the hands of the Chinese if eventually everyone's just going to have enough compute to do whatever they want anyway? And how do you view, both Tarun and Elizabeth, since you both have worked exactly on this issue, the fact that we have a strategy of keeping a technological edge with China, but a policy, a functional reality of an administration that's loosening those restrictions, sometimes for cash? Thanks.
Tarun.
I think we have to ask ourselves the counterfactual. Where would we be if we had not imposed export controls on hardware? And I think we'd be in a world in which we'd be neck to neck, or China could be ahead. And so I think it's absolutely worth maintaining the controls. And I'm optimistic because of the bipartisan support in Congress for strengthening some of these controls right now. I think if you go back to our discussion last year, this felt kind of abstract, in a way. Now that you have a model that is capable of breaking, critical infrastructure, potentially government systems, it's now very real. It's now a preoccupation of everyone in the national security world. And so I think the conversation is actually very different now about why these restrictions matter, why maintaining a lead matters as well.
Michelle Flournoy.
Thanks. Great discussion, and it's good to see you all. I had a different, wanted to raise a different aspect of the AI competition with China and ask whether we're missing the boat. So if you look at long-term at AI competition, it's not only about who has the best frontier models, but who is going to succeed in getting the world to adopt their AI and their tech stack. China has, as you noted, ironically, really gone down the road of open source models and much smaller, more affordable, cost-efficient models. We've stuck with defining the cutting edge. But I wonder at some point, and maybe this is a question for you, Tarun, and our AI leaders need to think about how we're going to compete more effectively globally and frankly even within the United States for researchers, academics, others who will want to access those models for good but can't afford the cutting edge. So are we missing the boat and not really having a competitive strategy on open source?
Yeah, thanks. So I think this is a very deliberate strategy in China. This is not I don't think it's necessarily a paradox because we've seen it in so many other sectors, right? Which is heavily subsidize, whether it's energy or whether it's compute, Chinese firms, and then use that to gain and try to dominate market share abroad. Now that being said, we may be hitting an inflection point, right, where Beijing begins to worry about their own cybersecurity by releasing models into the wild that could be used offensively against them. It may be that some of the models that are open today could have been even more capable from a cybersecurity perspective, but aren't. And so I think we may be having a different conversation next year about this. Now that doesn't mean that cost obviously doesn't matter at all, but NVIDIA has an open model, Nematron as well. But there is the issue of the fundamental economics of the industry. Securing the energy, the data centers, all the chips, right, to do this is on the order and now probably exceeding the scale of the Apollo program. And so you have to find a way to fund that in some way. But this is where I think that we are kind of at an inflection point, what we're trying to do. And then if you're an ally and a partner of the United States or you're a company in one of those countries, what choices do you make right now about having trusted models?
I think one last question, gentleman in the very back standing up, and please keep it brief so I can get everyone to give me their big idea at the end.
Jim Sciutto with CNN. I might direct this to Ambassador Burns, but others welcome to answer. The other difference between the Trump and Biden administrations is that President Biden stated explicitly that the U.S. would defend Taiwan militarily if China were to invade. President Trump has not. So one question is, was that actually true, Ambassador Burns? Would the U.S. have intervened militarily had China invaded? But two, and more forward-looking, arguably more important, does Taiwan believe today, do allies in the region believe, and more crucially, does China believe that if it were to invade, that the U.S. would intervene militarily?
So I think I was sitting in Beijing for 3 years talking to them and trying to decipher what they believed. I think they believed that the Biden administration was very tough-minded on Taiwan and that they had to assume that if there was a cross-strait invasion, the United States would act in some way. We have kept to our policy of ambiguity. We did keep to it. But I think that was the clear message to the Taiwanese. What really matters in deterrence, as you know, Jim, you've covered these issues for a long time, is what's in the mind of Xi Jinping, of Wang Yi, of the former vice chair of the Central Military Command, General Zhang, who has now been deposed. And it's clear to me, they saw the Pelosi visit. They saw our strong political support for the Taiwanese. And they also saw what President Biden did so well. We were rock solid with the Japanese, with the Filipinos. And they're the two states that really have to worry. Think of the geography about a Chinese attack on Taiwan. And that's where Sanae Takaichi was, I thought, so courageous, frankly, in saying this would be an existential event. So I think combination-wise, the Biden administration did the right thing, very tough-minded, and you've seen significant backsliding since. That's what concerns me. as someone who believes that the 23 million people in Taiwan should be able to live a free life in a very good democracy.
Okay, 15 seconds each, or else I get in trouble with Neve. Robert, one big idea.
One big idea, also the Taiwanese presidential election, the Taiwanese parliamentary election, and the voting trends among younger people, that will be what Beijing is focused on, whether there's an inevitable independence movement. And if you, just one little tip, if you really want to understand China, you must read Oxford Analytica and Dragonfly.
Tarun, who are they owned by?
No comment on the grounds of main criminal.
I think we should be spending a lot more time on how we can use our edge at the frontier in AI in the world of physical AI, robotics, and manufacturing to kind of catch up and make up for lost ground vis-a-vis China.
Okay. Liz?
I like Tarun's, but I'll say I think we need a strategic vision for how we engage emerging economies globally to compete with China's Belt and Road, Digital Silk Road, et cetera, because that is the race for the 21st century.
Nick, final word.
What's so complex about this relationship is that Liz is right. We're in a structural competition. Military, tech, economic, battle of ideas goes into the 2030s and 40s. But China is also an important partner on climate change, on fentanyl, and in a way, President Biden at Lima with President Xi, we need to, in essence, regulate the question. Human beings should be in control of nuclear weapons, not AI systems. And both President Biden and President Trump have consistently said, we're going to compete, we have to cooperate on some issues, we have to live in peace with China. And then managing those three issues is really complex, but we've got to do it.
Thank you very much, and I hope you'll all be supporting Argentina this afternoon. Thank you.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. If you can take your seat for our second panel of the day, please. I'd like to welcome our panelists to the stage. Thanks very much, Dimitri, Nick, Liz, Robert, and Tarun. That was a great way to kick off our morning. Great. We're moving on to another critically important topic. Ladies and gentlemen, if you could take your seats, please. Thank you. So our next topic is called Fueling the Future. We're delighted to have an excellent group of people with us here today. We have Fatih Birol, who's joining us from Europe. He's the Executive Director of the International Energy Agency. Thank you so much for joining us. Megan O'Sullivan, who, as you all know, runs the Belfer Center and a proud ASG member, and former Deputy Secretary of Energy and ASG member Dan Poneman. And our moderator today is from Semaphore, is Mohammed Sergey. Please join me in welcoming them to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Neve, and thank you to the Aspen Institute for inviting us. This is really the perfect panel for this conversation. Energy security used to be about keeping markets open, getting the flow out, and the supply would find its customers. But now geopolitics has become probably the main factor, even when you look at forecasts. Today, Goldman Sachs had oil priced at anywhere between $60 and $110 in the fourth quarter, and it all hinges on just Hormuz itself. So this volatility and uncertainty is maybe unprecedented. I don't know if it is or not. I think Fatih will say it is. And the main question that we have today is really that choke point, but the other choke points that are affecting all of this energy security and energy supply. So I wanted to start with you, Fatih, and really you had a direct role in leading the efforts to stabilize the market. So I want to ask you, why is oil not trading at $200 a barrel? And then how are you going to keep oil prices from spiking again?
Thank you very much. It is my first time to Aspen, and thank you very much for inviting me. It's a very long way from Paris, almost a day. I am saying this because you have to forgive me. I am the only one with a tie, I think, here, only man. So this is I didn't know the code of contact. Now, I believe oil prices today at $85. And you are completely right. It is very different than what the people have thought if the Strait of Hormuz would be closed. The reasons are, at least there are three main reasons. One, before the war has started, we had an ample amount of stocks, inventories in our pocket, lots of supply. And we started to use that supply in the last 4 or 5 months. This is number one. Second, International Energy Agency, the IEA, we have released 400 million barrels of oil to the markets, historic. This is in each day, in fact, equivalent 2.5 million barrels per day of oil is coming to the market. Third, the countries in the Middle East, especially Saudi Arabia and Emirates, found alternative routes, pipelines, to bring the oil, not through the Strait of Hormuz, but bypassing it to the other terminals. It also helped. In addition to that, United States, Brazil, Kazakhstan increased their production. So these were all very helpful to keep the prices at $85 level. Having said that, all of these three things helped us to keep the prices $85 today. They are not infinitive. Stocks are eroding. The countries I mentioned who can increase the production, they can't increase much more than what they have today in the short term. And third, Emirates and Saudi efforts are great, but they are far from being replacing the oil which was flowing through Strait of Hormuz. To sum up, as the things stand now in the Middle East, I think it is too optimistic to believe that the global economy is off the hook. This is what I would say in the short term.
So too optimistic. And Megan, so when we look at, Fatah was looking at the kind of the oil market on a macro level, but if you look at the U.S. specifically, it has weathered this energy shock probably better than expected as well. And I'd like to know, the factors that allowed for that, and also, do you agree that we are overly confident about, the effects of a round two in the Gulf or multiple subsequent rounds?
Sure. Thank you, Mohammed, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here, particularly with this group on stage. So let me take the second part of your question first about do I agree with Fatih, and I would say I emphatically agree. I think one of the risks of this particular moment with the flaring up of conflict in the Gulf again is that we have become a little bit complacent about our ability to manage a historic supply disruption, because it has been managed, at least certainly in the developed countries, far better than many of us anticipated. In addition to the reasons that Fatih mentioned why we have been more resilient over the last several months or 5 months, I would add the very surprising role that China has played. That China actually brought down its demand for oil traded on global markets by almost 4 million barrels of oil a day. It did that in part because it stopped purchasing oil to add to its own strategic stocks. It created some export controls on refined products. It had a number of domestic policy movements within China that actually really helped the global economy manage this disruption. So again, that's something that has made the world more resilient, but again, we can't necessarily rely on that to exist going forward. On the US economy, this point I think can't be overstated. The US economy is much more resilient to global energy and particularly oil shocks than it has been in the past. The Dallas Federal Reserve actually did a very interesting study. They said, what if this level of disruption, say 15% of global oil supply, was disrupted back in 1980, kind of on the back of the Iranian Revolution? What would have been the impact on the US economy? And they modeled that it would have been a decrease in US GDP by 5.6%. And what was it today? It was less than 0.5%. And there are many reasons for this. Much of it goes to the fact that our economy is less oil intensive than it was back in those times. But also the US has become, in the space of this conflict, has become the world's largest producer, and also because of the disruption, became the world's largest exporter of oil and natural gas. And so what has happened is that the US, when there is an increase in these products, which happens because they're priced on a global market, the transfer of money doesn't go from the United States to the rest of the world. It all just gets transferred within the United States. So there are distributional changes between producers and consumers in the US, but it all stays within the US economy.
Right. Dan, so this was a picture of oil, right? So we're talking about hydrocarbon molecules leaving from the Gulf and being burned in different ways. But you look at the energy picture, I think, a bit more broadly than that. And this type of demand destruction and supply addition can fill the gaps. But when you see it differently, and that comes to your big idea, what needs to be done to improve this energy mix and the flow?
Well, great question, and thanks for hosting. I think we have to put this disruption and the impairments of energy flows in the context of a burgeoning demand for energy worldwide, right? Everyone's talking about AI. In the United States alone, for example, data centers require about 25 gigawatts of energy today. By 2030, that's going to go up to 70 or 80 gigawatts. So that's like multiple huge plants. At the same time, we're facing these disruptions. So what does this mean? It means the old line about all of the above. We're going to need the oil, we're going to need the gas, we're still using the coal, and we're going to. Coal closures have been stopped to support this. And obviously, when Neva asked for a big idea, I try to think of one. And to me, the answer is you need a lot more nuclear. I mean, Fatih has written about this extensively. We now have about 10% of our energy, both globally, coming from nuclear, about 20% in the United States. We're now with this bow wave of new enthusiasm for new designs and so forth. And if you want to see how we could detach energy security from geography, such as the Straits of Hormuz or other straits, and geology, such as the overconcentration of hydrocarbons in certain basins, nuclear fission can do it a lot in the short term, and nuclear fusion can do it even more in the long term.
Can I just shake it up a little bit by challenging Dan a tiny bit? You connected the increase in electricity demand related to data centers in the US with the need for more nuclear. But could you help us understand the timelines? Because we're looking at the increase in demand for data centers for electricity right now in the immediate term, where of course we don't even have an SMR, a small modular reactor, until several years out.
Yeah. It's not fast enough. I mean, it's a great leading question. Look at it this way. In the last 10 years, China built 37 nuclear power plants. In the last 30 years, the United States built 3. Now, I don't think that means we're inherently incompetent, but there are a bunch of things that haven't happened that need to happen in terms of regulatory reform, et cetera. We now have just had this new energy financing mechanism out of the Department of Energy, put $17.5 billion, not into the small reactors, but into the large reactors. That can help fill the gap. And by the way, it used to be that you could get a natural gas plant in 18 months. Now, because of your point, this surging demand, it's taking 5, 6, 7 years to get them. So the point is, whatever we're doing, we have to do faster. And let me make one more point on the nuclear. There were 4 executive orders that came out last May in the United States on nuclear. One of the many things they called for was having 3 reactors go critical in a year. by the 4th of July, this 250th anniversary. Many people thought this was kind of risible, that it was kind of not serious. Guess what? We did it. We showed in the United States that it is possible, if I may say, to move at Manhattan Project speed if we need to. Can we get small modular deployed? Maybe by 2029, 2030. It's not fast enough, but you know the old Chinese proverb, you know, the best day to plant a tree was 20 years ago, but the second best day is today. So I would say we should get going.
All right, thank you.
May I
Yeah,
say something AI? So, I mean, there is a big race in the world. It is US, China, but don't forget Europe, also coming, and Middle East. And to put the relationship with the AI and energy, in fact, it's not energy, it is electricity, there is a difference there, is the following. Just think about the data centers that are mushrooming around the world to push the AI, and one medium-sized data center consumes electricity as much as a town with 100,000 households. And they are not being medium-sized, they are huge data centers. And here, in my view, you may think that I am biased, but I am not. Who will win the AI race will be determined by who will have a lot of electricity and cheap electricity in the world. And here, when I look at the numbers, I see that the electricity demand, for example, in United States, in Europe, last 15 years was flat. It was not increasing. And now it suddenly increases. AI is the main driver here. But how are we going to build that power plants? One question. Second question, more important than that, we don't discuss the grids. How we bring that electricity from the gas turbines, nuclear power plants, and renewables to the homes. In China today, just to give you an idea, to build a grid with the permission, with the implementation, everything, it takes about 2 years. And in US and Europe, on average, 8 years. And if there's a race means time. So just to stop here.
We're going to get into the kind of the challenges and the other hurdles inside of nuclear and expanding it. But I just wanted to tie up the end of Hormuz itself, Fateh, for you. You know, we looked price, you know, kind of shorter term, but longer term, what does this crisis mean? You know, we see a bit more momentum, let's say, on nuclear and supply chains. But how are you looking at? How do you see this from an IEA? What 3 to 5 years?
So I can tell you my personal view. When we look at the global energy map, think about the map. 5 years ago, there were 2 main arteries feeding the global energy system. One of them was from Western Siberia, from Russia to Europe through pipelines. The second one was from Middle East through Hormuz to economies of Asia and the rest of the world. There were the 2 main arteries, and they are both now disrupted. This gave a big shock to global energy system. And global energy map is now being redrawn. Countries are reviewing their energy strategies, priorities, partnerships, trade routes, like they did in the 1973, 1979. Then it's talking about nuclear power. The real birth of nuclear power was a response to the 73, 79 oil crisis. And there will be such responses coming now. And Mohammed, the issue is here, the following. Countries now, consuming countries, when they want to buy LNG, or they want to nuclear technology import, normally, in the past, they look, which of the sellers give cheaper, I buy the cheaper one. But now, they will think, is it cheaper or more reliable country? And this will increase the cost of energy in a low-trust world. So in my view, today, the most scarce commodity in the energy world is trust. And the countries who can transpire, inspire.
You got some applause for that, but yeah.
But transpire will be the winner, rather than who have a lot of energy or technology to export. So therefore, trust is very important here, more than the cost or the level of the technology. This is the big change coming, and I talk with many government leaders around the world, many of them, and they are reviewing their energy strategies, options. You will see nuclear will get an addition. 5 years ago, it is in the records, I said nuclear is going to make a comeback. And it is making a comeback as a result of President Putin in Europe. And now, a second time, it will get a push, but also electric cars, also renewables. In some countries, maybe coal. It is coming back. So therefore, countries are looking for new partnerships, new trade routes, and if a country wants to be a major energy exporter, this country has to be proven that this country is a reliable partner and trustable partner.
I just want to, this will be your big idea then? Trust Trump's price? Let's put it that way.
I would put it this way, maybe more in economic terms. Instead of, in the past, the idea was for the energy importers, consumers, just in time, and now it will be replaced by just in case. I can maybe summarize that.
Megan, you have something?
Sure. I just wanted to add to, fleshing out this vision of what does the energy system look like in 5 to 7 years. And I'd say right now we're all focused on the Strait of Hormuz and that critical nature of the choke point, but already we see countries in the region thinking about how to diversify their infrastructure away from Hormuz. So I think it is a huge, strategic asset for the Iranians right now, but it is also a waning one. Not immediately, but I think even in a year or 2 years from now, we're going to see a lot of that energy resource in the Gulf being evacuated out of the Gulf by other means besides the Strait of Hormuz. So that choke point may be less important. But I also think countries that aren't subject to those choke points are going to have a boost in their investment proposition. So the oil-producing countries of Latin America, Guyana, obviously being one of them, but many others as well, are going to say, we're not subject to these choke points, and that is going to make them more attractive. But my final point would just be, I think this crisis adds to the impetus to electrify the global economy, because I think more countries, when they're reviewing, as Fatih said, their energy strategies, they're going to think about, isn't it better if we could produce more of the energy that we consume? For some countries, like the United States, we have the options of producing more oil and gas. But for most countries, they don't have the option of producing more energy that they consume by fossil fuels. They'll do it by electrifying their economy. And that can either be a boost for climate efforts, or if it's coal that's actually fueling that electricity, it could be a step backwards. But I think that it just drives to the impetus that Dan talked about, the electrification of the global economy.
Can I just pick up on that? Yeah. Just to pick up on Megan's point. The fact that we have a huge opportunity and a change based on the approach to energy security, and I love Fatih's new slogan, doesn't mean we're going to win, okay? I just got back from Kigali. There was a big summit on nuclear energy, and I can tell you with confidence, as a fact, that Russia and China are all over Africa. I know it's true elsewhere in the world, and we are, candidly, as the United States, not as present as we could be, and in my view, should be. We have an opportunity. There are people who really want to buy American. I was in a conversation with an African leader in Munich, and he has on one phone the head of the International Atomic Energy Agency, and the other phone, the head of the Russian Atomic Energy Program. Puts down the phone, he says, what do you want me to do? We are having hundreds of students invited to China, to Korea, to Russia. They come back with relationships, with language skills. So the question presented to all of us is, when you think about who do you want writing the rules on safety, who do you want writing the rules on non-proliferation, who do we want, right? Because when you enter into a relationship for a nuclear power program, there's 10 years of planning, 10 years of building, 60 years of operation, 10 years, it's a century. And we are, frankly, missing the boat. Last statistic to drive the point home. The Russian order book for nuclear power plants around the world, $200 billion. After Westinghouse finished building the reactors in China, we were down to 0. Now, because of Canada, we're up to 7.7. We're getting clobbered. And if we want to take advantage of these secular changes in the market, we need to be conscious and take appropriate steps.
What are the steps? What are the biggest hurdles?
Well, I've mentioned it before, but a year ago, the administration came out with these 4 executive orders. One thing they called for, and this is, I don't want to get into jargon, but they called for 20 new agreements for peaceful nuclear cooperation in the world. We have, in the United States, held ourselves out as sort of, you have to come to us, and you have to follow the following several conditions before we'll engage with you. I think it's exactly the other way around. We should engage with them up front, create the relationship so we get some leverage, and not hold ourselves out in sort of nostalgia for a world in the 1960s when everybody had to come to us because they had no choices. Now it is a tough competition. France, Russia, Korea, China. And we're not going to win by holding ourselves aloof from the rest of the market. We need to be out there. And the last thing I'll say, and I salute this too, we can't win a gunfight with a knife. And the state finance that has been made available to support all these other exports, precisely because other countries, unlike the United States, have viewed this for many years as a strategic leverage point with geostrategic implications, we need to go at them. We need to use Exim Bank. We need to use the Development Finance Corporation. It's happening, but we need to do more of it.
And do we have the enrichment and enriched fuel? Good. Applaud. Nuclear is really good. Yeah, we're good. Do we have the enrichment capacity to be able to serve these agreements?
Not yet. In the sleep in the switch category, and I was part of this, so I'm sorry about that, but the United States, when I started working for President Bush 41, had 85% of the world's enrichment market. And uranium enrichment, that is the choke point. Uranium's a lot of places, but the enrichment, United States used to dominate. When I became Deputy Secretary of Energy, we're down to 25%. And in terms of indigenous production, we're now down to 0. Guess who has got 46% of the market? Russia. So we're not where we need to be. Again, I have to give credit, bipartisan credit. Their legislation that passed 96-3 in the Senate to have enrichment in the United States. Now the administration has deployed $2.7 billion. It's an important start. I think private markets are going to kick in. So we're not where we need to be on that. But the last thing I'll say on that is the Congress has also passed legislation that at least the United States has to wean itself by 2028, and the Europeans are doing similar things. So we're not where we need to be, but I think we have a path.
Probably factors into the trust as well, that if you're going to lock yourself into the U.S. but not be able to get the fuel supply, then you're going to go look elsewhere. A different chokehold that we have is on critical minerals. In terms of the size of the market, it's actually quite small, but the impact is quite large. How are you looking at this from the IEA, especially how it fits into the energy transition?
So critical minerals, some of us think that the critical minerals are mainly used for clean energy technologies, for electric cars, for solar panels and windmills and so on. This is absolutely wrong, or a very small part of the thing. Critical minerals are used for everything, from the defense to the AI, from AI to car manufacturing, across the society. And critical minerals, for the colleagues who are not involved in this on a daily basis, has 2 things. One is the mining, extraction of these critical minerals. Second is the refining and processing to make it ready to use. Like the oil, you have the crude oil. You get the crude oil, and crude oil is completely useless if you don't refine it, making the gasoline, LPG, diesel, or whatever. So today, in terms of the mining, when I look at the mining and the refining, I see critical minerals is a major energy security issue. Just to put in a context, today if we have 1 Hormuz, critical mineral station is expecting 3 Hormuz for us in making. Because regardless of the name of a country, there is a huge concentration and domination of 1 single country. In terms of the extraction, it is still a domination in terms of having the agreements with the copper, with lithium, with cobalt, and the others. But If you extract them, it is nothing if you don't refine them. China today accounts 75% of the global refining capacity of critical minerals. So China 75%, everybody else put together 25%. Big gap between China and the rest of the world. And what can happen? I'll give you two examples. One, last April, there was China declared, right or wrong, due to domestic constraints, they are putting an export ban for rare earth elements. There was a big shock for the car manufacturers. Second, just a few days ago, in terms of helium, which is an important gas for medicine, for chips and other advanced technologies, Qatar was responsible 35% of the helium, and it is now gone. And China said for domestic strains, they are putting a ban on the helium export. They aren't a major exporter, but it's still there. So in the energy world, if I learn something here, Mohammed, my number one golden rule is diversification. And here we are having a concentration that we have never seen in the history. It can be China or Switzerland, it can be, I don't know, Zimbabwe, it doesn't matter. A country has so much dominance, may have huge impact on the global economy. It is in making. And for State of Hormuz, we said that what happens if it closed, people said it will never happen. When I interview people coming to IEA, applying to IEA, when I have time, I have two standard questions. Okay? One of them is, why did you apply for this job? Because we are in Paris. People, they want to come to Paris or they want to come to work at the IEA. They want to understand this. The second one is, what are the top 3 things you would do if the State of Hormuz is closed? And this question is now gone. And now, the same thing will happen, may happen, for critical minerals. And we will be caught unprepared. It is the reason IE has started 5 years ago, putting a lot of data, and we are the number 1 in the world. Every critical mine, refineries, and so on. To finish, now how I see the situation. Now, United States leading Canada, France, the last G7 meeting, Japan, they are putting efforts there, but the gap is very big. 2 things. One, this problem cannot be solved relying only on the market forces. Second, no country alone can compete and narrow this gap. In my view, at least there is an 8 years difference between China and the rest of the world. 3 Hormuzes in waiting.
Okay, Megan, on that point, I think you have something about, you were talking earlier about the energy security being broader than just oil and gas, and I think the critical minerals go in and solve that.
Sure, and being an academic, I can put an even finer and more explicit point on the Strait of Hormuz analogy that Fatih just made. It's not just a possible point of leverage for China, it is an actual one. And for all of those of us who are American will be acutely aware that China has exercised that dominance to put pressure on the United States. And actually, it was the #1 reason why the administration had to back away from some of its trade measures because of China's export controls on critical minerals to the United States. And as Fatih suggests, China has this leverage over the whole global economy. So I think that is a major point of concern. I really commend the IEA for the incredible work it's done on this issue. In terms of, this idea of what we can do to release ourselves from that choke point, I agree. There's a timing problem here, just like there is with nuclear. We can see what we need to do and how we could get there, but how fast we can get there is one question. This isn't my big idea necessarily, but one of the things I'd encourage us all to think about is in the past when we think about energy security, we think about access to a particular energy source. Now we really need to think about energy security as being able to secure a whole energy system, a complex energy system, and connect it to technology and to manufacturing. And the whole energy system is now oil, natural gas, but it's critical minerals, it's transmission, it's the grid, it's all of these things being leveraged together and being connected with technology and manufacturing. And the US, has a lot of these resources, but it is not going to be able to meet that need on its own. And I would say the Trump administration has acknowledged that and has put a number of policies in place that indicate a desire to help develop the critical minerals of our partners in Latin America in order to kind of create corridors where we can get this whole energy system secure. One of the great things about the Western Hemisphere is that pretty much everything you need to secure this kind of energy system that I've talked about are available in the Western Hemisphere. So, but this is going to take a lot of effort to get the kinds of investment over the time horizons that are needed in order to secure that. And so on the one hand, you have the Trump administration putting forward new policies like capitalizing the the Development Finance Corporation. These are excellent things to do to develop critical minerals. But on the other hand, at the same time, all the uncertainty around trade, not renewing the USMCA, tariffs, the 232 tariffs, all of those things actually create uncertainty about the viability of long-term investments. We really need to look at these things together and think about creating an environment in which it makes sense for countries and businesses to make 20-year investments in critical minerals and to tie those to markets across the hemisphere.
Point, Dan?
Yeah, this is a very interesting point, and I totally agree. I think we also need to include imagination in this because we do have a lot of bottlenecks. We said earlier on this panel, it takes 8 to 10 years, maybe even longer to get big transmission, whereas China can just do it. Let's not pretend that we're going to be able to fix our so-called democratic processes and all of a sudden we're going to get transmission fast. What does that mean? That means we should think about other kinds of solution, such as distributed energy sources. This is not just a nuclear point, but we can put the loads closer to where the source of the generation is. This could be geothermal, this could be a number of things. If we trap ourselves in trying to replicate what China is doing when we don't have the same kind of authoritarian, frankly, system to shove things, wherever you want to do them, we're going to keep falling behind. So I think we need to not only change the investment climate, we need to change our ways of thinking about our energy systems. And I just say, you mentioned a little bit before, places like Africa. Why should Africa repeat the hub and spoke grid structure of these other economies in Europe and the United States? They have a lot of population around the edges. There's no reason that we can't figure out a way to get the sources of demand and the sources of the generation closer and solve some of these problems, not just by brute force investment, but by coming up with smarter, more distributed solutions.
I want to open up to questions. Okay, and I apologize, I don't know the names so let's start with the first row here. You need a mic? It's coming. Matthew.
Thank you. Taiwan, as you all know, is highly dependent on energy imports. What are Taiwan's best options to prepare for a potential maritime quarantine or blockade?
I can't help it. They had a great nuclear program. If anybody became more sort of vox populi against nuclear than Japan, it was Taiwan. But because of the issue you raised, they are now, the president has now announced, they are now rethinking it. And that is at least a part of the solution because it's not dependent on interdiction from China.
Do you have a quick fix? No. No, in front. The lady in front of me, the yellow jacket.
Hi, my name is Zainab Usman, a senior research scholar at the Center on Global Energy Policy at Columbia University. So my question has to do with this concept of energy security, particularly how it's seen in low and middle income countries around the world, in Asia, in Africa, and Latin America. For these countries that are trying to lift their people out of poverty, and in the case of middle income countries, they really want to become high-income countries. They want to industrialize. Energy security is viewed through the lens of development, and this means having access to as much energy as possible, but increasingly reliable sources of energy, because a lot of these countries have been affected by geopolitical shocks. We've had 3 just within the last 6 years: COVID, Ukraine, and the Strait of Hormuz closure. The challenge for many of these countries is that, within the last 10 years, it was so difficult for them to access financing for energy technologies. There was always a restriction. There was a restriction on nuclear, on hydro, on coal. Now the conversation has admittedly broadened, but the other challenge that they are facing is policy whiplash. So even though the conversation has broadened, if there's a political transition in the US or in Europe, they don't know if these conversations are going to, or this policy space is going to close. So I wonder if you could weigh in on that.
I think this is for
Thank
you. So how do we avoid building an energy system that works for rich countries but not for emerging markets or for developing countries?
So first of all, Mohammed, you asked in the beginning, $85, why prices are not high. In fact, it is very high for many countries. It's not high for the United States, but for Africa, for developing Asia, for Bangladesh, Pakistan, I know these countries are even having major political and economic problems because of these high prices. Put it aside. Now, I want to focus on Africa here, because in many discussions we forget the Africa's energy problems. Africa is today many energy challenges, but 2 of them are very critical. One of them is, in Africa today, sub-Saharan Africa, every second person doesn't have electricity. That's number 1. Number two, it is, again, less known and less understood, but much more tragic. 4 out of 5 families in Africa prepare food in traditional stoves by using wood, agricultural waste, and animal waste. It is mostly the women who prepare the food, and it creates respiratory diseases. Every year, 800,000 women die prematurely in sub-Saharan Africa because of the respiratory diseases caused by these primitive cooking practices, according to the World Health Organization. And the solution of both of them are very, very simple. I give you one data. I just saw the Belgium ambassador here, with all respect to him. Why Belgium, I will explain. Africa today gets the most of the solar in the world. 60% solar radiation in the world goes to Africa. And to have solar electricity is today reasonable. And the amount of solar electricity we generate today in Belgium is more than what we generate in entire sub-Saharan Africa, if you think about this. I mean, this is really incredible. And people don't have electricity. So there are big injustices here. And therefore, if we want to give a support to Africa, we have to give some allowances in terms of concessional funding, in terms of not banning some technologies or some fuels. For example, some countries don't want to give the green light for natural gas development in Africa, which is, in my view, completely wrong. So therefore, Africa, whose population is growing so fast, more than today, 20% of the global population gets only 2% of the global energy investment. So there is an issue here, and this is in the interest of the many countries, including the United States, since we're in the United States, or Europe. Africa is a neighbor of Europe, to support and work with Africa rather than some other countries coming and working in the continent.
Dan, I wanted to follow up with you on that point as well, because when you hear Ghana, Rwanda, Kenya talking about nuclear, what's their best path forward, considering the constraints to financing and access?
As I say, this is not rocket science. They need 2 things right away. They need to train workforce, and they need to train safety regulators. And everyone knows it, and they're starting to work on it. As I said, I just came back from a conference in Kigali. Apart from the things that Fadi pointed out about the incredible growth story out there and the incredible need, 600 million Africans without reliable electricity. The other story is that next generation, the people from, not to be jingoist about the United States, Berkeley here, MIT there, the next generation are smart and dedicated. So you have to do this thoughtfully and smart. You have to get the rules in place. There is actually significant investment climate improvement. It was an earth-shattering thing in our world when Ajay Banga, the head of the World Bank, dropped the long-standing taboo against nuclear finance at this conference, the African Development Bank, the East African, West African Development Bank. So these things are coming together, but the first and most important priority is to train the people to do the work smart and to do it safely.
More questions? I'm going to go right there.
My name's Bob Howard. This is a little off theme, but I can't think of any three people who would have a stronger opinion. We're seeing this administration clearly articulate that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. And they're hoping to achieve that through negotiations and some plan afterward that would rely on the IAEA to monitor. And having watched what happened from the signing of the JCPOA up till President Trump renewed, how effective was the IAEA on ensuring Iran could not achieve a nuclear weapon? And how effective would they be in the future?
This is IAEA, not IEA. Don't put me in trouble. So
you can recuse yourself from that. But,
yeah, having negotiated with Iran in the past, it's important to remember what is the role of the International Atomic Energy Agency. Their job is to provide timely warning. They're not an enforcement mechanism. If they find a violation, they report it to the UN Security Council. In my humble opinion, I think they were extremely effective. They have to have access. They don't go in there with arms, right? When they have access, they put on cameras, they put on SEALs, they put on on-site inspectors, and life is full of compared to what's. You know a lot more when you have those things in place than when you don't. So we were better off then than we are today. How effective they can be in the future is going to be a function of the same set of circumstances. In other words, whether they are going to be able, through negotiation, to gain the access to the sites. One other thing that has to be noted, the old metaphor about the drunk looking for his keys under the lamplight. We have to have the IAEA have adequate authority to do on-site inspections at will, not only on declared facilities, but to have an ability to go to places where there is suspicion and evidence of diversion. Nobody knew about Natanz until the MEK revealed it in 2003. So we have to supplement existing authorities, frankly, with cooperation with other governments to provide the information that maybe governments may obtain that will help them. But you do, last thing I'll say is you do need strong leadership. And I have to say, I think Rafael Grossi has done a very strong and effective job, a very tough job, and he's been able to do one thing that you have to do, which is to be able to talk to people, leaders in different countries. He deals head of state, France, Russia, United States, and Iran. You need somebody like that who's got international heft, gravitas, and credibility to have the top cover so that the inspectors can do that work.
Thanks, Dan. We're gonna keep the inspection talks there, and we have about 30 seconds left. I'm gonna give the last word to you, Megan, because we didn't get your big idea.
Okay. So big idea on the energy front. I won't say this is my big idea, but this is an idea that people have started to talk about, which I find really interesting. So traditionally, when we've thought about dealing with energy shocks, energy shocks in the oil domain, much along the lines of what we've been looking at over the last few months, we've thought about going to Saudi Arabia in particular and asking them to bring more supply on market, right? So they're the swing producer, and that ability to produce a lot more oil on very short order has given Saudi Arabia enormous geopolitical heft. So it's not just that they're big producers, it's the fact that they can swing, they can produce a lot more in a short period of time. As I mentioned right at the beginning of our panel, we're seeing something, this is a hypothetical, or it's to be provocative. Maybe China will actually become part of the equation of managing similar energy shocks, not by being a swing producer, but being a swing consumer, in the sense of China, as I mentioned, brought down its demand very dramatically in a way that really helped us manage the global impact of the recent energy shock. So China as a swing demand force, and does that give China geopolitical influence along the lines that Saudi Arabia has had in the past?
All right, thank you so much for the panel. So we got liberate nuclear, swing buyer, swing consumer for China, and trust over price. Thank you so much, and thank you.
Excellent. Thanks, Mohammed, Megan, Fatih, and Dan Poneman. I'd now like to welcome to the stage our next panel on Europe. If the panelists could please join me. Thank you. Our next panel this morning, entitled Continental Drift, Europe in Transition. With us, we have David van Veel, who's the Minister of Justice and Security from the Netherlands. We also have Mr. Theo Franken, who's the Minister of Defense and Foreign Trade from Belgium. Svetlana Tsutskaya, please forgive my terrible pronunciation. And then somebody who had a very good day yesterday, since we have to mention the World Cup at every panel today. Belén Martínez Carbonell, she was coming from Brussels, but there was a resounding victory from Spain, even though we're all Europeans. And managing us today will, of course, be from the Washington Post, Mr. Peter Spiegel. So if you can all take your seats and welcome our panelists. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Neve, and thank you particularly for letting me chair this panel. This is actually the panel I look forward to most every year, and Neve always lets me chair the European panel. Yes, I will just say we've noticed a certain member of the panel is wearing red. Not to perhaps rub it in with our Dutch and Belgian counterparts here, who did not go quite as far in the World Cup this year.
We defeated the United States. So
that's very true. That's very
really
true. Although we were saying in the run-up, the most shocking thing from the previous panel is the solar capacity in Belgium. I think I lived there for 6 years and never once saw the sun. So I don't know how that happens. So continental drift. Obviously, the title that I've been given to moderate assumes that the U.S. and the European allies are drifting apart. And what I really want to focus on is, A, whether that's true, but B, more importantly, whether Europe actually has the capacity or is developing the capacity to meet that challenge. And I thought I'd start with David, because for those of you who have seen David's bio, not only is he a member of the current Dutch government, but his background is spent a lot of time with NATO, was a defense advisor to Prime Minister Mark Rutte at the time. So I think probably best suited on this panel to give us sort of a snapshot about whether actually it is continental drift and what that means, whether the U.S. withdrawing, for lack of a better word, from a transatlantic relationship with NATO, with Europe, means that Europe has to step up. So David, why don't I start with you just to give us the place setter of where we're at right now.
Yes, thank you. And let me start with the bottom line up front, if I would summarize. And I would say we'll be fine in our transatlantic relationship. And I've been a transatlantic for all of my career. I started out in the Royal Netherlands Navy in 1994. And I have to say, all over those years, being a transatlantic diehard is kind of a masochistic hobby. And I wouldn't say that it's any worse right now than it has been in the past. And the reason I say that is that if you look at 1994, when I started out in the Navy, that was when in Europe we thought history was over, that Fukuyama was right, that we would be moving towards liberal democracies worldwide, that interdependencies would save us from future conflict. We started to break down our defense capacity in Europe at a rapid scale, and I saw that happening very close up. We saw the US remaining a more realistic approach towards the world and what it actually was. Then we had, of course, the invasions in Iraq, which we heard last night created sort of a rift in the transatlantic bond. We had a disappointment on the US side, but we also had a disappointment on the European side when it came down to the validity of some of the critical intelligence that was being posed as a reason for the invasion. We went into Afghanistan together with a full conviction. Europe may be a bit more naive. We really thought we were going to turn Afghanistan into the Netherlands. That didn't help, although a lot of Afghans came to the Netherlands in the end. But that ended in disappointment a few years ago when we had to run out and leave it behind, and Europe had no influence over that. All in all, we've had our ups and downs in this relationship, and that's because we're not the same. And I grew up as a son of a Dutch father and an Australian mother, and everybody always said, well, it must be a great marriage because you all like football, you like beer, so what's the problem? You're loud and blunt. Well, that's true on the surface, but if you look deeply, of course we're not the same. We come from different backgrounds, we have different beliefs. But I think they're closer together and aligned now than they've ever been. My country is now spending 2% of the GDP on defense, moving towards the 3.5% as asked. We are now working on our resilience. We are decreasing our dependencies on China, on Russia. We are completely changing our risk model. And actually, we're doing what the US has been telling us to do for over a decade now. So I would say we're moving closer together. We've been slow, but give us some time, please.
Can I just challenge you on that? Because, again, you're 100% right. I've covered these transatlantic tensions for most of my career. You mentioned Iraq. But even before you or I ever got doing this, there was the MX missile, there was nuclear missiles in Europe. But you cite the increase in defense spending Europe-wide. And yes, okay, it is something the U.S. has asked for some time. But isn't that a signal that Europe actually is worried? That because of the way the U.S. is behaving, the U.S. can no longer be relied on as a defense partner, and therefore Europe has to step up its own defenses?
Well, looking back, I'm making this personal again, at the marriage of my parents. It was in the worst state when my mother couldn't work because her diplomas were not recognized in Europe, and she was completely dependent on my father for her income and her well-being. This is the state that Europe has been in vis-a-vis the US for many, many decades. So logically, as we go into our puberty of becoming more independent in the relationship, that will create some distancing and saying, I can take care of this myself. I will do more on my own. But please, from a US perspective, don't see that as a, we want to cut the bond. See it as a growing up in a more mature relationship together.
Bill, yes, please. Bill, let me take the same topic to you, but ask it a slightly different way. For those of you who don't know, the EEAS, where Belen works, was set up about 15, 16 years ago to be, answer that classic Kissinger question, who do you call when you call Europe? This is the EU's basically foreign ministry. But it was, in many ways, an effort to create a European pillar to this very answer, this very question. And I guess I just would be curious, perhaps you don't agree with the premise as David didn't, but if we are talking about continental drift, is Europe now fit for purpose, as the Brits might say? Does Europe have the institutional capacity to take it on its shoulders diplomatically, militarily? Are the institutions robust enough and in place enough to do that kind of work going forward?
Okay, no, thanks a lot, Peter. And before I come to your question, maybe just one point to complement what David said. I am a transatlantic by heart, but today I'm concerned about the public opinion perception of the Atlantic relations. And there was a recent ECFR survey in Europe that said 75% of European citizens see America on a negative, more than they see China. But obviously, China is the silent threat. They're not as outspoken, but I think we all, press, politicians, policy practitioners, have a duty to push the positive narratives rather than the negative narratives. And there I come about the role of Europe and what it is about. And there I double down on the previous speaker. I think there is an awakening in Europe, and it's not just because there's a change of administration in the US, something we woke up after the COVID crisis, we woke up when Russia aggravated Ukraine, and what there is a perception that is this new brave world, we need to be better suited both on when it comes to defense, investing in our own defense industry, and today EU and Canada represent 43% of NATO funding. I think we are coming to terms to the fact that economically we want to depend continue to be an open economy, but we need to work in being less dependent from the US, from anybody, diversifying our partnerships, and we have today trade deals that make the Europe and its partners an economy of 40 trillion compared to 16.5 China. So we are making efforts there, and we are also making efforts when it comes to things like protecting our democracy while continuing to be an open society. And that's all the digital legislation, protecting our digital world. You know, what safe online has to be, what is illegal online has to be the same as illegal non-online. So there is an effort to awake, to invest in our competitiveness, invest in our independence economically, security covers everywhere. So there's a change of mind in Europe, where how fast we'll get there, you know, we are 27, we're a bit slow sometimes, but that's what it takes to move 27 together. And then, you know, need to navigate the unpredictable world that we're less used to with our maybe slow-making machine. Thank you.
Can I push you, though? We were joking about this before we got on stage, but I spent 6 years in Brussels, so I get slightly obsessed with the institutional nature of Brussels. But I guess why we want to push you on this one is because obviously there are multiple. There's NATO, which includes the US, there's the EU, which doesn't include the UK now. There are so many different constructions that we can rely on to build a European capacity here. How concerned are you that the EU, as 27 now, has that capacity, even between the EAS and the Commission, with the Brits out, the Turks out? Are you concerned at all that the ability of Europe to come together and use relatively scant resources to build both a diplomatic and military capacity is complicated by the multiple geographies there?
I think we are confusing two different things. One is the willingness at the EU27, and I can tell you when the EU27 leaders meet on issues like defense or economic security or how to address China and the threat that China means, there's total unanimity and also consensus on the main parameters of how to go about it. A different thing is, again, whether the institutions are today fit to be agile, and there I think we're making progress. We are making quite a lot of progress with these awakenings. And some of the defense trade rules and instruments that we have, we're gonna be more proactively using them. But again, it's part of this proactive awakeness.
Svetlana, I'm going to jump over you really quickly because I think you are in many ways a test case. Belarus is a test case for whether Europe can step up to the plate. So I'm going to skip over you and go to Theo quickly and talk about the member states. I mean, obviously, Belgium is a relatively big economy, but always considered a smaller member state. But you do have some of the bigger member states, France and Germany in particular, who have sort of pursued, in many ways, their own foreign policy, sometimes within Europe, in France's case, sometimes on its own. Talk to me a bit about whether your country, Bart de Wever, has also been very outspoken on his own views of foreign policy on Russia and whatnot. How does that fit together? Can a EU speak as one voice when you have so many member states who are strong and want to express their own voice in this regard?
Yeah, thank you for having me. The EU speaks in one voice 80% of the time. 20% of the time we don't. But that's how the EU works. We are an old continent with old democracies, and everybody has its own strategic interests. And strategic interests in Africa, for example, for Germany is not always the same as for Belgium or for France or for Italy. So that depends. But when we talk about doing what we need to do, stepping up on defense, there's no issue. There's no issue. Somebody will say, stop buying American. Some will say, no, American enterprises are very, very interesting. Keep on buying American. That's more my position. We have discussions, but finally, at the end, Europe is stepping up. We were woke, now we're awake. So we finally got it. No, it's true. Five years ago, when you were, I just give one example. It's maybe a pretty shocking example for an American. But 5 years ago, when you're a young guy, a young woman, and you say, I want to do something in defense. I want to build my startup, starting something, my own enterprise. And I go to the bank, good idea, good business plan. I go to the bank, and I want to have a grant, 200,000 euro, 250,000 euro. Then it was no, because defense it was not aligned with the ESG criteria. It's like woke criteria on green washing, on ethics. It was unethical to invest in defense. It was the same on the same line as pornography, investing in pornography. There was only, so you would not get the grant. So young entrepreneurs, so we don't have the same industrial core base as you have, because it wasn't even possible to do something into defense when you're a young, creative mind. Now it changed, finally. Finally we wake up, and I think it's a good thing. There was only one bank, I'm lying, there was only one bank. BNP Paribas is a French bank in Belgium. It's a huge bank. The French always kept on investing in defense. That's why they now have a big advantage in comparison to a lot of other countries. And they were very strategic thinkers. So I think that's now the banks are begging. There are a lot of banks here, European banks I saw. They're begging to have young entrepreneurs coming to them and giving grants. So it changed totally in 2-3 years. And I'm very happy as a Minister of Defense to see so much openness and creativity now on the European scale, on the European continent. So we have, you have a lot of voorsprong, I say it, you have a lot of advantage, but we will come, and it takes time. Rome wasn't built in a day, but we'll come there.
Let me push you a little bit about this 80-20 thing. And again, you may disagree with the premise of my question as David did, but I guess the premise of my question is 80-20 good enough in the current environment? Are we at an inflection point where Europe has to change fundamentally to meet the current challenge, which is the security architecture of the last post-war era is falling apart, and therefore Europe has to do something else to make it more robust and more ability to meet this moment?
No, for me, it is not. I don't want to have big institutional debates. No, sorry. I think that European leaders, they pretty much know what to do. So within NATO, having a European pillar, getting more European strategic autonomy when it's necessary, working with Ukraine. When the United States, the messaging coming out of the United States, Mr. Colby, Mr. Trump, your president, Mr. Hexet, is very clear. And it's always the same message. On every NATO summit or NATO gathering, it's always the same. Europe needs to take the architecture of the security of the continent in our own hands. And you have to support. Ukraine is your first priority. And we're doing this. So we will take it in our own hands. But we have some disadvantages, we have some delay, but we will get there. Europe is 550 million people, a lot of creativity, good, high-skilled, highly professional people. We have good, strong industry, we have a lot of money, and we have a long-standing and very strong democracy. So I'm optimist. And so I think that within NATO, we will get stronger, and we're learning so much from Ukraine. Mr. Zelensky is more confident than ever before. Since 5 years, I see him. He was so confident at the NATO summit. When he comes to Brussels, to the Prime Minister's office, I never saw him so confident. And it's good, because they're in the good place. They're strong, they're holding up strong. They're so courageous fighters, and they have a lot of support. Europe is standing strong for Ukraine. Everybody, Orban is out, so everybody is standing for Ukraine. And Mr. Trump now, he said, they will have and can make patriots in Ukraine. It's the best system there is against all those ballistic threats coming out of Russia. So it is also for America, you're changing, and that's very positive. The thing I heard last 2 days here in Aspen, several of times coming from American people, and I was at US Space Command in here before Colorado Springs 2 days ago. We can learn a lot from Ukraine. Americans told, you have the best and strongest armed forces of the world, without any discussion. But Americans are very proud people. And when you say that you can learn a lot from Ukraine, I say, wow, this is great. So let's learn from each other. Let's stand and support Ukraine, because they are standing so strong, and I'm very proud of them. And Europe can learn a lot of Ukraine, because we won't. The thing I am very concerned of, sometimes I'm a good sleeper, but sometimes I'm concerned and I'm lying awake at night. Am I buying the right weapon systems? am I not buying the systems to win the war of the past? How can I buy the system to win the war of the future? And that is what we need to do with Ukraine, with our friends from Ukraine.
Well, thank you for that. I want to turn now to Svetlana because of her special role on this panel. For those of you, I assume most of the people in this audience know the story of the Tikhoshvili family, but let me very briefly just recap because she's one of my great heroes. Her husband was an opposition leader in Belarus, was jailed ahead of the election, and Svetlana ran for president, and I think by most international observers is the rightly elected president of Belarus right now, forced to live in exile now, and has basically been going around to try to convince the global community to take up her cause and the cause of democracy in Belarus. Obviously, I would say, not even just the Trump administration, but I would argue even the Biden administration in many ways did not prioritize the Belarusian cause. But clearly now, with the Trump administration signaling more ease with the Putin government, it falls mainly to Europe to advocate for your cause. And I'm just curious, as someone who is a test case for European ability, both diplomatically, well, mostly diplomatically, how would you assess Europe's ability to take up that challenge, specifically when it comes to Belarus?
So first of all, we always, as people, as nation, were enjoyed by attention of the USA and Europe in different ways, but nevertheless, it always, America always was bad cop towards Belarus. Europe always was good cop because, America always put on sanctions on the regime after they were beaten Belarusians, after repressions. And Europe always was trying to play with Lukashenko. Now the rules have changed a little bit because after President Trump came to power and started to use his diplomatic efforts to release political prisoners, America started to lift sanctions. Europe remains strong and firm regarding Belarus. Sanctions in place, increasing them, and we appreciate this approach because dictators understand only the language of power. They want to fool Europe, they want to fool America, but we ask not let them do this once again. Look, of course, in our region, a lot of concentration of attention is on Ukraine, and we fully agree with this, because on the victory of Ukraine depends the fate of Belarus, Moldova, Georgia, Armenia, and many, many other countries. And by helping Ukraine, you are helping us as well. And I really see that Europe has done much more for previous years than it was expected from itself, but still much less than it is capable of. We are so grateful that Europe became so strong, so powerful, so principled, and we believe that with this principality we can win our country, Belarus, as well. What is important for us, Belarusians, is that for too long time Belarus was perceived as appendix of Russia. We are in sphere of influence of Russia, but we are different countries, and we ask Europe to develop own strategy on Belarus. We have to be perceived differently. Yes, our fate, of course, connected to Ukraine, somehow dependent on Russia at the moment because of policy of Lukashenko, but we have to look on Belarus already differently now, and look on Belarus not only as on humanitarian case where repressions continue and where the number of political prisoners is increasing, but as on from security point of view, because while Lukashenko is serving to Russia, Lukashenko is ready to provide our territory, our infrastructure for attacking Ukraine, for possible attacking NATO alliance. They're building new infrastructure that is not supposed to be there if the country is not preparing for escalation. We have to watch closely what's going on there, but if we will not get rid of this regime, it will be constant threat from our territory. So democratic and free Belarus is in the interest of not only Belarusians or Ukrainians, but also of Europeans. And we see how we, step by step, rediscovering Belarus to Europe, to our allies, and we see that perception of Belarus is changing.
Let me follow up with that. First to say, you mentioned the release of political prisoners. I forgot to mention the most important political prisoner who was released last year was your husband, who has now been freed. So I think that's a celebrate for all of us here. But you mentioned and you thank the Europeans for their strength. I'm just curious, of all the tools in the European toolbox, what do you feel has been the most effective in your case? Is it the sanctions? Is it the rhetoric? Is it diplomacy? Where do you see this strength having the most impact on your ability to carry forward your case?
Thank you, first of all, for mentioning my husband. He is together with me today, and I'm so happy. I'm so happy that already 500 people have been released from Belarusian prisons, but still we have at least 800 behind bars. And please don't stop in releasing Belarusian political prisoners. Look, there is no one a single instrument that influence behavior of the regime. But I think that the most important, of course, sanctions. Sanctions is not silver bullet. It's like instrument and tool to deprive regime of resources that can be invested into repressions or Russian war machine, for example. And very, rather long period of time, there were so many loopholes regarding sanctions against Belarusian regime that both Putin and Lukashenko, they could easily use each other to circumvent sanctions. Step by step, these loopholes were closed, sanctions were harmonized, and now the life of dictators, of course, much harder. So what happened in Belarus when the war has started? It was blessing for Lukashenko because he reoriented many Belarusian enterprises on producing military stuff for Russian war machine. And we still see and break these schemes where Belarusian regime, buying dual-use goods or different equipment for Russian weapon, and we just trying our European and American partners, to pay attention to this and impose new sanctions. If the sanctions are not working, regime wouldn't put so much effort, to get rid of them. In the case of Belarus, we understand that American sanctions have been lifted recently in exchange of release of political prisoners, but we are asking Europe to stand strong because without lifting of European sanctions, American sanctions are not very
very relevant.
Yes,
they don't do
yes,
commercial business with the U.S.
Yeah. So diplomatic efforts of the USA and strong and principled position of Europe will definitely help Belarusians to get rid of this dictatorship.
All right, a good news story. David, let me turn to you because Teo made a very strong case that Europe is united on the Russia case, particularly now that Viktor Orban is out of office in Hungary. Let me posit, again, I'm the journalist on the panel, so I always have to be the negative guy. Let me posit that the outlook is not quite as optimistic maybe as Teo has argued. We do actually have French elections where Front National could win. It has a history of ties to Russia. Even the Netherlands, Wilders has always been popping around there with sort of pro-Russian rhetoric. I know it's not in the EU, but obviously the UK is going through a period where Nigel Farage is high in the polls. How firm do you think Europe can maintain its position on Russia going forward?
So European politics are complicated. You're not the only ones here on this side of the ocean. It's the same in Europe. And I was triggered by something that Condoleezza Rice said last night, that a revolution is an ignored evolution. And I think that's something that, well, I know Theo and I are very awake to that and allergic to the woke mindset that actually ignored a lot of the worries that people in Europe have about the future of their economy, the future of their security, the future of demographics in Europe. So all those points of critique we need to take seriously. But people like Geert Wilders or other populists are not the answer to those problems. And we've tried that in the Netherlands. I was part of the last cabinet. We took them on board. And we thought, well, either they start to cooperate and then people will see that they become mainstream, or they won't cooperate and they will fail and then they will go down in the polls. Neither happened. They failed. They left the government, but they maintained a steady line in the polls. And that's something we have to work with in Europe at the moment. So how do you reach out to that part of the disenfranchised population whilst triggering all the things that people know are important and true? And support to Ukraine is one of those. That is not controversial in the Netherlands. We will have a full parliament backing that. The 3.5% for defense. No objection from any party in parliament. Everyone knows that needs to happen. So we can still agree on all the sensible things, and we need to be open to pain points like migration, as Theo rightly mentions.
Let me ask you the same question.
It's migration, actually.
In terms of what is prompting?
The driver of extreme right in Europe is migration. It's not Ukraine. It's not other things, or European defense, or NATO, or Donald Trump, or it's migration. Clear and simple. I was Minister of Migration whilst the European asylum crisis, when Madame Merkel said, "Wir schaffen das." I was like, what? No, we're not schaffing this. It is migration. That is the issue. This is the, how you say it, the elephant in the room. And we need to tackle it. And we're doing a great job. We're trying to work together all the time. Sorry for interrupting.
No, I do actually want to get on the Belgian position on this at some point, because De Wever became a bit of a sticking point at one point. But let me just go to Belen really quickly on this one, because what I asked David was very much sort of the right-left kind of arguments over this. Talk to me a little bit about the East-West, because when I was living in Brussels, and obviously things have changed since the Ukrainian invasion, you would hear constantly the Baltics, the Poles, that the old member states, and I guess Spain doesn't necessarily is older, it's not one of the original six, but that they don't understand what it's like being on the front lines with the Russians. And you do get the Italians, or at least did get the Italians in other countries, who were less concerned and less urgent on Russia. Spain may arguably fall in that category. Again, there's been much more unity now than before. But talk to me a little about the East-West dynamic here, and whether you see any risk that the East is left standing alone, particularly if the U.S. backs away, because the U.S. was one of the biggest supporters of the Poles and the Baltics in this regard.
Thanks a lot, Peter. To start, I'm not here as on my national passport. I'm an EU official, so that I want to make it very clear. These being said, I again don't think there is an issue of a split in Europe when it comes to the Russian threat or the importance of standing with Ukraine, and I think all EU 27 are really lockhead on that. I mean, then it's more about how the complementary other threats are being regarded by the EU 27. And again, if you look at the migration angle, which is important for the EU 27, then is when you look more to the southern flank. But I mean, and you know, in Brussels, we enjoy looking into comas and text. You, like me, are an expert on that. And at the end, it all ends up at eastern flank and 360 tackled together. And we talk the eastern flank and the 360 meaning geographic 360, but meaning also that the security today is a 360 issue. And there's unanimity among member states, that you cannot see security just through the prism of defense. You need to see security through the prism of economics, through the prism of your democracy, through the prism of cyber attacks and digital. And there you will find the EU 27 unanimous. I actually would say that when it comes to foreign policy, we are 90% united. There are lots of tonalities within that, but not more than you would find within the US administration. Yet we don't have executive orders, so the system is a bit more different, and it helps bringing consensus, which is good, because the whole process brings the unity of the 27 together. But you know, if I look at how important the security of Ukraine is for the security of Europe, what's at stake, how important enlargement is for Europe, and EU 27 are in agreement when it comes to enlargement. We had what we call a Super Tuesday in European terms yesterday was Tuesday, when big progress on the negotiations with Ukraine, Moldova, Albania, and Montenegro. Europe's still a project that attracts people, and not look at the Brexit 10 years ago and where Britain is today. We have a lot of consensus when it comes to addressing the threat of China, then almost consensus about how to go about it. And so there are many issues on where the EU is together. We are working on the 21st sanction package on Ukraine with the equivalent packages for Belarus, and that's taken a lot of toll on European economy, and we've made it together. So, you know, I think we're fine. And on migration, our policy has proven results. The decreasing number of migrants coming, but then we just need EU member states to take it forward.
Theo, can I ask you just very quickly, because I want to reserve time for questions from the audience, and the rising leaders, I'll come to you first, so get ready. I want to ask you about Prime Minister De Wever's role in this, because rightly or wrongly, there's perception that when it came to using seized Russian assets for aid to Ukraine, that De Wever was actually the problem here. Now, obviously, Belgium has particular issues with SWIFT and Euroclear based in Belgium. But can you just address that very quickly, that whether Belgium was actually not Orbanist, but certainly a fly in the ointment, as they say, on the Ukraine issue?
Yeah, and it was Politico. I think the front page of Politico that day was Bart de Wever is like a friend of Putin. It's the biggest insult you can give my prime minister, believe me. So no. Euroclear, it's about a lot of billions of Russian assets. We don't give them before we have 100% guarantee of all our Western friends that the bill is not afterwards. The bill will not only be for Belgian citizens. And Bart de Wever is the Prime Minister of Belgium, and he fought for the Belgian interests and the Belgian citizens, and he did a great job. But Bart de Wever was also the guy that came with a solution to give the grant of the same amount to Ukraine that we're giving now. So it was not, the fight was not on pro-Zelensky or pro-Putin. The fight was the 200 billion assets are freezed in our country, are frozen in our country. Who is responsible when we give it to Ukraine and it's the war stops and the money is going back to Russia in one-hour deal, or I don't know, a deal that maybe your president is making? Who is paying that at that moment? Belgian citizens? No, I don't think so. So that was the point. So no, the discussion is not about supporting Ukraine. We are fierce supporters of Ukraine.
And as a former Belgian taxpayer, I can say the tax is already too high. So
that's true. That's true. That's true.
Let me come to the future leaders and get a couple questions. We have about 5 minutes here, right here. Yes.
Some of the headlines from Europe.
Sorry, can I introduce yourself before you ask a question?
Sorry, my name's Philip. Thanks so much for being here. Some of the headlines from Europe recently have been very bad news out of the German automakers, which has been part of a very negative set of headlines over the last year or so for European industry. In particular, high energy costs, and as the US has put up tariffs, a worsening trade deficit with the PRC in particular. So my question is, first, is Europe at risk of deindustrialization from what some people call China Shock 2.0? And if so, is the EU and are the European member states doing enough to combat that?
David, do you want to take that? Yeah.
Yeah, I will, because I can give you an example of where the solution is and where the problem lies. And that involves a Dutch company called Nexperia. So we're all focused, but most of you will know ASML as a large chip machine manufacturer in the Netherlands. But we also have a legacy in legacy semiconductors. And legacy semiconductors are in every car that you drive, every home appliance you have. So they're not high-end, they're not cutting-edge, but they're pretty necessary. And that ties into the critical raw materials. You do want to have some control over the supply of these legacy chips. When we saw that the Chinese owner was slowly making plans to move all the production and R&D out of Europe, we intervened, and we actually stopped the Chinese owner from having any control over the company anymore. What happened immediately overnight is that they cut off the whole Chinese company from the rest of the company. So all of a sudden we came in a deadlock of, do we have enough chips for these car manufacturers to continue to operate? We got a lot of phone calls from Europe saying, what are you doing? Please stop this, make the pain go away. And we try to explain also to other European nations, car manufacturers, etc., that these dependencies need to be addressed and it will hurt. So we need to take the chemotherapy to get rid of the cancer and not take the morphine every time it becomes difficult. And I think that's our main challenge in deindustrialization, in guarding our own intellectual property, in keeping jobs in Europe. Will be, how do we get a plan that addresses that, which will hurt, which will cost money, but is so essential to our future.
And this was sort of, Ellen, that was your argument as well, which was Europe does seem to be able to take the pain and politically for the right reasons on this one.
Yes, I do agree. We are ready to take the pain. We know short-term pain for long-term gain. And I think that's the mindset change over the last few months. There have been quite intense discussions at the level of EU leaders on how to approach China. And we are ready to take more action, even if it's at a cost of more pain.
Theo, did you want to jump in here too?
Yeah, the European leadership made 3 strategic mistakes. It was energy. We closed nuclear. It was a huge strategic mistake. We have to reopen nuclear. We were laxist on our border. We have to be way stronger on our border, deciding who's coming in, who's not coming in. And we were very naive on defense. We broke down everything. We took off the fat, then the muscle, and then deep into the bone. And Belgium is like the worst example. So we have challenges, we know, we're addressing them, but it takes time, and we're ready.
All right, I probably have time for one more question from the future leaders. Right here in the front. Again, please introduce yourself before I think Mike's behind you. There you go.
Thank you so much. Hi, I'm Eva Pound. I work for Punchbowl News, and I'm also a rising leader. I wanted to ask, in the context of the revolution versus the evolution, what do you think is that one big trend? Peter, I won't steal your big ideas, but what is the one big trend that you're seeing as an evolution that us Americans might see as a revolution a few years down the road in your individual countries?
Well, it becomes boring, but I think migration is one of those evolutions, as Theo rightly said, that we've ignored and tried to accommodate whilst trying to keep the optimism on other tracks. But the population is not stupid. They see trends and they value them at the right mark. And I think here, now with the new migration pact, with different stories coming out of leaders, for example, from me and Theo, I think we can change that evolution and channel it into something positive and thereby avert a revolution in this case and focus on the things that we need to do.
Millen, do you see anything as a trend that maybe is not being properly tended to?
Yes, I think the green transition, which for us is not just a matter of because we like the color of green. You know, there were in the month of June 10 to 14,000 excess deaths in Europe because of the heat wave. So we see that as a matter of necessity. We also see the green transition as an opportunity to cut our dependencies from other countries when it comes to energy sources. So it's the combination of all that. I think we're more minded when it comes to climate and its consequences and how important it is for the independence of Europe, even economically.
Svetlana, I'm going to skip over you again to give you the final word. But Matteo, let me ask that question, and then I'll come back to Svetlana to close out. Trend that we may not be noticing.
There is continental drift. That's a fact. So we need more Aspen Security Forum. We need more dialogue.
Hear, hear.
We need more to talk to each other and have discussions. And we can address sometimes big problems. And maybe we have a food fight on stupid issues like sometimes happens. But we need to talk to each other and have more. That's why I'm here. It's the first time that a Belgian MOD was invited. I'm so honored to be here. And I'm glad that I'm here. And I think that with David and a lot of Europeans, we just need to come. And Americans need also to come to Munich Security Conference, come to Brussels. Let's have a coffee. Let's have dialogue. Keep on talking.
So when it comes to Belgium, it's a freet fight. It's not necessarily a food fight. So Svetlana, let me ask you the question, but let me ask you to put your crystal ball when we talk about forward trends. This conflict with Russia and the West has been going on now for a decade. If we're talking about future trends, where do you think this ends? Where are we going here? Is there a happy light at the end of this tunnel?
Of course, there is a light in this tunnel, and we talk about revolution. Evolution, from my point of view, revolution was that democratic world at last realized that stability cannot be bought by making concessions with dictators. It never works. Dictators cannot be appeased, dictators cannot be re-educated, dictators can only be fought, and Ukraine showed it very clearly. So there is definitely light in the end of the tunnel if we keep unity, if we keep helping Ukraine and other countries who are fighting for democratic changes and their independence.
I think that's a perfect note to wrap up on. Please, round of applause for our panel.
Great, thank you so much. What a wonderful panel. Thank you, Peter, for stewarding us through a great conversation. And thank you, all of our ministers and representatives flew in from Europe yesterday. We're most grateful to them. I'd like to welcome our next panel to the stage, please. Terrific. For a conversation, if you could take your seats, please. More content, more time. The new security imperative. Digital resilience through integration, a critically important topic. We have welcomed back to the stage our co-chair, Ambassador Nick Burns. We also have Lisa Monaco, who's the president of Microsoft Global Affairs, Wolfgang Schmidt, former federal minister and head of the Chancellery of Germany, and Kaupo Rosen, who's joining us from Estonia. He's the Director General of the Estonian Foreign Intelligence Service. And the moderator today is Ed Luce of the FT. Please give our panel a hand. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Neve. And it's always great to be back at the ASF, as well as Munich earlier in the year, but particularly the ASF. And this is a non-trivial topic we're going to be galloping through over the next 40 minutes. Very well addressed as part of the opening China panel, but the sort of central theme of our times is, I think, AI's impact on our geopolitical world, on all of our security. And that's essentially what this panel is about. And just to sort of give a quick scene setting of what's at stake here. We obviously have two superpowers in a zero-sum race to see which can be dominant in AI. In an ideal world, the allies of one of those superpowers, the United States, would be integrating with that AI and would be also, in an even more ideal world that doesn't exist, producing enough of their own investment capital to grow their own AI champions. Now, that world doesn't exist. The world that does exist is one that the other day, the anthropic shock, as I believe you call it in Europe, Wolfgang, produces Mythos 5, way more potent, way more sort of cyber offensive capable than anybody thought would happen at this stage. That comes out, federal government withdraws it, only trusted American companies are allowed to use it under control, including Microsoft, not European allies. So we've got a ton to discuss. There's Europe, United States, there's United States, China, and there's all three, and then there's the rest of the world. And let me open by asking Lisa Monaco, who's head of global affairs at Microsoft. Lisa, you and I, as well as I think everybody else on this stage, and many people in this room were in Munich in February, and you and other companies, Microsoft and other companies, launched the Trusted Tech Alliance. It included, obviously, big American names like Amazon, Google, Anthropic. Excluded a couple of big American names, interestingly, OpenAI and Meta. Maybe we can get into that later. And had people like SAP of Germany and Nokia, et cetera. Trusted Alliance. Now, it's a very interesting bet you're making, that you can have trust in this world between corporations, that you can set the standards. Talk to us a little bit about how that's possible when the politics above you is sowing so much distrust. How's that possible?
Well, thanks, Ed. And it's great to be back at Aspen and here at the Security Forum. In my prior hats as Homeland Security Advisor and Deputy Attorney General, I had the good fortune to be here. It's always a source of tremendous insight and great nonpartisan conversation. So thank you as well, Nick. So I think you set it up really well, Ed. And let me just try and expand a little bit on the context on which we were proud to join 16 companies in launching the Trusted Tech Alliance. You know, I think about the landscape we're in. We've got, I think, at least 3 different trends. Obviously, tremendous geopolitical volatility from conflict, from cyber threats, trade volatility, strained alliances. You've got increasing moves of fragmentation and hedging by major powers around the world. And you've got a rising set of questions amongst governments, amongst citizens about what does this technology mean for safety, for jobs, for opportunity. All of that, I think, is converging in what I've seen in a year in this role, and the travel I've done to, you know, more than a dozen, maybe I think 17 countries at last count, is a very common theme, a looking inward, a little bit of a retreat to some isolation, and the question of sovereignty. And that is the word that comes up most often in all of these conversations as a response to all of those trends. And the other trend, of course, is, frankly, an increasing distrust of this technology, as you alluded to. And you see, frankly, governments, I think, sometimes being increasingly strained in their ability to come together to respond to those sovereignty concerns, to respond
to those trust issues. So we were proud to join, as I said, 16 companies, frankly representing the full range of the tech stack. You mentioned hyperscalers like Microsoft, software developers, manufacturers, neo-cloud operators, national champions from places like Africa and Asia, 16 companies representing the full stack, 11 countries all in represented, 4 continents. And the idea is to bring together companies that are diverse in their approach, but unified in their perspective around what does it mean to have trusted technology. How can we come together to provide an answer to that question? And the group of companies that launched this tech alliance at the Munich Security Conference said, there's at least 5 principles that we all can get behind and say, these are the attributes, these are the principles that we think are responsive to the concerns that have been expressed. What does that mean? Transparent and ethical governance, right? Secure development and a commitment to a secure development life cycle. Secure supply chain and oversight there. Data protection and adherence to and support for the rule of law, right? These are the attributes, these are the principles that these companies stand up to and will be measured by and say they want to be verified in these commitments. And so the idea here is judge these companies by the commitments they make to these customers, to the citizens that they serve, not necessarily by their nationality. So that's an effort at answering some of these questions in a really, as you say, quite volatile time.
Just as a very quick follow-up, and it'll segue nicely to what I want to ask Wolfgang about Europe. It's clear that Europe is going through a mistrust phase, and that eggs in one basket is considered to be unwise, and kill switches, all these things have entered our everyday language. Are you surprised that Europe is talking about digital sovereignty? And Lisa, this is for you, but I'm then going to sort of expand that for Wolfgang.
Am I surprised that Europe is talking about?
And how do you rate? I mean, we've got talks of Giga factories, tons of resources Europe is pouring into setting up its own frontier models. I mean, it sounds kind of ambitious in the context we're sitting in.
Well, I think gigafactories are more a response to setting up the infrastructure that could host a whole range of models and investments that Microsoft has made across Europe in partnering in exactly these efforts. Look, I'm not surprised at all that the sovereignty discussion is, and it's not unique to Europe. I hear it in Brussels and in Brazil. Right, and in India, and you name it. So I think it is a set of questions and concerns that truly has gone global. And the role that Microsoft wants to play in this discussion is to say, how can we be a source of stability, including digital stability, in a very unstable world, right? And the answer, I think, is, and sovereignty comes up in all these conversations, but I will say everyone defines it just a little bit differently, right? But there is a common theme, there's a common thread, and that is resilience. At its most basic, the sovereignty discussion, as I've found it in these discussions, is about resilience, it's about control of destiny, of data, and about competitiveness, right? And controlling and being able to say, we need partnership, and you hear this out of the Commission leaders in particular, we need to build our own capabilities, but we need trusted partners, including US companies.
So Wolfgang, you're from Germany, you're a senior German politician, you're sort of in the heart of being in between a rock and a hard place, which is how Europe kind of feels at the moment. You can't turn to China, but you don't trust the American system, you don't trust its durability, you don't trust. So a lot of money is being poured into European frontier models. Are these, I mean, to me, the words white and elephant spring to mind, and Mistral and sort of various French projects that never come to anything. But on the other hand, you've got to do something. Can you talk us through this?
Yeah, let me start by maybe saying why this debate on European sovereignty is now so prominent, and maybe to split it up a little bit. So I think there's three reasons for it. One is obviously the fear of a kill switch. So that can be either a physical one built in the software, or by like regulatory measures like an export ban, as we've seen with Anthropic, Mythos, and or extraterritorial sanctions. So that is one fear, and it's not only in the digital sphere. We had it when we procured the F-35s for the nuclear share. Then out of a sudden, after the Greenland episode, people were starting, can we really trust US kit? I mean, in the unforeseeable case that we are fighting each other, NATO members against the NATO member over Greenland, can we then rely upon our F-35s, or would there be some sinister American like pulling the plug, and then we have a bunch of metal that is useless? So that's one element. The second one is about data and the outflux of European data to the US, and it is an older discussion that we already had with the Clouds Act. So the question, how can we ring fence our stuff? And the third element, I think, is one that was also triggered a little bit, not only by the tariffs, but also in the previous administration with the Inflation Reduction Act, and that is revenue. So why should US companies make a ton load of money in Europe with European consumers, and all the money is shifted to the US or through Ireland to the US? And shouldn't we have some share of that revenue as well? No, the president is pushing European car makers to set up shop here in the US and have tax revenue or jobs created. So I think all these three elements play a role when we talk about sovereignty. You mentioned the search for European frontier models. I share your skepticism. I think that race is lost. I mean, still we have Mistral, the French company, trying to build up a European/French frontier model. But if you look at the sums that are the investment that is allocated for that from Europe vis-a-vis only the big 4 US companies, it will not be able to compete. The question then is on like the hyperscalers for inference, so that the actual use and diffusion of the models. And I think there is something where Europe, regarding to the previous question about like the future of the European industrial model, we have a lot of data, we have a lot of interesting companies that sit on a lot of data on application. And if you look at industrial revolutions and how they actually transformed societies and economies, it was not only like the invention, but what it was then the kind of the distribution of the stuff. And that is, I think, where we need to make these huge investments, and that is where the money, the European money for the gigafactories should be going to.
Again, just a quick follow-up. It seems to me that a measure, a barometer of how serious and urgent Europe is whether it implements the recommendations of the Draghi report to liberalize European capital markets, to mobilize the kind of capital that DeepMind, you know, a London company, might have found in Europe, but could only find from Google. That here is this report. It's been sitting there for years. It's really obvious what you need to do. Why isn't it happening?
Because you have 27 different European interests. So I was State Secretary in the Finance Ministry, and we've been talking about this Capital Markets Union. So, and then you have Luxembourg, and then you have the Netherlands, and then you have Germany with a special banking system with saving banks, and then you have the French. And so basically we are acting on behalf of our banking industry, and they have different views. And so that is why it takes so long. I'm a bit more optimistic now because the E6, so a group of 6 European countries, finance ministers came together and said, now we really have to solve it because it's so obvious. But yes, I mean, we have the other side of the coin of our export surplus, which probably Robert Lighthizer will again talk about, is that we are also exporting over 150 billion euros each year from Germany alone to the US as capital. And then it comes back as investment in German or European companies. That's stupid. So we should be more attractive, and the Draghi report on competitiveness is one of these tools.
Okay, Nick, you've been as ambassador to China and many other senior positions, but for the purposes of this discussion, your China knowledge in this zero-sum game that we're seeing does have one non-zero sum, as you mentioned in the first panel. There is one non-zero sum understanding between the US and China, which is it's human beings, not AI, will control nuclear weapons. That's reassuring. Is it a one-off simply because nuclear weapons are special? Or is this a sort of a crack in the door that you can use to, unrealistic as it might sound in today's climate, that you can use to build sort of some understanding, rules of the road, AI safety tool principles between the US and China?
Well, first let me say it's a real pleasure to be with these three people, really two smart and senior Europeans. Lisa, who is a great Deputy Attorney General, and we worked very closely together when I was in China. I think, we should assume going forward, Ed, just to answer the question, that the United States and China are going to be fierce competitors on AI, on the race for a quantum supercomputer, on synthetic biology, on cyber, on space, and other tech areas that are at the centerpiece of the international agenda. I saw, because I visited the Chinese AI companies to get to know them, Baidu and Tencent and Alibaba and so forth, Huawei, and I saw the fierce competition for commercial advantage. Of course, what we as a government in the Biden administration were also very focused on is those frontier technologies enabling a revolution in military technology. And the last thing that any American should want is that the PLA leapfrogs over the United States, the NATO alliance, Japan, Korea in military technology because they're first to a breakthrough. So I think that's going to be the focal point. I credit with the Trump administration for being fiercely competitive on this front, with a couple of exceptions. Huge mistake, in my judgment, to see NVIDIA allowed to sell the H200 chip. It helps the Chinese AI companies and it helps the PLA. On top of that, but here's what's really complex about the US-China relationship that we had to negotiate. They're our strongest adversary and competitor in the world, but they're also in some cases a partner. So it is instructive that in President Biden's last meeting with President Xi Jinping, this was 10 days after our 2024 election, so it's November 14th, 15th of 2024, at the G20 summit in Lima, Peru, we had been working, and all this is in the public forum, public knowledge, with the Chinese for about a year. Could Xi Jinping say what Joe Biden's going to say at that summit? Human beings should remain in control of nuclear weapons, not AI systems. It took us about a year to get the Chinese there. They got there. And we had also tried to set up a more serious dialogue. We put together in the Biden administration a really serious dialogue partner of our greatest experts on AI. The Chinese sent a lot of very smart foreign ministry people who weren't experts. And so that was a missed opportunity. Fast forward to President Trump's visit to Beijing just last month. The president said something very interesting on the plane back from Air Force One back from Beijing. He said, we've decided to have a dialogue on AI. And I've been waiting, for the announcement that there is going to be such a dialogue. I think there should be such a dialogue. I would liken it to this, Ed. In the wake of the Cuban Missile Crisis, the closest we've ever gotten to a nuclear exchange, and the estimates are that had we had one, 80 to 100 million people would have died between the Rocky Mountains and the Ural Mountains. And what was the insight that President Kennedy had? The insight was 8 months later, okay, this is our strongest nuclear weapons rival in the middle of the Cold War. We're going to have to cooperate. And that began the Test Ban Treaty of June 1963, and that began decades of arms control. I would say, as we Americans have to embark on a set of conversations with China.
But have we had that moment? I mean, we've had DeepSeek was kind of a Sputnik moment, right? But
Yeah.
have we had a Cuba moment?
I don't believe we had a Cuba moment, but I was just about to say, if we get into a serious dialogue, I think we have to do it with our NATO allies, and Japan, and South Korea, because we have to be alliance-minded here. We trust Germany and we trust Estonia. We don't trust China so much. And I think if we abandon the allies and think that these two countries can just have this conversation alone, that's not going to go down well in Tokyo, and I don't believe it'll go down well in Berlin or Tallinn or in Brussels.
Karl Pope, arguably you as head of Estonian intelligence are closer to all of this, the sort of kinetic realities of all of this and potential than anybody on this stage or in this audience. And you're dealing with daily cyber sort of probes from Russia and probably China-enabled Russian AI sort of iterations in the military sphere. Could it be that because you learn by doing, much as Ukraine has with drones, that what the kinds of things you're dealing with is going to lead to European innovation in defense AI? And what do you, just talk a little bit about what it means for you every day.
Thank you very much, and I'm very glad to be here on this stage. So as a background, in Estonia, we have everything is digitalized in the government system, and also in the private sector, nobody moves papers anymore. So for us, does that mean is that the digital resilience is not just a technical question for us, it's a national security question, economical security, and societal resilience. So it's more than just technical. And it's a continuity of government question for us, because being at the NATO eastern flank, we always must be aware of our main threat, Russia. That, of course, means resilience towards cyber warfare, but also towards kinetical warfare. And cyber warfare is nowadays part of any conflict, and it's happening in a peacetime already. So for us, it means that we have to be able to maintain the government system or the government services for the citizens also under pressure, under any circumstances, be it peacetime, crisis, and wartime. So the essential services must run at all times. So that means not just response or fighting the enemy, it means also the preparation. And in order for us to do this in a proper way, we have figured out different solutions. That means backup systems abroad, data embassies abroad, so we would be able to operate continuously. And this is only possible with in the international cooperation, different formats. So this is the task for us. A lot of stuff happens. The amounts of DDoS we get every day, this is, well, huge numbers, but I think we have been able to keep things running at all times. Sometimes the attacker is successful. I think you cannot avoid that, but you have to be able to mitigate and then find fast solutions. And I think we are able to do this.
And so I want you to answer this as well, but all of you to sort of pick up on what Lisa and Wolfgang, including Lisa and Wolfgang, was saying about holy grail of frontier models in Europe is unreachable, but the first adopter and best adapter and best diffuser, and this doesn't just apply to Europe, this applies to the global south, it applies to India and others, that could actually be smarter as well as considerably less expensive. I mean, if you look at what an open source token costs versus what OpenAI is charging, these are sort of different scales, right? So is that the direction we're likely to go in? I mean, because in typical journalistic fashion, I've posed a binary sort of world, but this is actually a much more ad hoc sort of feeling your way world. Lisa?
So first I would say I heartily agree with what my friend here has said about resilience being about that national security imperative. It is not a technological issue. If it ever was, it is assuredly a national security issue now. It's one of the reasons I'm so proud that Microsoft worked with the Ukrainian government in 2022 on the eve of the unjustified invasion to literally evacuate critical Ukrainian government and public service data. We usually talk about evacuation with regard to humans. This is about data. Evacuating critical data from Ukraine to secure cloud infrastructure elsewhere in Europe, and why I'm very proud that Microsoft has continued to provide cybersecurity support and other support to Ukraine for the duration of this conflict. It is that type of resilience and flexibility that sovereignty and resilience actually is going to have to continue to mean. And we see it also in the Middle East as well. That need for flexibility, access to a secure cloud infrastructure. So I think it's a very, very important point. Look, on the issue of, and not to pander here to the FT, Ed, but
please do. Please.
Yes, tremendously interesting article the other day in the FT, I think earlier this week, about the movement increasing, turning by major enterprises to open weight models for exactly the reason you say, the cost advantage, the price advantage to this, and the need for diversity, right? And so I think we will increasingly see that, and you're seeing that, and this is what this article showed. You're seeing a need for companies and frankly governments not to rely on a single model. And on the diffusion point, Microsoft has now released a series of what we call AI diffusion reports, where we are measuring the worldwide adoption by the working age population. And what we have seen is a tremendous global divide between the global north and the global south. The most recent data shows that around 27% of the global north working age population is using generative AI, 15% in the global south. And that trend is widening. That gap is widening. It is not shrinking. And if history has taught us anything, it's that general purpose technologies it is not the inventors of that technology that are the economic and societal winners, it is the adopters and the diffusers. So you don't have to be the inventor of the light bulb to realize the economic benefits. And so the diffusion effort is really, should be the point of focus.
Wolfgang.
So maybe on the frontier model, and now putting on my former hat as the coordinator of the intelligence services, I think what is crucial is that our security community has access to those. And that is the crucial moment I think the US has to consider whether we are still trusted allies, be it in the NATO or G7 or whatever. Because I think it's not in the interest of the US that a Chinese, North Korean, Iranian, or Russian adversary with then Chinese frontier models would penetrate our energy, banking, or whatever systems. And so, no, I would split that from the question of the usage of companies and also governments. But the frontier model, I think we need for this security threats. And that is exactly the reason why the US put the ban on them, because the fear that it might diffuse to actors that are attacking the US, but also the allies. And I think that is a conversation we need to have. I'm a transatlanticist, so I'm very sorry that we see this distrust at the moment towards from the US towards Europe.
Nick, somebody at the beginning panel, I don't know whether it was you, or it might have been Liz Economy, in their big idea thing at the end. And by the way, you're all going to have 15 seconds or whatever it is for your big idea, so cogitate, please. Nick, it's mentioned, I think, the Great Game, or whatever it was, the Global South. Now, China has much cheaper AI. So, and American AI, for the most part, is very expensive, closed model. How significant is that, and is it being overlooked in Washington and elsewhere in the United States?
I think the Chinese are of two minds. They don't want to be number two on the frontier models, AI research, and the other tech fields. So they're competing, and they're putting a lot of state money behind their national champions. But they do recognize that, the instructive example of DeepSeek, ChatGPT was first out, quickly followed by DeepSeek. Cheaper, open source, much more diffusion in the global south. And I think the Chinese think they can play in both alleyways. They're going to challenge us, our tech companies. There's no question about it. The state's putting big money in there. But they also see a play for the global south. There's a problem the Chinese have. They also have two minds about the technology itself. It's a paranoid leadership in Beijing. And the party is everything. And they want the party to control the government, and they want the party control over the private sector. So I think from a regulatory point of view, Xi Jinping will be much more highly regulatory than Donald Trump. I think it's good that President Trump is very supportive of our tech companies. But Xi Jinping, is going to be suspicious. The example is, where's Jack Ma living? Arguably China's greatest company in the private sector. He lost control. He was banned from the company. He no longer lives in Hangzhou. He lives in Tokyo. And so I think the Chinese are going to have a problem. As these Chinese tech companies rise in power, the party is going to be suspicious of them. And that might be the Achilles heel of China's ability to stay current. Tarun said this morning he thought we were maybe 6 to 9 months ahead. We should keep that lead. That's going to be the Chinese problem in actually drawing even with the United States.
But can I sort of pick you up very quickly on the regulatory thing? Because the idea is that China is sort of an imperial model, and it could be off with your heads, Jack Ma being Exhibit A at any moment, whereas America is Western regulatory. It feels a little bit more Chinese at the moment, to be honest. That there is sort of caprice, surprise stuff, like give us 5%. It's not non-regulation, it's just sort of arbitrary intervention. Is that a problem? Is that a competitor?
You mean by the United States?
By the Trump
administration. Well, I guess, I mean, I was at Johns Hopkins. I grew up and prayed to the Bible of free trade and of trusting the private sector to allocate capital and technology better than the government. So I guess in that sense, I'm somewhat conservative. And I trust the American private sector. I think as a national security person, as we are in this age, we are banking everything on the efficiency and innovative quality of our private sector. I think our private sector, generally defined, including Lisa's company, are some of the most highly functioning institutions in our society. I worry about the government. I spent 31 years in it. I love our government, but we don't do that well. Allocate capital, make innovation decisions. I'd leave that to the private sector and not insist on taking equity positions and so forth.
Kaupo, you mentioned, I think, really important point is a lot of this is not about reaction, it's about preparing, being prepared. Could I ask you to what degree you are preparing for the worst case NATO scenario where the United States simply isn't in NATO? And digital resilience is obviously would be part of that preparation. To the extent that you're allowed to and wouldn't jeopardize your job, could you talk about that a little bit?
Sure, but let me first comment a little bit about China, maybe. So I would recommend everybody to ask DeepSeek and any other Western model, for example, the same question about Ukraine war or any other, global issue, and you will be surprised what different answers you will get. From DeepSeek, you will get Chinese Communist Party propaganda, for example. So it's a part of cognitive warfare also. Regarding preparedness in Estonian side, we see that the digital resilience is not just a task for the government, it's a task for everybody. Private sector, banks, critical infrastructure providers, everybody must be prepared. And in our system, our National Cyber Agency conducts regular exercises and tests with different private sector companies to see if they are ready or not, and then help them to, get rid of some of the weaknesses they might have. So it's a all of society task in our point of view. Only if we are able to cooperate with each other, we are ready for worst case scenarios.
A wonderful lesson. Well, you've each got one opportunity for another wonderful lesson per head. Is your big idea, because we've got less than 2 minutes left. Starting, we'll just go down the line with Wolfgang.
Yeah, so maybe turning to the US audience of like security people and private sector, I think the US has to define who you want to be, and I think that's the next task you have. And coming to the sovereignty question, maybe from the other side, as long as you have the extraterritorial sanctions on the table, how can Europeans trust you that you will not use it against us? So I think the big idea is that US companies that will see that this is damaging their business in Europe, and by the way, we are by far the second largest consumer market, and all your 401ks will go south if Europe is not any longer your market. with your stock-listed companies. So it's, I think, in your best interest to think about the future business model. And in my opinion, I've talked with many foreign policy people, no, this is the sovereign question of extraterritorial sanctions, but I think it's now damaging you. And the real question is the trade of having that tool, and do you really want to use it with NATO allies or G7 countries? And I think you should have this discussion. I would happily participate as an outsider, but I think that's a thing that the US should do.
I'm going to take the license that Anya gave us yesterday at the start, which is, I don't know how bold this is, but I do think it's an idea we should all get behind. And that's, let's keep humans at the center of all of this, please.
Pope Leo XIV.
Exactly. I mean, look, we talk so much about the race, right, in technology, and the computer is going to get more and more powerful. And I think embedded in that is an assumption that human capability and ambition stays flat. And that just is not true. And history has shown us that that's true. At its best, technology feeds and expands human ambition and capability and creativity. And we have to harness that and keep humans at the center of all of this. I think the winners in the race will be the governments, the institutions, the enterprises that are able to harness our know-how, our knowledge, our capability, and consistently learn from it and expand the place for human judgment and capability, not remove it.
Thank you. Kaupo.
Maybe just to say that our adversaries would like to see us splitting between Europe and the US. I think we shouldn't let it happen. If it happens, our adversaries will win at the end, and we don't want that, I guess.
Two quick thoughts. First, I'm all in on NATO and on Japan, South Korea, India, Thailand, Australia. These are our treaty allies. India, a partner. If we approach this one-on-one with the Chinese or the Russians, then we lose leverage. We have to trust each other. The American public and Congress trust Estonia, Germany, and our NATO allies. We need to course correct on this. And I think in terms of our mindsets, our allied mindset, it's going to be difficult to manage that our strongest adversary, China, future adversary, possible, is also a partner we have to work with. It's Lisa's point. Avoid the worst. Keep humans in the loop so that these technologies don't end up destroying us. I think Lisa's exactly right. That's the first big thought. Here's the second. It's something that really matters to our moderator, that England shall defeat Argentina in about an hour.
And that is a zero-sum game. Well, please join me in thanking a brilliant panel, wonderful discussion. Thank you so much. It's great.
Ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, I now have the distinct pleasure of welcoming to our stage John Phelan, the 79th Secretary of the Navy. John is a distinguished investor, including for years led Michael Dell's private investment firm. So he really knows our industrial base, he knows technology. He went in as a great American patriot to help rebuild the United States Navy and make it ready for the challenges of the 21st century. And as Secretary of the Navy, John Phelan was responsible for the Golden Fleet, which was President Trump's initiative to have a shipbuilding renaissance, which we desperately need in this country, but also importantly to work on integrating new technologies into the Navy, unmanned and AI-enabled systems, partnering with the private sector to deliver the capability that we really urgently need. And no one better to interview Secretary Phelan than Gordon Lubold, who's an old and dear friend, one of our most distinguished national security reporters, formerly at the Wall Street Journal, now at NBC. Thank you, Gordon. Take it away.
Thanks so much, Anya. Yeah, so we have, and sorry, I have a chest cold. It sounds like I'm crying about Navy issues. It's not me, it's just my chest. But just indulge me there. So we have what I think is a lot to get through in now 18 minutes and 33 seconds. So I want to talk about ships, and I want to talk about your experience there. First, we might as well just jump off. You were removed as Navy Secretary in April. You were minding your own business, doing your thing, trying to build some ships. What happened there?
Well, it's a lot to cover in 18 minutes. First of all, thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. I always love being in Aspen, so it's a nice thing. So look, I lasted 13 months in the job, which is as long as Teddy Roosevelt lasted as Assistant Secretary of the Navy. So I feel like I'm in pretty good company, is what I would say. Look, I was focused on urgency, speed, intensity, adopting technology, moving fast. And when you move fast, you break glass. And when you come into an organization like the Pentagon, which unfortunately is highly risk averse, and you are advocating taking risk, that is going to rub numerous people the wrong way and make them nervous. So at the end of the day, you know, maybe I pushed too hard, but I have no regrets from what I did in the job, and that's my view.
Good. You know, I think, you know, one of the things I was looking forward to about this conversation is because it is about the Navy, it is about about shipbuilding, and I think that for an audience like this, and almost any audience, like shipbuilding is like a thing that people can get their heads around. I'm really interested. You recently wrote an op-ed, reasonably provocative, in a competitor's paper. We'll send the clicks to the Washington Post for this. But you had some stats that I thought were really interesting at the top about the number of ships that other countries can build. You had a stat about China, which we'll get to. But with a nod to a friend of mine that I met last night, suggested this question: why do countries such as like South Korea, why can they build more ships than the U.S.?
So I think it's a broad thing. We have hollowed out manufacturing in America. We make very few things in this country. We are great at creating intellectual ideas and then outsourcing them and having them made somewhere else. So we created this huge labor arbitrage, which businessmen take advantage of, and they're doing the right things for their shareholders. I think as it's a shipbuilding specific, we were the dominant shipbuilding country for a long time. And there's a great book, Freedom's Forge, talks about how we won World War II. And in that book, we won because we overwhelmed them with numbers. We were actually the technologically inferior fighter. Germany and Japan had much better technology, better tanks, better missiles, better submarines, better planes. But we overwhelmed them with numbers. We have let things hollow it out way too much. Now, what's happened specifically in shipbuilding is when COVID hit, a number of workers left. You now make more money. I put this in a speech. You make more money working at a Buc-ee's than you would welding all day. And welding is a tough job, at least for a starting wage. I think why is Korea and Japan better today? First of all, Korea has adopted more modern technology and robotics in particular, more than the Japanese. But what you learn about shipbuilding in those countries is it's generational. So they're in these towns where it's like 5 generations of people work. We have a very similar thing actually in Hawaii, multi-generationals at our shipyards. It's one of our better yards. And it's because this is a business where working on one ship, you get faster. Like if you look at the history of carriers, when we did them fairly repeatedly, we would, by the third carrier, would cut almost 2 years off the build cycle. And it's because of familiarity with it. And this comes back to the op-ed. We have got to stop these continuing resolutions. The military has had a budget for 15 of the last 16 years with a CR. It is terribly destructive. It kills innovation. It basically scares the private sector from investing. And these are things that need to be fixed. So, one of my plans was to bring foreign shipbuilders to the United States because the president was wanted American jobs. So Hanwha, which has bought the Philadelphia shipyard and is doing a great job there, we were looking at working with them on another shipyard, I can't say which one, and having them expand and do more to transfer some of their technology and their skills here. Now, I also thought about having some hulls built over in those countries, in those areas where we were a little deficient. But China today builds over 1,700 ships a year. We build about 5. They're all military ships. We had, at the start of the century, we had twice as many warships as China. China passed us in 2021. That gap is continuing to expand. China has one shipyard that will fit every American shipyard in it today.
That's crazy. Put a little bit more context on the 1,700 versus 5. That's a lot of ships. And to be clear, like the subtext for why anybody should care about shipbuilding in the U.S. is, subtext is a potential conflict with a peer adversary or competitor, whatever, as China. But 1,700 versus 5, like how does that even work?
So that includes dual use, LNGs, those types of things. But I'm sorry, those includes commercial ships, LNGs, et cetera. But one thing we need to focus on, and this is one of the ways, my objective in trying to reinvigorate the maritime industrial base was through military sea lift ships, oilers, tankers, support ships, ships that have dual use, both commercial and military. In that 1,700, the Chinese, every ship they build is dual use. It can be converted to military very quickly or not and stay commercial. So one of the ways, because the gap in commercial shipbuilding costs is too big, was to do it through military sea lift ships and let them earn some margin, get some more skills, get the workforce, make it cool again to build ships. And so, I've said in a couple of speeches, we spent the last 10 years teaching people how to code. We're going to spend the next 10 teaching them how to use their hands. Anyone who lives in this town, if you need a plumber, you know how expensive that is. You need a roofer, you need an electrician, there's not many. And that skill is not something AI is going to fix or knock out. Same with welding, same with pipe bending. Yes, some robotics will come into that and help that, but you're still going to need people to do it. And so I think we had to pay, one of the things we did very early on, which I moved on, we started to pay fair wages at the shipyards. We were way too underwaged. So part of the contracting we put in was fairer wages to make it more attractive to people to come in.
Just quick, but what's the status of the effort to have hulls of ships or whatever built overseas, say in South Korea?
So let me tell you one thing. We should also pass the Ships for America Act, which would also be very powerful as a signal to the maritime industrial base. But on that specifically, look, those negotiations continue to go on with those countries. There was a thing put in the budget about foreign combat ships. I believe that has been not readily accepted by the Hill in a big way. I am personally not a big proponent of buying foreign combat ships in the United States Navy. There are others who believe we should. The cost of doing that is enormous. And I think one of the programs I canceled was the Constellation, which was a frigate that was based on an Italian design. And by the time the Navy got done with it, with all the requirements and everything, it became ridiculous. So I ended up turning a frigate into a multi-mission ship that ended up being 80% of the cost of a destroyer with 60% of the capability. I'm like, we should just build destroyers. This doesn't make sense. And that kind of thinking is very foreign to the Navy when you look at stuff like that. And that's one of the things I was trying to bring in and I think it's really important for businessmen to go in And even though I only lasted 13 months, I will tell you, you can bring about change. And it's important because the way businessmen, I was at a dinner last night with a general, and he talked a little bit about how, military people, they get orders and they just follow them. Businessmen always say, why are we doing that? And then what? Why? Why? That's very anathema to a military person. And about 30% of our civilian bureaucracy is ex-Navy. So we don't have a lot of business, we don't have a lot of people asking why. And so we lack kind of common sense business principles in the Navy, and even in our contracting, which is something I was really trying to change. There were so many things. I mean, the best example I can give you is, so in my prior life, we owned a helicopter leasing company, so I know the business very well. Well, in the Navy, we have one group that buys helicopters, we have another group that buys parts. Well, I can tell you, all the money, they'll give you the helicopter because the parts make a lot of money. And at our deployment schedule, we're going through blades, parts, like nobody's business. I'm like, how could we be doing this? Like, we're negotiating two separate prices, so we're paying retail on both things. Right. So then we don't take advantage of our scale in buying.
Who knew that would be a crowd pleaser comment?
Well, it's their money.
Yeah, right. Fair. But if there was going to be one takeaway for this audience or anybody else who's watching online for why the U.S. is not building or can't yet build enough ships, I want to just kind of ask you to kind of underscore what you think that is. So, because I think it's just central to the whole thing that the Navy, what you were trying to do, what people understanding following issues are trying to understand, what would it be?
It's labor and training and capacity. We need some more new shipyards. We need more labor. We need to train people better. We train people very poorly today. You go to Groton, Connecticut, to Electric Boat, where we build nuclear submarines, and they are still welding and building off blueprints. Blueprints, not like yeah. You go into, that's crazy. Right. We don't have digital twins on a lot of our designs. Wow. So one of the things the other thing I did early on is we put in a new system that allowed me to kind of see in real time where our ship how they were doing, how are we following on a construction schedule, and then we implemented it into the shipyards to reduce cycle times and paperwork. Because if you try to change anything on a ship, it's like 30 minutes of paperwork.
Right.
And we've got 1960s practices in shipyards. Like when I walked a bunch of shipyards, it's unbelievable. Bathroom, mile away. Welder working on parts has to go, 800 yards to another warehouse. Well, what do you think he does when he's got that break, and he's got to go to the bathroom or he's got to go get more parts? He should be welding, he hits a button and someone shows up with more parts and he's welding. That's what happens in Korea. That's what happens in Japan. So I was trying to modernize these practices and push. And I think part of this is, candidly, it's a bigger question, but we need competition. We have one company that builds aircraft carriers. We have two companies that build submarines. We have one that builds destroyers. There's not enough competition. And it's not like they're not trying, but when we consolidated the defense industry into 5, there's no incentive to innovate or mess that up. And that is the problem. We need competition. We need new labor. We need more modern practices. And candidly, we need to act with much more urgency. I think that waiting for a war is a bad idea to get good at something, particularly when it comes to manufacturing.
Again. The other question I want to ask quick is, do we need more ships? Which is just a kind of a rhetorical question, which is autonomous vessels are super important, duh. But, we saw one rescue the 2 helicopter pilots. I think it was the first, maybe a historical thing. But where were you trying to move out on elevating that component of the industry?
So we very early on stood up a thing called the Rapid Autonomous Group, RAS, or Rapid Autonomous Systems. I took one of our promising admirals, promoted her, and put her in charge of that. And I was in the midst of basically setting up a separate unit in uncrewed or unmanned, because I think until we do that, until we create a promotion cycle, a career path, a way to do this, this will just be some science fiction project that we do. And so you need to really do that. And it's the same thing we needed to do in cyber, because cyber is also kind of treated that way in the Navy. So I was setting up separate ones and trying to create a career path to keep people in it. I think uncrewed is very important. In terms of number of ships, we need a lot more. Now, everyone focuses on numbers, Reagan's 600 ship Navy, what should we be at? I have a problem with that number because it counts a carrier the same way as a medical ship or an oiler. So how I kind of think about it is tonnage, and as Admiral Paparo called it, how many holes can you put in the ground? How many missiles can you shoot? That's the metric I think we needed to look at. And that was part of the genesis of the Golden Fleet, and that was part of the genesis, candidly, of the battleship, was to create a very offensive weapon, something that we have a lot of stuff that I say can shoot the arrows. We have very few things to kill the archer, and that is what we need more of.
Interesting. I have to ask you, since you even mentioned the word promotions, because this is a thing that I'm tracking. The Pentagon blocked several promotions of various candidates for 1-star, 2-star, and above. Some were minority and women. What impact do you think that potentially has, if it goes through, on doing any of the stuff that you're trying to do in the Navy, the core of the Navy? Like, what's the impact there?
So look, I rewrote a lot of precepts. So there's boards that meet, they follow these precepts, and we actually do a pretty good job when it comes to promotions. It is very hard to move up in the Navy. It's even harder in the Marine Corps because it's just, there's much less. And so a lot of it's driven by commands and responsibilities. And it's why it makes it a tough career. These guys are moving, and women are moving every 2 or 3 years for jobs in order to get a wide breadth of experience. One of the things I'll just sidebar is I actually think no one in the Navy should spend more than 3 or 4 years in the Pentagon, because it is a risk-sucking, soul-sucking place in my mind. And so I think we should stop having career Pentagon guys, but that would upset a lot of people, which is okay. But I think what I would say is our process is very good. It's very well put together. I had rewritten a number of our precepts in order to try to get those promotions. So I think, like any organization, you have to know what is the consistent methodology, what is it I need to do to get promoted. And if that's not clearly articulated, then any organization will not know what that means and how to move up.
But is there a signal being sent to some people in terms of blocked promotions and in terms of the health of the officer corps, senior officer corps?
Look, I don't want to get into what I call the People magazine aspects of this stuff. I think at the end of the day, we have the finest fighting force in the world, and we have unbelievably good officers and very good admirals and very good generals in the Marine Corps. Again, I'll just come back. We should just have a consistent philosophy of what we're trying to do and where they're trying to go. And based on their experience, what command should they go into? And based on the job that they did, how should they get promoted? It shouldn't be, oh, I kind of like that guy, or I don't like that guy, or I like that woman, or I don't like that woman. The military, thank God, is one of the most meritocratic organizations I've seen. And I think we just need to maintain that.
Fair. I want to ask Anya's question, or I'm so fired. If you're king for the day, what is the most audacious thing you could or would have done in leading the Navy? What's the most craziest thing that you'd like to have done?
Boy, that's a good question. Look, if I could have changed the culture to one more of behaving like we're on a wartime footing and basically taking more risk. I spent a lot of time talking to military guys about risk because it's a misunderstood concept. You know, and it's really a notion at the end of the day. And when you think about risk, risk is something you control. You can decide how much you're going to take. And I think at the end of the day, the best example I can give you is when we were looking at the new frigate, I sat down with the team, I said, okay, how long was it going to take us to design it? How long to build? Sir, it'll take 4 years to design, it'll take 4 years to build. What if we're at war and Admiral Paparo tells you he needs it tomorrow? Well, sir, we could get it down to probably 2 years in design and 3 years in build. I said, okay, what if I tell you you have 6 to 9 months to design it and you've got 18 months to build it? What would you tell me? Well, we'd take a lot of risk. We'd have to cut this, this, and this. We'd have to stop doing this, this, and this. I said, great. Figure out everything in those processes where there's complete redundancy, where we can remove it and speed up. And that's what we need to do. It's kind of like SpaceX. If you watch that video of how they made the rocket engine smaller, we don't do that. We have bureaucracy after bureaucracy on top of this stuff, and it's turf defending as opposed to getting out there. So the one big thing I would say, look, you don't have to worry. You have the best fighting force in the world. You're seeing that. That happened in Venezuela. You're seeing that today. We are extremely good at what we're doing. But our enemies are not sitting tight, and they are trying to get better, and they are trying to accelerate. And my view is we need to prevent a war, and by preventing a war, we need to get shipbuilding back up. We need to be able to sustain it, and that's something that, you know, that we really need to get better at. And so it would be, you know, outside of the culture, it would be to fix shipbuilding, because that is something we really need to do if I had a magic wand.
Audacious. Please join me in thanking Navy Secretary.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is our last panel of the morning, and I think the most important one we are having here at this conference. As we focus more and more on, and understandably, on AI, on getting new technologies into our defensive capabilities, we wanted to make sure at the Aspen Security Conference that we don't lose sight of the magic that actually makes our armed forces what they are. And that is the human element. It sometimes gets lost in these discussions, but at heart, all of us who have been lucky enough to be affiliated with the Department of War or have worked directly in it, this is about human beings being deeply patriotic, deeply committed to service to their country and putting themselves in harm's way. So we are bringing to you today a distinguished panel of Medal of Honor recipients. Courtney. This is the highest military award in the United States, and we decided to make this panel multi-generational. So Colonel Jack Jacobs was awarded for his heroism during the Vietnam War. He also there earned 3 Bronze Stars and 2 Silver Stars during his deployment, making one of the most decorated soldiers of the war. Lieutenant Colonel William Swenson is a distinguished combat veteran, diplomat, now a venture advisor, so moving into the tech. He was an Army officer who deployed multiple times to Iraq and Afghanistan, and also earned 3 Bronze Stars and the Purple Heart. And Joe Dinkle is with us today, a Navy SEAL, and also, slightly less well-known, an Aspen Strategy Group rising leader. And to interview this distinguished panel, we have Courtney Cuvey, who is one of the best journalists that that the Pentagon has ever had, and also, I think, won the Medal of Honor Award for journalism in this field. So take it away. Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you so much, Anya. I've been very fortunate because I did receive the Medal of Honor Award for the Tex McCrary Award in 2022 for journalism. Not a Medal of Honor, by the way. Nowhere near a Medal of Honor, but one of their awards. And it's allowed me to spend more time with the recipients over the last several years. I do a couple of events with their educational foundation every year all over the country. And I get more out of every event than I ever give into it. So I'm so honored to be a part of this here today. So I also feel a lot of pressure about us being the last panel before lunch. So I promise this is it will be worth it. You
Don't mess this up.
I know. See, you can see how they treat me. And also, I believe this is a first for the Aspen Security Forum as well. This is an event that's in partnership with the Medal of Honor Museum. So our topic today, as Anya said, is the human element of war and military service across the generations. The Medal of Honor, as Anya said, is the highest military decoration for valor. Just for perspective here, 40 million people have served in the U.S. military. Fewer than 4,000 have ever received this. And today, as we speak, there are only 65 recipients who are alive. They just named a new one a couple weeks ago. So we have 2 of the 65 up here. And I will say, having gotten to know many of them, we got 2 of the lively ones up here today, guys. So I want to start by asking each of you to tell us your stories. And I should also tell you, after spending a lot of time with the recipients over the last several years, they don't like to talk about themselves. They don't like to talk about their valor, what they did those days, but I'm up for the challenge of making them here. So, Colonel Jacobs, let's start with you. You, as Anya said, you earned the Medal of Honor for actions in Vietnam. Tell us about that day.
I was an advisor to the 2nd Battalion of the 16th Regiment of the 9th Vietnamese Infantry Division, and we had been fighting a unit since the beginning of the Tet Offensive. And then we lost contact with them. About 3 days later, we mounted an attack toward the direction that our headquarters said the bad guys were located. And we landed on the north at dawn on the north shore of the Mekong River and headed due north. And walked into a giant L-shaped ambush that was three days in preparation. I found out after the fact, 46 years later, that the reason they knew we were coming was because they had a spy in our headquarters, and so they knew our entire op plan. So it's not surprising so we lost the majority of the 2 lead companies that I and my NCO were accompanying in about the first 10 seconds of the engagement, but managed to prevail. That is all.
Oh, no, 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 you don't get away that easily. Colonel Jacobs saved more than 12 lives during this firefight along the Cambodian border, came under intense mortar and machine gun fire because the Viet Cong were in these hidden bunkers. But the reason that you are recognized for your valor is because you ran across open rice paddies over and over and over to pick up fallen Americans and partner forces, many of whom were wounded, but the Viet Cong were finding them when they were wounded and killing them and taking their weapons. And for that, you also were injured in that?
Yeah, I got wounded at the very beginning. My NCO and I, and almost everybody else, were wounded. Most of us pretty badly in the first couple of seconds of the engagement. But you know, and we'll attest to that your perception is that it's a real crisis situation and something has to be done, and you may be the only person who can actually do it. And so you go ahead and do it, at least partially, because all these people are buddies of yours. I mean, you live with them and you fought with them, and they're all buddies of yours, and you're just not going to stand by and do nothing. We get asked all the time by young troops whether or not, do you think I could do that? And the answer is invariably yes. When you have to accomplish a mission and your friends are at risk and it's a genuine crisis, everybody rises to the occasion.
Colonel Jacobs, you received your medal from Richard Nixon, the White House. I just have to ask, what was he like? What did he say to you? In the phone, he called you on the phone, right?
No, it wasn't like that back then. Now somebody calls you up and says, where are you going to be at this time? And the president's going to call you up and so on. That wasn't it at all. I was a company commander down at Fort Benning, and my company clerk, Crescencio Alvarez, who had like 3 PhDs from universities in Cuba. I didn't need a first sergeant, I had Alvarez. In any case, he yells in that there's some colonel on the phone wants to talk to you. Now, colonels don't talk to captains. They certainly didn't back in those days. And it couldn't be a gag call, because back in those days, phone calls actually cost real money. And I'll give you the entire conversation. I don't remember the guy's name. It was Schmedlap or something like this. Captain Jacobs, this is Colonel Schmedlap. I'm Chief of Army Awards Branch. Congratulations, you're going to receive the Medal of Honor. You're not allowed to tell anybody except your immediate family. And this afternoon, one of my officers is going to call up to make arrangements for you to come to Washington and get decorated. Congratulations again, out here. And hung up the phone. And that was the beginning and the end of my hearing what happened.
So a lot of ceremony in that phone call.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
We were very ceremonious back in those days.
Colonel Swenson, I want to turn to you. You, as Anya said, earned your medal for Afghanistan, service in Afghanistan, despite the fact you did serve in both Afghanistan and in Iraq. Can you tell us about that day in 2009 in eastern Afghanistan?
Like Colonel Jacobs, I was on an advisory mission working with the Afghan security forces, and at that time, 2008, 2009, we were looking for a way to transition the mission away from US-led, US-fought, and put that back where it was appropriate, which is in the Afghan hands. It's their country, it's their fight, we're there to help. On that specific day, it was an operation that involved the Afghan National Army, the Afghan Border Police, the police, their intelligence services, and local US land holders, so the conventional forces that were occupying the area. And it was really a multifaceted attempt to show authority and agency of the Afghans, because this was a truly Afghan-led mission and Afghan-planned mission. And it was our way of establishing that authority in our region. And as advisors, we were very proud of actually the steps we had taken and the end state that we got with our troops. But on this specific day, like all things in Afghanistan, the mission was compromised from the moment we planned it, because they have dual allegiances and they have a pragmatic way of looking at life, which is we will one day leave. And on that specific day, we were compromised. We pretty much knew that, but we came up against a different group of people than we usually were used to dealing with, and it was the Pakistani element of the Taliban. And they were much more aggressive, much better equipped, and also they were what we call somewhat trapped. The Pakistani army was on one side of the mountain, and we were on the other, and they decided that they were going to stand their ground. So on that specific day, we ended up having a significant amount of loss. We ended up losing 5 US service members, 10 Afghan service members, and 2 of our interpreters. It was a very, very bad day by any metric. But what we saw that day was the indelible fighting spirit that exists across all cultures and all people. So we always like to think that heroism is something that is just internalized in our own fighting force, when really it is something that's shared broadly as a human condition. But when we talk about heroism, when we talk about the expectations of our service members on the battlefield, one of the things that I find to be very unique is sort of the ubiquitous capability of our service members to do big and great things when called upon to do so. One of the most interesting things about the Medal of Honor is, as the nation's highest award, it has very, very tough criteria to get it, but it's something that I think is embedded in every single service member, the capability, if asked to do so, to rise to that occasion. War is unfair, battlefields are unfair. By simply being one step to the left, I wouldn't be having this conversation. And that's something you have to internalize as a fighting member of a fighting force, is that you do the best you can for the people around you, but have to understand that there are consequences and risks. That we recognize heroism as something that we do as a fighting force that helps propel us forward, but we develop this fighting capability and this fighting ethos in all of our service members from a very young age. It's something that they experience in basic training, and they follow through in their entire career. But it's something that we always like to make sure that they understand is inside of each and every single one of our service members is the ability to do the same thing that we did.
I do want to just a little bit more about that day. It was the Battle of Ganjgal, is what it came known as, 2009. You ran into fire over and over when, as you mentioned, there was this overwhelming enemy fire, saving potentially dozens of individuals, organizing vehicles to drive into the enemy to find some of those Americans who had fallen. You personally gave first aid, rendered first aid to at least one of them. You organized medevac helicopters to come in. It was a 6-hour firefight, and as Colonel Swenson mentioned, 15 coalition and Afghan military deaths, 17 wounded in that 6-hour firefight. I told you guys, they don't like to talk about what they have done, their heroism. I do want to ask a little bit more, though. Army Secretary John McHugh, when he inducted you into the Pentagon Hall of Heroes, said, "Following the violence and death that day came inspiration, and we were inspired by those who fought there, by those who would not accept defeat." What was it that day that made you keep going and not accept defeat?
Of course, part of our core ethos is we don't accept defeat. That is something that is shared broadly across our fighting force. But when you're actually on the battlefield, when you're actually getting shot at, and when you're actually experiencing, death, violence, and people getting hurt, your mentality has to shift a little bit. When you're looking around and you're making these decisions as a leader, that human element, one of the things you have to cautiously weigh is whether or not your actions are going to put people in more danger, or if you're going to inspire people to fight harder, or if the actions you're taking actually are going to benefit what's happening on the battlefield. On that day specifically, it was a mission of economy and thrift. So there were very few of us on the U.S. coalition side that had the ability to bring those U.S. assets. So each and every single one of us had to be a leader in our own way. And by process of elimination, I became the senior ranking officer on the battlefield. So it was my responsibility to weigh both what risks were acceptable as well as what we needed to do to rally our fighting force, which was, of course, Afghans, US, and what we needed to do in the face of the enemy to recover what we were hoping were our wounded friends, but ended up being significant casualties. That's a challenge, and that's part of that human element of the fighting force. How you weigh risk, how you weigh trust, and what you need to do for your fellow service members.
Joseph Dinkel serves in the U.S. Navy SEALs. By the way, he earned his trident, which is no small feat, and I'm going to ask you to talk a little bit about that. I know that not everyone knows just how difficult it is to actually become a U.S. Navy SEAL. But I found an essay that you wrote as a young ensign in the Navy. I think it was a capstone essay contest. I know. I'm a chronic over-preparer, so I was Googling. You had just been accepted into Naval Special Warfare to go to BUDS to ultimately compete to become a Navy SEAL. And you wrote in it a little bit about why you chose that path. It's a very difficult path. You know, for perspective, only a small percentage of even the people at the Naval Academy where you were at the time were accepted into it. Why did you decide to take arguably the most difficult path in the U.S. Navy? And can you tell us a little bit about what that was like?
Thank you, Courtney. I want to start off and lead with gratitude that I'm just so humbled to be on stage with you two gentlemen, really taking the warrior ethos to the nth degree, putting yourself at the critical point is kind of the heroism we all aspire to achieve. So, gentlemen, thank you for what you do. And like any young SEAL officer, I hope to just prove worthy of my teammates on this panel. And that goes for you too, Courtney. I think we serve as families, and your husband's 3 decades plus of service, you had to bear that burden as well. I love my wife and I love my family, but time away and all service is sacrifice. So I just want to say thank you to two, and thank you for leading this one. I was lucky enough to come from a family of service. My father was a combat physician and Navy ER doctor by trade, and he would talk about there was this group of brave and violent men that was willing to do a very difficult mission so people could sleep peaceably at night. And if my father thought they were heroic, it would be nothing more than to live a life that I could be potentially somebody my father looked up to and a hero of heroes. So I wanted to prove worthy of this brotherhood, this dynamic fighting force, and I kept putting myself at that critical point to prove worthy, and it has been a great journey thus far, and I'm looking forward to ways to contribute to the warfighter further on.
Can you talk about just how difficult it is, like what the selection process, even at the Naval Academy, to go and even be accepted to try to become a U.S. Navy SEAL?
So I want to walk into this again with as much humility as possible, that I'm sitting next to 2 Medal of Honor recipients, and I am so proud of my service as a SEAL and this continued mission of getting to make sure that warfighters are in the best position possible. The Naval Academy, when I was going through, it was in the height of global war on terror. Movies such as Act of Valor just come out, the Osama bin Laden raid had just occurred, and the SEAL teams were at this incredible rock star status. Of the 1,000+ individuals at the Naval Academy, our sophomore year, 562 put Navy SEALs as their #1 choice, and they would only let 27 to 30 individuals go to BUD/S. Even if you were selected for that brutal party in the soft sands of Coronado, the percentage is not always in your favor. I think it's 18% of candidates make it through, but the Naval Academy graduates anywhere from 86 to about 93% of its candidates because of the mentorship and officership that happens at the Naval Academy. It's a testament to the service academies. Is no different than the individuals who are at West Point or the Air Force Academy or even the Coast Guard Academy. It is an iron sharpens iron institution, and it is what makes really the service academy an incredible place to be. But again, I had a glutton for punishment, and I look forward to that challenge.
So just for perspective, about 1,000 people in your class, and I mean, what, low double digits actually became U.S. Navy SEALs?
Yeah, and I have some of the most incredible friends. I always try to highlight that I'm not that cool, but I do have the coolest teammates and the coolest friends, and it was incredible to go through this mission with them too.
Yeah. Colonel Jacobs, I want to turn back to you. Tell us how the Medal of Honor has changed you and changed your life.
Well, I'll tell a quick story then. So I was decorated. They set the ceremony to coincide with the biennial get-together of the Medal of Honor recipients that was taking place in Houston. And so Nixon said, you want to meet all these Medal of Honor recipients? Yeah, sure, I'd love to do that. Take my plane, take my plane. And there were 4 of us who were decorated in the same ceremony, but for different actions in the Army. And interestingly, we're the only people decorated together who are still alive. And who knows what's going to happen when I walk out of here. So we flew down to Houston and got there just in time for the gala. And the guy who was sitting next to me on my right, my table mate, was Eddie Rickenbacker, the ace from the First World War. I thought he was the oldest guy who ever lived. And I was chagrined to realize not too long ago that when I met him, he was 3 years younger than I am now. I mean, there were still living recipients from the First World War. There was a guy named Bill Seach who had conducted a bayonet charge on the Citadel at Beijing in 1900 during the Boxer Rebellion and so on. And a lot of household names like Audie Murphy and Joe Foss and all the rest of it. When the dinner was over, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I mean, I was 24 years old, 25 years old. And I turned around, and it was General Doolittle. It was Jimmy Doolittle, who conducted the raid on Tokyo in '42 to demonstrate to the Japanese that we were coming back. In any case, he said, come with me, young man. And we walked into a corner, and he said, let me tell you something. You're no longer Jack Jacobs. You're Jack Jacobs Medal of Honor recipient, and you'd better comport yourself accordingly. If that's my wife, I'm not here. You better comport yourself accordingly. Do you understand what I'm telling you? I said, yes, sir, I sure do. And there are some recipients who say, and quite properly, it's much harder to wear it than it is to earn it because you represent all those people who can't earn it. Somebody asked, maybe it was Bob Kerry or somebody like that, what does it take to get the Medal of Honor? He says, well, you got to do something. People have to see it. They have to be able to write, and they can't hate you. Those are the 4 requirements. So you think about, of the 40 million people who served, and many of them in combat in the history of the United States, how many people performed valiantly in combat and nobody saw it? Or people did see it and they all died, all the witnesses were killed, and there was nobody left to witness the action. Or what happened from time to time, it got written up, but either accidentally or sometimes on purpose, the paperwork was destroyed. And you realize that we don't wear the award for ourselves. We wear it for all those who can't. There was a Medal of Honor recipient who was, for the longest time, the oldest recipient, Woody Williams, who was a young Marine, earned the medal on Iwo Jima. And he would touch the medal and he said, this is not mine. I just hold it in trust. And not just Medal of Honor recipients, but anybody who's been decorated in combat realizes, A, there were a lot of brave people that day, and there are a lot of brave people who were never recognized, and we wear it all for them.
And just to give you a sense of how much of a family it becomes, the Medal of Honor, Woody Williams' grandson still comes to the annual convention, and he's in the military now too. So he still there is representing his family. Colonel Swenson, you are deeply involved in the Medal of Honor Museum, member of the board, I believe. What has it meant to you? How has it changed your life?
So one of the things about being a recipient is that you get to do big things with that responsibility of wearing that award. You get a platform, you get agency. It's not always earned, but you still get it. As you said, it's harder to sometimes wear the medal than it is to earn it. But when we have programs like the museum, it's a way for us to help tell a story about that American exceptionalism that I think that people need to see. It's a story that people need to understand about their country that is not just a reflection of what a military fighting force does in the face of an enemy. It's about truly what people do when they believe in something, when they believe in their country, when they believe in the ideals of their service and the sacrifice that's necessary sometimes to secure that. So for the museum specifically, we like to look at that building, which is in Arlington, Texas, so DFW area, and it's a physical manifestation of a lot of these ideals. It's a story about people, it's about artifacts, there are names, sometimes I'm one of them, and they tell a story about an individual, but that individual really is more representation of, again, that fighting force more broadly, about what our service members are willing to do, because that name could be transferable to anyone in service. So with that physical manifestation, we get to tell those stories. With our institute, we get to share those stories and make sure that they're explained to the audiences in America that don't necessarily hear these messages and these stories. There's a lot of communities that don't have access to military storytelling and military exceptionalism. But the most important part about all this is it's not about the military. It's not about battles. It's about service. It's about what people are willing to do for their country. So if we get to be one thing, it's a by, with, through mechanism to tell stories about what Americans believe in their country and what they're willing to do. It just happens to be military-centric.
Joseph, what does the Medal of Honor mean to you as a sailor?
Well, to describe this in a story, Medal of Honor recipient Master Chief Britt Slabinski was the individual who awarded me my trident and all my classmates. What is very unique about this situation is that as a Master Chief, donning the Medal of Honor, and I am a commissioned officer, I still salute him. Any Medal of Honor recipient is saluted by the 4-star general because it changes the paradigm. But what was very unique about that moment is Master Chief Britt Slabinski, who is a legend within the SEAL community, would show up on our graduation day. And I want to highlight that if you haven't met Britt Slabinski, you just must. He is an incredible individual with moral courage and this fearlessness and a penchant for violence. And he is so intimidating. Even in silence, his aura is absolutely deafening. And yeah, Britt, Master Chief still to me. And I want to highlight that to see an individual of that incredible courage, the mantras that he would use when he would actually stand in front of his team when he was going to ride back up on his Chinook to defend Roberts Ridge and find and fight for his teammates to make sure if they were still alive, he would do that to him. He has this incredible reflection on these warrior ethos or these ideas of when you come into these positions of courage, start off with him at the Boy Scouts, and he would repeat to himself, "On my honor, I will do my duty." And then he turns to 20 of the scariest looking individual with night vision goggles and a Chinook and says, "All eyes on me, all eyes on me. Let's go get our friends." And it's just humbling to be around heroes like this. And so grounded every single time, I hope to prove worthy of my teammates. It's this classic young warrior idea that your first fear in any situation in combat and war is to prove that you're brave. Then second time, you feel that you must prove that you don't want to die. But the first one is to really prove that you are worthy and brave of the people you go out there. You say to yourself, your first prayer, and the classic prayer is, "Lord, let me not prove unworthy of my brothers." And I think that's the classic that I'm refraining to myself as I'm on stage with these heroes.
I'm just curious, you can clap. We love clapping. I'm just curious, who are some of your heroes as a sailor? Who are your heroes?
So 2 of them are on stage right now, and the greatest thing about Aspen is I see 4 of them in the crowd. I see General Fenton, I saw Admiral Harward, I think he's around here as well. Obviously, if you don't know Neve King, she's a heroine for all time's sake.
Not all heroes wear uniforms, Steve.
No, absolutely not. And I think one I'd like to discuss, Master Chief Bristlebinsky, but one that links back to my father's service as well is going to be Mary Edwards Walker, who is the only female recipient of the Medal of Honor. And it wasn't just for her courage during the Civil War and actually providing and saving lives, but the fact that when she was captured as a POW, she did not relinquish her white coat responsibility to make sure that she protected the meek and the innocent and those who were actually downtrodden. She actually helped all Americans, even those who fought on the other side, that she was just there to provide for other individuals. These stories are incredibly grounding, that how do you prove worthy of these heroes, but it sets you on this destiny of even trying, even in this era, to fight the good fight and prove worthy of the individuals is really humbling.
There are so many remarkable stories about Medal of Honor recipients, and I know most people probably don't know most of them, but even Colonel Doolittle, Jimmy Doolittle, people may not know his story, but I hope maybe one of the things out of this panel is people will Google and read some of the stories, not just the wonderful people we have on stage. Okay, Colonel Jacobs, you get the Anya question. What is the most audacious or crazy thing you would do if you were still in the military? And I remind you, PG audience.
If I were still in the military?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I'd just keep doing the same thing I was doing before. I got plenty of opportunity to avoid being in the Pentagon the entire time I was in the Army. And was told, actually, when I was being graduated from the Commanding General Staff College at Fort Leavenworth, that I was going to go to the Pentagon. And I told my assignment officer, I ain't doing it. I said, I'm already here at Leavenworth. I will just present myself to the commander of the disciplinary barracks, because I'm not following the order. And then a week later, I got orders to go to the 7th Division. My objective has always been to be at the bottom of the food chain. I thought that that was the only way that I could influence people who were actually getting stuff done. And if I were back in the Army at my elderly age, I mean, I'm statistically deceased, I think. But this. By the way, my long-term, long life program is I canceled my life insurance. Now my wife has no reason to poison my coffee, right? And before that, she would step over the body. Now, if I cut myself shaving, she rushes to my aid. All that notwithstanding, I would be as far down the food chain as I possibly could, so that I could influence kids. I'm strategically unsophisticated and good only for a place where I can deal directly with soldiers at the point of decision.
Rather go to jail than the Pentagon. I gotcha. Okay, we only have a couple minutes left. I just want to go back to sort of the topic of the subject of this panel, and it's about the human element of war. And I want to end on something that's very human. And our amazing, wonderful friends at Aspen are indulging me on this, because we're not supposed to show videos, but they are letting me show a very short video. We have the body camera video from Ganjgal in 2009. That was from the day that Lieutenant Colonel Swenson told us a little bit about the day he earned his Medal of Honor. In the video, we see Sergeant First Class Kenneth Westbrook. Colonel Swenson ran into enemy fire over and over again, and one of those times was because he had heard that Sergeant First Class Westbrook had been shot in the chest. He found him, he helped treat his wounds, he helped direct medevac in, and then he ended up bringing him and putting him on the helicopter. And I want everyone here to see a little bit about what happened there. So if we can hopefully play that video. I know it's a little hard to see, but you can see Colonel Swenson has sort of the red handkerchief maybe on his, oh, of course, a VS-17 panel on him. And you can see him and another soldier helping Sergeant Westbrook onto the helicopter, and right there. At the very end, it's hard to see, but Colonel Swenson leaned in to Sergeant Westbrook as you put him on, and what did you do?
So one of the things that we find in warfare is a lot of it gets lost in the fog. And that video clip got lost in the fog for over a year. That came back to me at a later date. But what that shows is, even in the worst of moments, we show moments of humanity that I did not remember, and we do things for our fellow service members that we like to think brings them some level of peace. Sergeant First Class Westbrook was seriously injured, and he wanted to stay on the battlefield. And to the best of my knowledge, that was my way of saying he'd done his job, and it was time for him to stay on the bird and go and get the treatment he needed. He ended actually crashing twice. He flatlined twice on that helicopter, and the crew brought him back to life twice and got him back to the United States to see his family. But knowing that I did that in that moment, it's one of those things that, again, all service members have these moments that are lost, that aren't recorded. But that one specifically, having been recorded and having the opportunity to show the American people what we as a service do and what we believe in, I think that's deeply important. And it was deeply important for his family to see as well.
So in case you couldn't tell, Colonel Swenson leaned in and he kissed Sergeant Westbrook on the forehead as he put him on the helicopter. And
the next thing was I stuffed him in the helicopter because he tried to get out again. But, this is something that's important, though, I think, because if you think about how we think that warfare is changing, that AI, that drones, that autonomous systems, that these exquisite weapon systems and platforms that gives us depth from our enemy and distance, if we don't think that there's still a human element in war, we're very wrong. First off, there's an ethical component of all of this that requires people to be on the battlefield, to experience the risks, and be appraised of what the actual damage is that's being done to both sides. So you need to have that human element. But even with all these systems, it's going to be a changing nature of warfare. So a lot of it will be standoff. A lot of the heroism that we've seen in the past, which is that direct contact with the enemy, will be different. And one of the things that we all need to ask ourselves is, were those soldiers and airmen and sailors and Marines who were in Bahrain, who were attacked by drones, any less honorable or any less brave than somebody who is directly in contact with the enemy? And that's something that we need to think about as we collectively understand what the future of warfare is and how our humanity factors into that.
And despite the fact that we are seeing a dramatically different and changing nature of warfare, courage is still the same, right? And there will still be acts of courage even when, as the war changes. We're out of time. I want to really, again, emphasize, I know you all know this because it's a very smart crowd, obviously because you're here watching us, so you're very smart. But I want to just reinforce how lucky we are to have these three men up here today, 2 Living Medal of Honor recipients, a U.S. Navy SEAL who's willing to go and talk to us on stage and on camera all at one time. So please, please give them a warm thank you.
Now I'm standing between you and a much lighter, friendlier battle. The game is on. The World Cup game is on in the tent. There is lunch available in the tent, or if you go to the Isaacson Center downstairs if you want some air conditioning. And we will reconvene here at 3:15 with Jameson Greer, the U.S. Trade Representative. Thank you all.
Coach, have a lot of tactical abilities, and I'm looking at Argentina. Ismael.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. We are about to begin.
Good afternoon, everybody. Are you all fans of Argentina? Because all the English fans are drowning their sorrows in beer. I'm an English fan. Kudos to Argentina. Brilliant second half by Argentina. This is going to be a great World Cup final. Why don't you all stay until Sunday? We'll have another break in the program from 3 to 5. This next session with the United States Trade Representative Jameson Greer, I think is going to be one of the highlights of today, if not the highlight of today, because he is both architect, along with, of course, President Trump, with Secretary Bessent, of the Trump trade strategy and tariff strategy, but also one of the chief negotiators for the United States. And I can just tell you from a U.S.-China perspective, I can't remember a time when the U.S. Trade Rep and the Secretary of Treasury have been so centrally involved in the symmetry and really the centerpiece of the relationship. I find this to be welcome. I thought when I left Beijing, and I think today, that we've got to try to stabilize the economic relationship, the supply chain, the struggles we've had, the tariff struggles, so that the United States business people and companies will get a fair shake in China. And I hope this administration can succeed on the economic front. And you know that the trade rep has been with the president in all the meetings with President Xi Jinping. And I think we're very fortunate to have him with us today. Please give him a warm welcome. My colleague, Anya Manuel, is going to be interviewing him.
Tough act to follow, the World Cup, but we're going to do it. Exactly. And look at this. This must be a national security nerd crowd that you're all back here to talk about trade policy. We really appreciate it. Well, Ambassador Greer, we're so grateful to have you with us today. You have flown around the world. I think when we were talking before, you said you've been Uzbekistan, India. Where else have you been in the last couple weeks?
Well, I spent time over at Evian, France, of course. Places like that. I've been to Mexico, but I also travel a lot domestically because I want to see how the trade policy is working out for American workers and manufacturers and farmers, because that's really why we're doing what we're doing.
Thank you. Let me start you with, you grew up in Paradise, California, now famous for the sad reason of the fire. I grew up in a very small blue-collar town in Germany where the factory went out of business and it just decimated the community. We were talking a little bit about that. Say how that impacted how you view trade policy today and what you're doing.
Sure. Yeah, so Paradise is a small town in Northern California, 30,000 people about at its peak. It's about 10,000 now. When I grew up there, there really wasn't much industry at all. In fact, my dad, when we moved there, I was 2 when we moved there, and he went up there for a job in a plastic injection molding facility, and that went away, right? That went away, and he had to do other things. And earlier than that, Paradise had been a gold rush town, right? And so that had happened for a few years, and that went away. So, there was this undercurrent in the town of just not a lot of opportunity. And I think that's a similar experience that folks have had. Obviously, we think of Appalachia, the so-called Rust Belt, but in the Southeast, and even in the Northeast with textiles and things like that. So unfortunately, it's a common experience that a lot of Americans have had in different generations.
Thank you. So that brings us I wanted to start with you you've outlined these goals for U.S. trade policy. You had a great op-ed in the FT, in the Financial Times. A lot of their journalists are with us today in December, where you said 3 metrics to evaluate U.S. trade policy: reducing the deficit, raising wages for American workers, and increasing manufacturing's share of the U.S. economy. Let me just pause and go into 2 of those specifically. Raising wages. We just talked about how some of these communities have been decimated. It's a very laudable goal. Can you say a little bit how specifically trade policy can contribute to this? And is that the best tool to achieve higher wages?
So one of the challenges we face when we're dealing with imports from other countries, and we talk about China, of course, but we've spent a lot of time over the past decade controlling imports from China, particularly low-priced or dumped goods. But we still get a lot of it from other corners of the world as well. And so part of it is making sure that people are selling into the U.S. market at a market price. Because our workers, they can't be expected to compete with countries where there are industrial subsidies, export-driven subsidies, or with other economies where they don't have the types of labor and environmental standards that we do. I'm a conservative Republican. I don't believe in overregulation, but surely we're always going to have some common accepted level of regulation on environment and labor, but even these other countries don't have that. And so it's impossible to compete, and it's impossible to pay a high wage because of some of these other arbitrages that are going on in these other countries. So if you can adjust trade policy to correct for that, right? And in the dumping world, we have anti-dumping duties that can do that, but we have systemic unfair trading practices in other countries or industrial policies that really are forced upon us. And so if we don't do something, we end up just kind of eating we become a policy maker instead of a policy taker instead of a policy maker, and it can affect wages, right? So if you can try to create actual market functioning, and sometimes you have to do some interventions to do that, then you can actually pay an appropriate wage for people to make things in America.
Yeah. Let me just follow up on that, because of course there are lots of other factors that contribute to wages rising, whether it's a tight labor market. You could have a minimum wage, you could have more workers with bargaining power, you could invest in their productivity. And when you look at the statistics, so I think the last year of Biden, real wages were up about 1% in his final year, then about another 1.2% in President Trump's first year. But the inflation, partly through the Iran war, has erased all of those gains. So how do you, as the U.S. trade representative, deal with all of those other factors?
Well, first of all, you asked me before, your first question, is a tariff or trade policy the best way to do it? It's just one of the tools. Some of the other things we have to do is we have to have good energy policy. We have some of the most abundant natural resources in the United States of America. We should be using these and exploiting these to have competitive energy pricing to fuel our manufacturing. We need to have competitive tax policy. One of the things we did last year in the Big Beautiful Bill was to provide expensing for R&D and for capital goods and that kind of thing. So there are things outside of trade that affect it, and we have to do it all, and we are doing all of it. The Iran war piece, I mean, the inflation numbers were going the right direction. The Iran war piece, it's energy driven. If you look at CPI outside of that, it's going down. We had a great imprint yesterday on CPI despite the operations in Iran. So it's all going the right direction.
And what would you say, how do you handle when other countries retaliate? So I was with a group of soybean farmers just a month or two ago, great Americans, most of them quite conservative, actually big supporter of the president's tariffs, but they talked a lot about how much retaliation there's been. It's been very difficult for especially soybeans, but also some other of our agricultural products. How do you handle that?
Well, it's important to put that in context. So the president has put tariffs on the world. He's had a very robust trade policy, but we've only 2 countries have retaliated against the United States. China, which is a big one, of course, and then Canada to the north in a relatively small way. And even the Chinese retaliation, which they tend to target our soybean farmers and some of our other farmers because they've become too dependent on China for that kind of thing.
Kentucky bourbon.
But what we've done actually in a lot of our negotiations with the Chinese over the past year, the answer is not throw up your hands and say, well, I guess they got us. I guess we just have to import all the manufactured goods from China so we can keep selling these soybeans. The answer is we're going to have a tariff on you, China. We're going to control these imports within reason, but we also need to have you buy the things that we want to sell you. And that's why part of the agreement we've made with the Chinese over the past year is, fine, we're going to fight about a lot of things, but you are going to buy 25 million metric tons of soybeans every year. And they're in the market right now buying. I mean, last week they bought 500,000 tons, and it's at a time when soybeans in America are at a higher price than the soybeans from Brazil. So they understand the assignment, and they're carrying at least that part of it out.
So right now they're living up to their commitment.
To that element of it, yes.
Okay, to that element of it. We will get to China.
This is how a lawyer speaks.
Yes, we will get to China in a minute. Let me now focus on manufacturing, since you highlighted it. You specifically said that increasing manufacturing share of the U.S. economy is the goal of trade policy. Why is it that versus the goal of more manufacturing jobs?
Well, first of all, just to put the number in context, manufacturing right now today makes up about 9.5% of U.S. GDP. If you look at the average number for an OECD developed nation, it's about 15 or 16%. So we're far below that. Now, why are we looking at that instead of just looking at jobs numbers? As you expand the manufacturing share of GDP, it will be natural that manufacturing jobs will increase, I think. And we've seen over last year the declines in manufacturing jobs. It started after there was a peak in COVID, coming back, and then it went down under Biden significantly. It stabilized last year. In the beginning of this year, we had the jobs go up. But more importantly, as we do more manufacturing, and what I'm seeing in the field, there's very high productivity. And so we might have manufacturing make up a big share of the economy, but it's not necessarily going to translate into the same types of manufacturing jobs numbers we thought. There will be some of that, but it's not going to be one for one like we may have seen in previous years.
So you're talking about robotics, advanced manufacturing. Maybe those factories don't have a lot of workers in them, but they help us secure our position vis-a-vis China.
Yes, I mean, if you look at our manufacturing productivity numbers over the 6 months, they are sky high. It's the highest they've been in years. Some of this is AI, right? There's a lot of controversy about AI right now and that kind of thing. But if you go into the factories, and I've been doing this, you can see the factories using AI to make their workers more productive, and they're hiring more workers too. So it's not like they're replacing blue-collar workers. They're actually becoming more effective, and we're kind of moving some of our workforce back from software to hardware, where for a long time we were moving hardware to software.
That's a good point. We talk about manufacturing, so now say a little bit how services fit into your strategy. 80% of Americans work in services. Depending on which economist you believe, those wages are up for the same. Someone with similar education experience, services wages are actually maybe a little bit higher than manufacturing jobs. Tell us, we're a powerhouse, we export more services than we import. How does that fit into your strategy?
So services are obviously the vast majority of jobs in the country are services. We're very competitive in this. And because we're very competitive in this, I don't need to worry about it as much as I have to with manufacturing. That being said, it is quite important. And so a lot of my focus in trade on services is as I'm going to other countries and they're trying to have some kind of a deal with us to mitigate the effects of our trade policy, I am asking them to treat us better on services. I am asking them to give us national treatment, to give us most favored nation treatment on services. So that is something that's important to us. But you look at someone like the European Union. I know I have a lot of friends and colleagues here from Europe. We have a very competitive business model for operating in the world, in technology and digital services. And we have other countries, particularly in Europe and elsewhere, who are trying to curtail that, change business models, assess fines and fees. So this is a problem. So we are focused on services, but the nature of the challenge is just different than the one with manufacturing. With manufacturing, it is this existential thing where we have lost an edge, and we need to regain it. With services, we have an edge. We need to maintain it.
Silicon Valley thanks you. The Trump administration has been very engaged. Thanks. All right, perfect segue into China. Lots going on. You and Secretary Besson are basically leading the economic policy and the negotiations with the Chinese. As we all know in this room, and you're dealing with every day, they use every tool of economic coercion. Enormous subsidies, IP theft. On one of the previous panels, we were talking about how much distillation there is, the euphemism distillation, stealing of our AI models. You were just in China with President Trump. How are you responding to their unfair practices?
We're taking enforcement action. I think for a long time in this country, as we have struggled to manage our trade relationship with China, we've tried a lot of different things. We've had situations where we tried to bring them into the WTO and have them follow these rules. We've had interminable dialogues with the Chinese to try to come to a greater understanding.
You're not going to go back to the strategic and economic dialogue?
Or the strategic economic dialogue, or the strategic and economic dialogue.
There were a lot of those.
Yeah, we're not doing that. And we have situations where we said, you need to change your practices, or in Trump 1, the idea was, well, we're going to have this phase 1 deal, and you're going to buy some things, and you're going to change some of your practices here and there, and that kind of thing, which again, I think was effective for the time. But I'm personally at the point where when you're going to ask the Chinese to change these economic structures, what you're actually doing is asking them to change their political structure. Yes. That's what you're asking them to do. So
it's the tiger changing the stripes.
Exactly. So I don't really think they're going to raise their hand and put their hand on the little red book and swear not to be communist anymore or have a command economy. So what I'm saying is, fine, you buy the stuff from us that we want to sell you, and we'll buy some stuff from you, and then we're going to have tariffs, and we're going to fight on high tech. I mean, that's really where we are. I think you just have to manage it. We have to do what's good for America. We have to have some level of tariffs, and it's been successful in diversifying away from China. The last time we imported this little directly from China was 2004.
But you're also fighting them on industrial excess capacity. There's a Section 301 investigation happening right now. I mean, it involves other countries, but sotto voce, it's really about China and others. Can you just say a little bit more about that, how it's going, what you hope to achieve with that timeline?
Yes, I mean, so as you were mentioning, USTR is conducting a Section 301 investigation of structural excess capacity. And a lot of this is a global issue. It's not just China, but a lot of it originates with China. And this is the idea that they just are building so much capacity that is not justified by global demand or normal market mechanisms, and it leaves no room for America to build factories or employ workers. I mean, it's kind of simply put, well, that's what it is. And it spills over into third countries. We have third countries that do nothing. Their goods get displaced into our market. And then you also have third countries who have similar practices. So we're conducting this investigation. We've had hearings, we've had public comments, et cetera, and we're going to take action if we need to. It's an ongoing investigation, so I'm like, my general counsel's like a little angel on my shoulder here telling me don't get ahead of the investigation. But
she was with us earlier this week, and she's wonderful.
She was. No, she was. She's doing a great job, and they're working incredibly hard. So we're just going to take action to control our borders, right? I mean, for a long time, we had open borders to foreign labor, foreign goods, foreign services, and foreign capital, really without the kind of restrictions that other countries do. And I know there's a reason for that. And there's a lot of competitiveness that comes from that and growth that can come from that. But you have to have some rational limits to this, especially when it comes to China. And that's what we're trying to do with addressing structural excess capacity.
Say a little more about the Board of Trade that was announced between the U.S. and China.
Right.
How is that different from the strategic and economic dialogue?
Yeah, well, here's why, because we're not just going to get together and pretend that we're solving each other's problems, right? That's, like, we're not doing that. We're not doing fake dialogues anymore. And also the U.S.-China Board of Trade, I've had some CEOs come up to me and say, hey, I want to sit on the Board of Trade. I say, no, you're not on the Board of Trade. I'm the Board of Trade for the U.S., me and Scott Besson. The idea with that is actually quite pragmatic, and it's there are goods that we should and can trade with each other that are non-sensitive.
It's almost like a white list.
Yeah, I would guess so. And everyone say, well, what's sensitive, what isn't? We'll figure it out, right? I mean, what we know is there are things that are certainly non-sensitive, right? We have ag goods we want to sell. We have aerospace that we've sold to them for a long time. We have medical devices. We have farm. We have all kinds of things we can and should sell to them that everyone can agree are non-sensitive. There are things we can get from them, you know, consumer goods, low tech, things like that. There are things we can get from them that I don't worry that they challenge our industrial base.
You said aerospace is non-sensitive?
That we sell to them.
Yeah.
Civil, I mean, Boeings, right?
Okay.
That's when I say Boeings, I say
And
aerospace
GE engines
to
and
look
all of that.
impartial. Yeah, right. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. Let's go. We were talking in advance about how you are really connecting economic security and national security. That'll be a lot of interest to the people in this room. And you're doing something really innovative in these agreements on reciprocal trade. You have really started trying to align export controls, establishing investing screening mechanisms, strengthening cooperation on supply chains, critical minerals, et cetera. Say a little bit more about which countries specifically you want to target to do that with, how it's going, are people open to that? And is that going to eventually become plurilateral? What's the plan?
So one thing that we all should have learned in the past 10 years is that, you know, this kind of saying that has almost become trite now is economic security is national security. Everyone agrees with this now, which is really important. And this means that there are certain, you know, products and items and sectors that are just too important to leave to the market alone and to let the market offshore everything to the highest bidder, you know, China or Vietnam or someplace like this. And our sense is that if you want to have a trading relationship with the United States, if you want to retain your market access you've had for a long time or some element of it, not only are you going to open your market to us in a trade deal that we develop, but you're also going to agree that the kind of trade you're doing with us is going to enhance U.S. national security. And for us, what does that mean?
And ideally their own.
And their own.
Yeah.
Well, exactly, right? It's good for them too. And so what that means is we don't want a situation where I do a trade deal with, you know, X country, and then they say, okay, great, and they invite in a bunch of investment from a third country that has a bunch of structural excess capacity or something, or wishes us harm, and then they just use that country as an export hub for the United States. That I can't have, and so they need to be doing investment screening to make sure that the kind of investment and manufacturing they're doing is the kind of thing that is in our common interest. You know, similarly with export controls, if they think that we're going to ship them some of our highest tech goods or that kind of thing, they need to be committed to the type of export controls that we have. These are, I think once you say it out loud, it makes sense, but for a long time we didn't put that into trade agreements. I think there were a lot of reasons not to do that, but we're at a point in our history where geopolitics, they're interested in us, even if we're not interested in them when it comes to trade. And so when we set about developing a compact trade agreement over the past year and a half, we decided we would have economic security. And it has other things too, right? Government procurement, we want to make sure that we have a line into government procurement and that government procurement isn't open up to companies or countries that may cause problems for critical infrastructure. If we take border measures, you know, other countries should probably be prepared to take border measures too if they want to benefit from our market.
So a specific example would be, for example, we have the Emiratis with us. So it would be, we will sell you chips only if you have the same export control on the chips that we do vis-a-vis China. Is that an example?
I mean, yes, and this is essentially what we did with the Saudis. Back in November, we had a visit of you know, the Saudi leadership, and part of that was working out AI chips, and we all worked together in an interagency way to say, if you're going to do this, if you want to play in this space with our tech stack, we want you to do that. We want to be your preferred partner on this, but we want to make sure that U.S. companies are involved. We want to make sure that your controls are appropriate and that we can monitor this and enforce it.
Let me ask you one. Who have you negotiated with this with already, and then who do you want in the club? Is this in every trade agreement the U.S. will do? Is it only our Western friends and allies, plus Japan, Korea?
Well, we ask everyone to do it. So right now, if you look at what we've done, we have 9 completed what we call agreements on reciprocal trade. And these are substantive documents. They're hundreds of pages long. They have annexes. They have real commitments, et cetera. And in all of these, we've asked countries to make these commitments. So if you look at deals we've made in Southeast Asia with Malaysia and Indonesia, they've made these kinds of commitments. When you look to our hemisphere, Argentina, Ecuador, they've made these kinds of commitments. Now, when we talk about, Japan.
Easier maybe for Argentina and Ecuador than some of like our tech near peers.
It is, and let me be clear, we're not really going to other countries and saying, hey, it's us or China, take your pick, right? I mean, that's not what we're doing. Now, the Chinese are doing that, right? They've put out these new supply chain rules where they essentially are saying you have to pick the US or China. We are not doing that. That's not what we've wanted to do. I mean, if we have to do that because the Chinese are pushing us to it, we can. So that's really not what this is about. And if you go and you look at these agreements and the economic security provisions, we don't say China. I mean, the reality is there are lots of countries in the world where we would have an issue. China obviously comes to mind because they're one of the most significant, and we have strong concerns. And we just want to make sure that whoever's doing business with us, whether they're in Southeast Asia or the Western Hemisphere or Europe, that we are aligned on this kind of thing. Now, it's harder, and I'll be really clear, right? With Japan and Korea and the EU, they have hesitated on this, surprisingly. I know. I know, I see him right here.
He's highly knowledgeable on this.
Yeah. No, we're good friends. He's a great friend of the United States and a great representative of Japan. But every country comes, they say, well, what about sovereignty? So that's fine. Any deal you make with another country, you're kind of deciding you're going to do something with your sovereignty toward each other. So I don't really like that excuse, but some like to use it.
This makes a lot of sense. I think this concept is really innovative and actually makes a lot of sense. Let me ask you the slightly harder question. I think a lot of our friends and allies who maybe would have been very helpful vis-a-vis some of these issues, whether with respect to China, economic security, or others, felt mistreated by the Liberation Day tariffs last year. And I can call out some specific countries, but you know who they are. They felt like they weren't treated as friends by the United States. How do you give those countries reassurance now that we're actually in the same club, they'll be treated the same or better if they're our friends? How do you square that?
Listen, for some of these friends, they weren't crying when we were losing our manufacturing jobs, right? Where were they when our facilities were going overseas? So for friends who are sad now, were they sad when we were losing our manufacturing base? They weren't. So I kind of like to separate the emotion from it. For me, this is business, it's national security, it's economic security. And I get people all the time saying, hey, you should go easy on X Western country because they'll align with you on China. And I say, no, they won't. Like, I'm already doing things on China. Like, it's in their interest to do things on China. They should do it anyway. I shouldn't have to, if you have a country that has a challenge with Chinese imports or something, I shouldn't have to go pay them or give concessions for them to do something that's in their own interest, right? And I'm also not going to slow down or let other countries have a veto on what we have to do to protect the American economy and the American worker so I can have some kind of coordination that, to be honest, I'm a little skeptical of it, right? I mean, we've had, in the first Trump term, I have my old mentor back there, Bob Lighthizer, right? He's like beaming thoughts into my head right now. But in the first term, he and I sat in a meeting.
They're going to do the quick take right after this session.
Yeah, so I have to say nice things about him. But we had representatives of a European country come to us, and we said, hey, China's stealing our IP. They're taking away our manufacturing. We're going to take action. What are you going to do? And they said, well, we're just going to out-innovate the Chinese. And it was like, well, have you met the Chinese? Like, that's not going to work. Anyway, fast forward, here we are now. And even now, you have the automotive industry in Europe under pressure, and still nothing substantial enough has been done. And I know there's a lot of people in Europe who are pushing for that and who are looking at it with clear eyes, but you have enough in Europe who are not, and it makes it very challenging to change.
And a lot of different small countries that all have different views on it. Very difficult. Right. Yeah. Great. Let me move to industrial policy. It's a term that used to be outlawed, but now we all use it all the time. And I'm sometimes struck by the difference when you hear national security experts, like all of us in this room, use the term. We generally mean something along the lines of, let's make sure we're not dependent on our adversaries, on the key things that will keep us safe, defend us. So that would be 5G, AI, chips, critical minerals, things of that sort of pretty bounded sector. When you hear many American politicians talking about industrial policy, it has the echo of, let's bring back the great manufacturing jobs of the 60s and 70s. Now, you are having to straddle that complicated thing. And as you are doing this, how do you decide which sectors are truly strategic? And where is it worth paying higher costs to buy ourselves some resilience?
Certainly. Well, first of all, one thing we do in this administration, and it's actually not that hard an analysis, right? We have think tanks who do this. We have all kinds of people who do this. Our own internal analyses, they look at what are critical, and we identify the same things all of you think about: semiconductors, pharmaceuticals, AI, automotive, aerospace, biopharma, all of these different things. People might argue about some of these. Personally, for me, I take a broad view of what's critical, and part of this is because manufacturing moves in ecosystems. So, I mean, take the CHIPS Act, for example, right? People can argue about good or bad. Let's just say we think we should have some kind of industrial policy, and maybe the CHIPS Act is something we should do. Let's say we make it so we do everything here, right? We do the ingots and the wafers and the etching and everything and the packaging, we get it all here. Then what happens? Then we send the chip to China to integrate into electronics and bring it back here. Like, that's kind of a crazy outcome. So even though you may have technology overseas that may not seem critical, maybe it's consumer technology, at the end of the day, the entire supply chain is really important. I mean, similarly, people will talk about critical minerals. They'll say, well, gallium, we have to have gallium that we make here. Everyone will agree with that. And then we'll say something like, we should try to have aluminum production in the US. And they say, oh, don't worry about that. We can get it from all kinds of places. But gallium is a byproduct of the aluminum production process. So it's not actually easy to tear apart these supply chains into like these narrow sectors like a lot of people want to do, because manufacturing moves in ecosystems, and a lot of these byproducts are products of things that may not seem strategic on the surface.
That all makes a ton of sense, but I would argue that the sectors you just mentioned, whether broadly defined or narrowly defined, are still within the national security realm. But then you have Section 232 actions on, was it kitchen cabinets? There was some article about roller skates. Like, people just lobby for things to be strategic that maybe aren't. Where do you come out on that?
So for example, talk about steel and aluminum. When the steel and aluminum 232 was reinvigorated at the beginning of the Trump administration, I say reinvigorated because it was done in the first term. The Biden administration kept it. It was reinvigorated now. There was a move to expand what we call derivative products, and it expanded to a lot of different things that contain aluminum or steel. And the idea was, well, we want to make sure that people aren't getting around the tariffs by moving downstream. We now have taken a second look at that list, and if you look a few months ago, we adjusted that, because some of these things we looked at and we said, well, this probably is not appropriate for a 232. We should have it in a, we may want tariffs on it, but for a different reason and a different regime.
So kitchen cabinets and roller skates are off the list.
Well, I don't know about roller skates. I don't know if that was ever on there.
If it was,
it's probably off. The kitchen cabinets, you can ask the Secretary of Commerce about how they're doing the lumber one. I haven't had a lot to do with that.
Oh yeah, he has to do softwood lumber. Yeah, thank you. Okay, I want to bring it back to our own neighborhood. It's what's top of everyone's mind. The USMCA is being renegotiated. You, on July 1st, announced that the U.S. will not renew the agreement in its current trilateral form. So you're going to pursue ongoing bilateral negotiations with the Mexicans and with the Canadians. Let's start with Mexico. What would be a good outcome with Mexico? What do you want changed? What hasn't worked since this was completed by Ambassador Lighthizer 6 years ago?
So part of the beauty of what we did in USMCA is we built in a review procedure. And this is something that was missing from all of our trade agreements, frankly. Whenever Congress does any kind of program, there's always some sunset on it or opportunity to review or have to renew it. But for whatever reason, we never did that with trade agreements. And so when NAFTA it became politically unsustainable to the point where in 2016, everyone was running against NAFTA. Part of the reason why is because it had never been updated. There was never a forcing mechanism to force Washington to account for any challenges. So we've done that with USMCA. And so now we're looking at it. And what's our assessment? Well, our trade deficit with Mexico continued to skyrocket after this happened.
Why do you think that happened?
Well, first of all, we put tariffs on China. And so trade, if you don't control it in the right way, it's like a balloon, right? You squeeze the balloon and it pops out somewhere else. So a lot of companies thought, well, I am going to diversify out of China. I can see the direction of travel. So I'm going to go to Mexico and I'm going to take advantage of this. And that's what they decided to do. Part of our challenge, though, too, which was out of our hands, is if you don't comply with the rules of USMCA or NAFTA before it, there wasn't a huge penalty because our standard rates for the world, tariff rates, were quite low.
Yeah.
And we've changed that now, right? We've put 232s in place to raise the tariffs, right? So now if you comply with USMCA rules, you can get a preferential deal still, but it has to have a lot of content from North America.
Okay, so one thing is don't get flooded with Chinese goods through the back door, through Mexico or through other countries. There's also a lot of talk about rules of origin, auto industry. Just say a little bit more about that.
Right, so again, one of the things we did in USMCA is we made the rules of origin for autos tighter. In other words, if you want to get special preferential duty treatment coming into the US, you have to have more US content, you have to have more Mexican content, et cetera, less content from Asia. Fine, we probably need to tighten those some more. But we also need to do it for other industrial goods. I've talked about electronics, I've talked about pharmaceuticals. The rules of origin for USMCA can be tightened on all of these things, and we're working quite actively with the Mexicans actually to identify these sectors that we think we can reshort to North America, where we can have more production in America, where we can have complementary production in Mexico that leads to more balanced trade, but that does require to have stronger rules of origin for these types of products.
Got it. You sound pretty optimistic. Negotiations going well with the Mexicans? Any news you want to make?
Oh, no, I don't like to make news. You don't want to.
I think apparently your entire team is doing a negotiating round right now. No?
Right now with the Vietnamese, we're going down to Mexico soon, next week, the week after, next week. So it's going well with the Mexicans. They're quite pragmatic. Again, we kind of have this major issue, and I know the national security people don't think about this as much as I do, but our trade deficit Mexico really is a challenge. It really is a problem. The trade deficit, it is a manifestation of some of this, whether it's overcapacity or subsidies or unfair trading practices or monetary policy. It is an expression of things that have gone wrong in the global trading system. It's one thing to have a trade that switches from surplus to deficit in a kind of cyclical way, but to have a structural trade deficit like we've had for so long makes no economic sense. And so even with Mexico, although we'd rather import from Mexico than some places in Asia, we still need to make sure that's under control. So I have a mandate from the president to find a way in whatever deal we make with Mexico to have whatever, whether it's tariffs or quotas or whatever it is, to try to control that. We want to do it in a way that doesn't disrupt supply chains unnecessarily, but we do want to incentivize supply chains moving here.
Sense. I'm going to put the trade deficit off to one side, whether that's because there's a lot of economists in the room who I'm sure will corner you afterwards, and can you actually rebalance the trade, or is it our low savings rates, what's causing that? So I'm going to put that to one side. But we still haven't talked about Canada. So Canada, one of the two countries that put retaliatory tariffs on. Mark Carney won an election over opposition to US-Canada trade and other issues. How's it going with Canadians?
Well, I'm in contact with my counterparts on a weekly basis. Over the past year, like with other countries, I've given lots of proposals to the Canadians on things that could be done immediately to put us in a better position. The Canadians are always willing to talk, right? Like many countries say, we're happy to talk. That's fine. I'm happy. You're always happy to talk. That's not a concession. That's just what we do as diplomats or economic negotiators. So to me, it's not a concession. That's not movement. That's just describing what we do now, which is talk. So we just haven't seen a lot of movement. There are a couple things the Canadians have done. They had a digital services tax they proposed and rolled back. They had an online streaming act where they wanted to force American companies to fund Canadian companies that they rolled back. I'm glad they did that, but they don't really get credit for doing something bad and then undoing it, right? That's just good practice on their part.
So you don't want to give an under-over of how long it's going to take with the Canadians?
I don't know. I don't want to get ahead of them. I mean, the reality is if the President, Prime Minister Carney, have an understanding, I'm sure we can put together something that makes sense to get us over the hump. We're always going to trade some with Canada, right? I mean, they're just because they're there, right? The reality is the president's quite focused, again, getting the trade deficit down with Canada, which it is down by 25%. And he wants to, listen, it's less about being anti any country and just more pro-America and making sure we have as many of these supply chains here in the United States.
Thank you. I want to leave a little bit of time for audience questions, so I'll just ask you one last one that kind of brings it home. We have a lot of CEOs and business leaders here with us. I work all the time with the private sector, and if I'm really honest, they may not say it to you as clearly, but American CEOs are worried because what they understand that there should be additional investment in the United States. They laud the efforts by the administration to make that easier and more possible. But
billions of dollars of investments only happen when you have certainty. And 2025 was a rough year. Like a lot of the American companies I work with had war rooms. What's the tariff today? What's the tariff tomorrow? I've just moved my factory to China. Now I can't do it in China. What do you say to the American and frankly the international business community? What are we going to see in the future?
Well, let's talk
is it going to be more predictable?
Well, let's talk about this word certainty, right? So first of all, there's one thing that's almost always certain, and that is how robust the American consumer is. We have had a lot of different shocks, economic shocks over the years, whether it's the pandemic or other things, and through it all, the American consumer has been incredibly resilient and strong. And so any company that wants, everyone wants access to the American market. Everyone knows that because the American consumer is so strong and we expect it will remain so. Now, there are other versions of certainty. When I hear from CEOs, and there's really...
It's more predictability over time.
I understand.
Because if you're putting $1 billion in a factory...
If the certainty, there are two types of certainties they talk about. One is, I want to go back to status quo ante. When are we going to get back to that? And the answer is, we're not going back to that. We're not doing that. So if your plan is, I'm going to wait this out so I can actually build my plant in China or Vietnam and flood American markets with stuff made by foreign workers in foreign factories, like, you're not going to get that certainty. Now, I'm much more sympathetic to this idea of, okay, we understand the policy, we surrender, what's the tariff rate going to be? This I'm totally sensitive to. If you look at where we were before the Supreme Court case came down, striking down the IEEPA tariffs, we were pretty much kind of there, right? We were in a position where if you were in the Western Hemisphere, you generally had the best deal on the planet because we want the supply chains here in this hemisphere. And the closer you get to China and East Asia, where we have a lot of geopolitical uncertainty, the higher your tariffs were. So you can almost see, Western Hem, they were generally at 10% or lower. Brazil's kind of TBD today. And then you had our allies who we like, but with whom we have trade challenges, Japan, Korea, Europe, et cetera, they're about 15%. And then you had, Asia, Southeast Asia, South Asia, anywhere between 15 to 20%. And then China is the highest, right? If by some calculations, it's 45% all in. So the reality is you can see almost these concentric circles coming out. And that's where we were in February before the case came down. And my guess is if we had our greatest wish, we would have that kind of setup going forward.
So the current stability is you have Section 122, I think it is. As I told you before, I was a trade lawyer for exactly 1 week, so still learning these phrases.
Stick, huh?
It didn't stick, no. It didn't stick. It was very complicated. But so those run out at the end of July.
July 24th.
Then what?
Well, I mean, I'm conducting these Section 301 investigations, right? And the idea is the President's policy the entire time has been to address the issues that are driving unfair trade and our trade deficit. That's the whole thing, right? So when it was IEEPA, we had a declaration related to the trade deficit and the conditions that gave rise to it. Under 122, it's a balance of payments authority, which includes, of course, one element of that is the current account, element of that is the trade deficit. Right now, we're going through now country by country and identifying unfair trading practices, whether it's a toleration of forced labor in their trade or structural excess capacity, everything that goes with that. Just one by one, we're going through, we're identifying all these unfair trading practices to get at the underlying unfairness and imbalance and lack of reciprocity in the trading system. So we're going to conclude these investigations. We may start some more, but we want to get to a position where we are protecting American workers or we're resolving these issues, right? If we get to a position where we have balanced trade and all of our metrics are where we want them to be, then we can probably have a different trade policy.
Thank you. I want to open it to a couple of questions from the audience. I see Steve Clemens first.
Hi, Steve Clemens of the National Interest. Jameson, thank you so much. I think Bob Lighthizer would be very proud of you. I think Fred Hochberg here probably has some issues. But you described a very holistic picture of why we need tariffs, why you need to sort of resculpt the muscle and skeletal structure of America's manufacturing base. But what we see on the outside are a lot of people in the executive branch who talk about tariffs, who impose tariffs for reasons that have nothing at all to do with the manufacturing base. They're on for a week or they're not. This is a strategic room. Countries that we're dealing with Iran, 50% tariffs. Or you take things off because someone's doing a favor. Isn't it a problem for you when non-economic types are throwing either rewarding or punishing other nations for things that have nothing to do with the underlying economic realities, but are completely political. Isn't that the story of what happened in the 70s and the 80s and the 60s in the United States? Is big national security concessions that undermine the American economic base?
Yeah, I mean, I think underlying, your question, Steve, which I will answer, is this idea that we want the economic policy to focus on the economics, and I fundamentally agree with you. At the same time, it is getting more and more difficult to divorce, the economics of it from, where do countries actually sit vis-a-vis the United States? Do they, are they interested in our welfare or are they not? I will also say that, Bretton Woods and everything like that, it didn't come out, wholly born from the womb, right? This is something that developed over decades and decades, and so you are seeing a lot of, kind of a generous way to say this, policy entrepreneurship in our administration, as we exercise these tools, some of which haven't been used in a long time, and we see what works and what doesn't, find out what's legal and what isn't, things we think are legal, and turns out the court has a different view. So you are going to see this. I think in a year and a half you have seen progress, and I think you have seen more cohesion. We're now in a world where we have the Section 232s, very tested legally, Section 301, very tested legally. We know what the legal bases are, we know what the reasons are, and we're pursuing those very diligently. We're adjusting them where we need to try to fine-tune it, right? I mean, again, Bretton Woods didn't come out fully formed. It took decades, and I expect that our trade policy, we're getting into place now. We've come a long way in just a year and a half.
Thank you. Maybe take one, yeah? Oh, Nick's got one.
I have a question.
Moderator's prerogative.
I wanted to thank Ambassador Greer again for being here. It's really important we have Trump administration officials. They're very welcome. I told Ambassador Greer before he went on the stage that we in the Biden administration implemented all the Trump tariffs that Ambassador Lighthizer negotiated back in the first Trump term. I think the Trump administration has kept all the Biden tariffs from May 2024 on lithium batteries, solar panels, and EVs. So do you feel you still have that bipartisan support which will strengthen your position with the Chinese? And do you think it's possible to get the Chinese to agree to a supply chain truce so they don't take rare earths and other products off the market?
Yeah, so on the first one, you're exactly right. And I make this point frequently when I'm speaking, is that there on China policy and the economic approach, there is a through line between Trump 1, the Biden administration, and what we're doing now. And I give a lot of credit, right? And I often say, listen, the Biden people got in and they rolled back almost everything we did except for the trade things. And then when we came in, we rolled back almost everything the Biden people did except for the trade things.
And some of the export controls.
Yeah, well, again,
from Trump 1 to Biden.
Exactly, right? In Trump 1, we pioneered the foreign direct product rule. Biden people built on that. We've kept that. So that's exactly right. And I try to make this point because I think there is still bipartisan consensus. Now, you do get people who, not to get too political, are just so seized with the president and their view of him that things that they agreed with before and trade and tariffs, 10 minutes ago, now they don't. But you also have, governors of certain states of Michigan saying, you can use tariffs. I may not agree with everything, but you can use tariffs. You have the president of the UAW coming out with an op-ed a few days before inauguration saying, we'll work with anybody who's going to use tariffs. So there is bipartisanship. China, can we get a supply chain truce? I mean, on rare earths, we kind of have it, right? I would give the Chinese not an A+ on their performance here, but we are getting rare earths, right? And we're trying constantly to monitor this and enforce it. And I think we do have some folks on the Chinese side who are eager to be helpful, and others, they have challenges in their bureaucracy, and some just have a different view. But we're working on that. On a more broader basis, these supply chain rules they have put out, I have a real concern with these. We all do. We're very concerned. We're considering right now what can be done, and we talk about it with our counterparts. So it's not like we see this and just say, oh, and hand wave it. We are planning.
Thank you. That was a tour de force around the world. Thank you for everything you're doing, and we're going to leave it on that note of bipartisanship. Thank you for being with us.
Thank you, everybody. Yeah.
Okay, everyone, if I could ask you to take your seats, please. Please take your seats. We wanted to devote a lot of time today to trade because it's vital for the American economy. Because, let's say, we do have, and you just heard Ambassador Greer say, I think, an American political consensus in both parties that we have to be tough-minded on China. We have to maintain the bipartisan tariffs that Ambassador Lighthizer negotiated. I certainly felt that way as ambassador. But we don't have an agreement globally on two different approaches to trade, the Trump administration in its second term, the Biden administration. So we couldn't have a better panel to discuss those two issues. Mike Froman, a friend of mine, a friend of the member of the Aspen Strategy Group, the 17th U.S. Trade Representative, now Counsel on Foreign Relations. Robert Lighthizer, the 18th U.S. Trade Representative for President Trump, Chairman of the Defense Policy Board, which is a really important position for those of you who know how our national defense works in the Pentagon. Eero Ogeroth, Head of International Policy of the Americas for Amazon, and Nicholas Redmond, Chief Geopolitical Analyst at Dow Jones. Moderating is my good friend David Gura, Bloomberg, who knows a lot about these issues. I'm looking forward to this panel.
Next, the people were demanding more U.S. trade representatives, and we're delivering here with two more. Keep this party going. We just got this report from the front lines, and now I think it would be good to have you all react and reflect on what we heard there from Ambassador Greer. So it's well more than a year since we had the announcement in the Rose Garden, the unveiling of those initial tariffs. We've had all the twists and turns and undulations since then, including the Supreme Court decision. And now, as the ambassador laid out a moment ago, we're at this period where these 10% global tariffs are due to expire in a matter of days. We're looking ahead potentially to 301 tariffs. Ambassador Lighthizer, let me turn to you and just get your assessment of sort of how this trade project is going under this second term of President Trump.
Well, it'll surprise no one to say that I agree with Ambassador Greer, and I'm very proud of the fact that he's doing such a spectacular job for our country. I think when we frame this, and I think we tend to lose sight of this when we talk about this issue, the president, which is to say the United States, has two problems, and they're both existential. One is we have massive trade imbalances to the tune of probably $1 trillion, I would say probably calculated $1.5 trillion even dollars going out every year structurally, not because we're stupid or lazy, but because of other countries' industrial policy. And on the other hand, we have an existential threat from a geopolitical adversary, which is China. And the president has to deal with both of those if we're going to succeed. When we talk about these things, we tend to kind of weave in and out, and one thing doesn't make sense versus the other. But this president understands that we have those two things. My own sense is that President Biden understood that we have those two problems, although he might not articulate it in exactly that way. And certainly President Trump did it in his first term. So I agree with Nick. We have a bipartisan agreement on this. There's a handful of sort of economists and diehard types. I liken them to that soldier from Japan that in 1978 they lured out of the jungle, still fighting the Second World War. This poor guy's name was Hero something or another. I liken him to that crowd. The fact is, we have these two problems. We have a consistent policy. We are not going back. The diagnosis is right. The tool is right. We can argue about implementation.
Mike, let me turn to you on that point. I mean, I think we've been living through a kind of redefinition of tariffs and how tariffs are used, and I think even of the sanctions bill being debated in Congress today. Were that to be passed, the president would have the authority to impose a 100% tariff on the biggest importers of Russian oil. These are new and novel ways. Even on the 301 tariffs, these would be on human rights grounds. And my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong, is part of the utility of tariffs is they can shape behavior and change behavior, and by that logic, they wouldn't be in place in perpetuity or permanently. I'm curious sort of how you see this administration's use of tariffs and the broadening of the definition or the utility of them.
Well, first of all, I think people would be probably surprised to know that Bob and myself and Ambassador Greer probably agree on more
You speak.
than
I'm
we
surprised by that.
than we
Speaking
disagree.
terms.
But having said that, I think it is important, and Ambassador Greer opened the door to this when he talked about the continuity between Trump 1, Biden, and Trump 2 on tariffs, that we now have a 9.5-year period to say, okay, how has it worked? Has it increased manufacturing in the United States? And the answer is, as a percentage of GDP, manufacturing has gone down from 10.5% to 9.5% over a 9.5 period when we had tariffs added. Today there's a Wall Street Journal article, or maybe it was yesterday a Wall Street Journal article, that manufacturing construction in the United States is down 22% this year over last year because, not surprisingly, the inputs to manufacturing, steel, aluminum, other products, are more expensive. And we're seeing less manufacturing construction. So if that's the goal, if that's one of the goals as it's been cited, to increase manufacturing as a percentage of GDP and hopefully also manufacturing jobs over time, if that's the goal, so far it has not been successful. And it's not it's too early to tell. It's not just, it's only been a year or a year and a half since Liberation Day. This is an experiment that we've now seen for 9.5 years. And so I think that's an important thing to keep in mind. I think, again, I think there has been a bipartisan consensus, actually going back decades now, that we want to use trade policy as a way of shaping other governments and other countries' behavior and use the power of access to the American market as a way of getting them to change their labor standards, their environmental standards, their other policies. The big difference between what we've seen over the last few years and what happened before it was through incentives. It was by allowing access to our market, and now it's about denying access to our market. It's the carrot versus the stick. And we'll see whether the stick has certainly gotten the attention of the world. It's brought a lot of countries to the table to talk about things they've never been willing to talk about before. But whether it actually changes their behavior over time and has the result of reducing the bilateral trade deficit or the overall trade deficit, which, as the economists in the room, which I'm not one, would note has a lot more to do with macroeconomic factors and the fact that we're running a much more demand-driven economy and big debt and deficits in the United States than any degree of trade agreement. That remains to be seen.
Nick, let me turn to you on that point. I mean, we were promised a manufacturing renaissance, and it hasn't materialized yet. I'm curious how you think about that issue in particular. Nick, if you want to chime in on this.
Just as I was going to have some water.
I did that deliberately.
Manufacturing renaissance. I think, the interesting thing when you look at the first term experience was some of those studies, particularly by the Fed, out of the impact of the 2018 tariffs, was that actually they were not particularly effective because although they created jobs in some areas, the rise in import costs for a range of other businesses meant that in net terms it didn't particularly deliver. It's quite clear that a targeted industrial policy can actually yield some of those benefits. And we know that there are some US tariffs that have been super accepted. That light trucks tariff is basically the foundation of the profitability of most of the big US auto manufacturers. So it's not a blanket thing, but I think the problem with the early tariffs was they were blanket. And when the country doesn't produce certain types of aluminium, for instance, or steel, putting a blanket aluminium, steel, tariff on those is just a tax on US business. Maybe in time, you can actually build up that capacity, but it means you're putting your companies through a rough few years.
Eero, you worked in the U.S. Trade Representative's office, and you were working on all of these issues on a very granular level, and picking up on what Nick was saying there just a moment ago, there is an inherent bluntness to this approach now. And I'm curious, now that you're in the private sector, you're living this at Amazon, how are you navigating this world? And yes, the uncertainty of it, but just sort of the way that these tariffs are being applied.
Well, I think to pick up on what everyone said about manufacturing, companies spend a lot of time thinking about whether and how to manufacture in the United States. We all support that goal. We all want to do that. I think, Amazon, for example, already manufactures robotics, drones, robo-taxis, satellites. In the US, our custom chip business is doing really well. And we're looking at how we can do more, but I don't think we have consensus on everything that trade policy would need to do in order to ensure that increases. I mean, the statistics that Mike gave are very interesting, and it has been a long time. And so we should continue to have that conversation about what else will and how do you use trade policy to promote that manufacturing, and I'm sure that that dialogue needs to continue.
Bob Lighthizer, I'm going to quote from the president from back in 2019, around the time that the USMCA was codified. He said, "This is the best and most important trade deal ever made by the USA. Good for everybody, he added. Farmers, manufacturers, energy unions, tremendous support. I'm curious sort of what happened as you look back on that. We heard from Ambassador Greer that built into that was this mechanism to review the deal. But I would love to get your sense, your observation of the way that the president's affection for or appetite for that deal has changed since you were the USTR.
Well, I mean, I could spend the rest of the day refuting the previous comments, but your question is a little different.
Okay.
It certainly is, in my view, that we've had a 9-year experiment. What we did have is about a 50-year experiment with free trade, and we saw what the effects of that were for Americans' economic growth and the outcomes for our workers. So I think that if you look at kind of where we are now, there are a lot of indications that manufacturing is doing back and is beginning to come back. We never had global tariffs before a year ago. So the notion that somehow that's been around for 9 years is just flat not accurate. We had a 60-year experiment with one thing that failed. We've now not had a clear 9 years, but we did take on China. We did some things to save a few U.S. industries. And then we had the Biden years where there was a continuation, but no real clear policy in this respect. They were doing other things. And now we have about 1.5 years to kind of judge by. I would say the green shoots are indicating that things are starting to turn around. They were far worse, I think, right before the president came on than anyone thought, right? They had actually lost 180,000 manufacturing jobs in the year before the president came on, and I think they're changing that trend. The other thing is, how much worse would it have been had we continued the other policy? That's the fact that no one kind of looks at. And when we go back to the beginning, what we do know is we have a $20 trillion economy and an adversary whose principal objective is to move aside the United States and the West and everything that all these economists that we talk about believe in. So, but let me just say that. Now back on USMCA, one other thing there was a general consensus about was that NAFTA was a disaster. Right now it passed because you had Clinton and a few Harvard-educated Democrats combined with a whole lot of Republicans to pass the damn thing. Now they could, not necessarily Harvard, they could be
shade on Harvard here.
Some of them went to Yale too, I think.
Well, yeah, some of them were probably from Yale, and some of them were probably from jail. But anyway, I won't go down that road any further. But the fact is, everybody that ran for president from the time it was passed on both sides of the aisle said we're going to renegotiate it. And then, of course, nobody did, and it got worse and worse and worse. USMCA was a substantial improvement. Clearly, we realized that you can't predict what the economy is going to look like and what's going to happen. You can't predict the pernicious effects of Chinese policy. And so we built in this time to do a complete redo of the thing, and I think that's what's going to happen. Truth is, it ought to happen to every trade agreement. Every trade agreement ought to be reevaluated based on how the economy's changed and whether or not it's lead to balance. My own sense is we need balanced trade with the world, not bilaterally, but with the world, and we don't have it, and we don't have it in a big way.
Eero, let me ask you just sort of what that means in a practical sense. Again, going to the private sector and getting your advantage to have an annual review period for a number of years. What does that mean for companies?
Well, I'll say just from the outset, USMCA and our economic partnership and trading relationship with Canada and Mexico is fundamental, foundational for U.S. companies, and we want to see that continue. But one of the great things about USMCA, which was negotiated 6 years ago, was that it was really pretty cutting edge at the time. And we, obviously we focus a lot on the digital trade agenda, and it was, it was significant for us, but it's been 6 years. A lot of things have changed. I mean, 6 years ago, we weren't thinking about how to coordinate among countries on AI safety or or also how to make sure that we all can utilize AI for our productivity and efficiency. So I will say that we're trying to look at the renegotiation as an opportunity to update and to continue that partnership with Canada and Mexico. And you know, we really want to partner with the administration to make sure that happens.
Nick, you want to jump in on that as well?
Yeah, I think it is slightly unfair to say to the administration, oh, you're cooling on your own trade deal, because that review period was put in very deliberately. And if you look at a lot of the business feed-in during the review process, which worked well, it was actually, we want to see some updates to this deal. We want to see some updates on AI and digital trade. We want to see some updates on CRM. So I think, to be fair to the administration, you know, you've got to be clear on that. But the problem of going for one-year renewal is, for a business, they don't have the certainty, because you know, basically three options. We can go to 2042, we can announce withdrawal with 6 months notice period, or else we can come back again next year with those same three options up here next year. So for a business that's thinking about longer term investment, that really doesn't give the time horizon that they need.
Mike, I suspect you want to respond to what Bob said.
Yeah, first of all, I don't think it's a terrible idea to have a review periodically and an opportunity to update trade agreements. I think that's a good innovation that Bob put into USMCA. You know, on the certainty, I think I think one result of the second Trump administration's approach to trade is the notion of certainty is somewhat redefined. I mean, the only thing certain is that there may be a new decision on trade and on tariffs, and companies are just going to have to adjust to that. And so I think they'll look at Mexico and Canada and say, does it make sense for us to be there or not? And if they're so uncomfortable with uncertainty of tariffs, then they'll move their production back to the United States. And maybe the uncertainty is more a feature than a bug of the trade policy. But one thing we've certainly seen is the fact that you have an agreement, you know, does not even one that's approved by Congress doesn't necessarily mean that it's certain and it's not going to be subject to additional tariffs or additional changes.
You know, let me just
please go ahead. Sorry.
And this is one of those areas where Mike and I sort of agree. The reality is that when businesses say we want certainty, what they're saying is we want to know for sure that if we invest overseas, we'll be able to sell in the U.S. That's just to kind of cut through. Now you know the buzzword. There is complete certainty of trade problems if you manufacture in the United States. I mean, there literally is 100% certain that if you manufacture, what they're saying is, no, we really want to maximize profits, optimize prices if you want, by manufacturing overseas and selling in the United States, basically shifting those jobs overseas and taking that wealth away from America. And we can't do that unless you tell us we'll be able to do it for certain. We won't invest $1 billion to sell in America and manufacturing overseas. They have certainty. What they want is the ability to manufacture overseas and sell in America.
David, can I?
Yes, go ahead.
Look, I think Bob's,
we could go all night.
Bob's
Yes.
absolutely right about that notion of certainty. But to me, that points out a fundamental issue about trade policy and actually about policy more generally. Bob wrote a great book after he left USTR called No Trade is Free. And I thought a better title should have been No Trade Policy is Free, because every policy has its trade-offs, has its costs and benefits. And Bob's absolutely right. If companies want to avoid uncertainty, make it in the US. But that means it's going to be inherently more expensive, less competitive, and that ultimately consumers and the downstream users of their products are going to bear the cost of it. And that might be the right decision, but we should have an open discussion and say, that's a trade-off we're willing to pay. We are willing to have consumers pay X% more for everything they consume in order to make everything we want in the United States. I don't think we're prepared to do that. I don't think politicians are prepared to do that when we have an affordability issue that continues to play its way through our politics.
Bob Lighthizer, there's a unique group of people who've worked for President Trump on trade issues, and I was struck by something that Ambassador Greer said to Anya Manuel a moment ago. She said, what's the deal with Canada? And he said, if the President and the Prime Minister have a good understanding, things could go a certain way. And I wonder what insight you can give into that there can be all of these studies and hearings, the usual rigmarole, granular work on trade deals, but in the end it comes to, I don't want to say one man's gut, but it's his decision-making at the end. And how is a company, how is a person to process a trade creation environment like that?
Well, but I mean, you act like somehow that's unusual, right?
Well, it's familiar now,
but I mean, if you go back through prior administrations, were there trade decisions made by the United States to the Obama administration that Obama didn't agree with? I hope not, right? That's kind of how democracy works. Of course, The president's not going to make small decisions because he doesn't have time, any president. But the big decisions, the directional decisions, if the president's not making them, I want to know who the hell is, right? It sure as hell shouldn't be a USTR who's making those decisions. So I don't find that such a great change from the kind of behavior that we've had in democracies. Look at, if the decision goes south, there's only one person responsible. And that's true of every democracy, and that's the president. And he's going to make those decisions, and a democracy operating appropriately is teeing up the right level of decisions for the president to make. And I think that's what Jameson was saying, and it's for sure true.
I want to talk about Europe, and I want to talk about China, then maybe we'll take a few questions from the audience. So Nick, I'll turn to you first on the issue of Europe. I think it's been fascinating to watch this trade war play out, who's allied with whom throughout the whole process. So let's talk about Europe and the tack that they've taken. We heard a reference during the ambassador's comments before about autos in particular. How are you watching that, the way that the geopolitical terrain has changed as a result of the trade policies being pioneered by this administration?
Yeah, so the Europeans in essence said to the administration, okay, you can have what you want, you can put your tariffs up, we'll put ours lower, and that's fine. But they've had a long-running problem with China. It's actually getting more serious, partly as a consequence of increased US tariffs with more Chinese overcapacity washing into Europe. For those auto manufacturers in particular, that's been a really difficult one. Obviously, there's a difference between the member states. If you're France, then it's not so much of an issue to push immediately onto the trade protection, but if you're Germany, where you've got a lot of auto manufacturing in China, and when you're actually still selling quite a lot of units in China, although that sales level will fall, it's much more difficult to know how to strike it. But increasingly, the Europeans, EU, I mean, are being increasingly firm on this and sort of saying, look, it cannot go on like this. And the EU-China trade deficit is just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. What I find quite interesting is the European approach has neither been really to ally with the United States or with China. So we're looking at, and I think the interesting there is the idea that ultimately you could have really three vaguely distinct blocks, and potentially also with different standards, different rules within them, which would make for a really difficult operating environment for global companies.
Aaron, let me get your perspective on this, particularly when it comes to digital services. So there's the threat of digital services taxes, and the president said recently, were they to be put in place, 100% tariff on the countries that would do that. I'm old enough to remember when he promised 100% tariff on champagne. Lo, that hasn't happened yet. How do you think both about what Europe's trying to do here, the reaction to it, and then the bark versus the bite from the U.S.?
Yeah, I mean, I think one of our top international issues is the discriminatory digital regulatory agenda that has emerged and is, spreading around the world. And we're constantly thinking about how this will actually impact American innovation and leadership. I mean, to give some examples, there, at the top of our list of concerns is the Digital Markets Act that says just a handful of US companies has to comply with more onerous rules just because we're American companies. No European or other countries have to comply with that. That just means that Amazon is the only retail company in the world having to comply with rules, and it's hard for us to see why only one company should comply with regulation that makes sense. They've expanded the DMA to, they're talking about expanding the DMA to include cloud. There's already the Data Act, which includes a lot of similar provisions, and now will be, really hard for us to figure out how to comply with differing rules. You mentioned digital services taxes. There's also streaming regulations where countries are requiring us to subsidize their favorite homegrown company, and it sort of goes on and on. For us, it's very expensive to comply with these regulations that only apply to us, and it essentially means that for innovative American companies who are going to be shut out of, or severely disadvantaged in the European market and in other large markets around the world, how will we really continue to compete and how will American technology leadership continue to grow? That's one of the reasons why we've appreciated working so closely with the current administration on these issues. But I will say that both Ambassador Froman and Ambassador Lighthizer had great digital agendas, and I'm very happy to hear Ambassador Greer continue that work as he mentioned today. And because as everyone has said, this isn't just economic interests, it's also our national security.
Spent a little time on China, and in the realm of trade ornithology, Bob Lighthizer, I consider you a hawk, a term you'd embrace?
Yeah, well, you'll get no argument here.
Okay, all right.
But only for about 40 years.
All right, all right.
Before that, I was foolish.
Before that, you're foolish. All right. As I look at kind of what was the case in Trump 1 versus Trump 2, it does seem like you were taking a much stronger stance toward China, kind of advocating for constructive reform to China. I look at the way that this administration's approaching China. We heard a bit about that a moment ago. It's trying to find more common ground on business. It doesn't seem like the hawkishness of the first term is there in the second term. I wonder if you would agree with that and what you see the consequences of that being. There was no Board of Trade, for instance, back when you were USTR.
There were people who were bored with trade.
Fair enough. God, I set you up for that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, but you know, just on Nick's point about Europe, let me just very quickly add, what has happened is the first China wave hit us for a variety of reasons that I won't get into. It didn't hit Europe. It's now hitting Europe. Europe, the smart people in Europe are realizing that the game is fixed, that all this stuff they believed was a fraud. The game is fixed. China operates like a monopolist, and they spend $700 or $800 billion a year to subsidize, and no European company can compete with that, nor can any American company compete with that. When they pick out and they create a monopoly, and now Europe is understanding it. The problem they have is that their auto industry, which is so important both to governance because of the German influence, is hooked. They bought the old line and invested a lot of money there and made money, and now they realize that they're going to go out of business if they stay on this course. So they have that.
Is China weaker today than it was in 2016? Let me tee you up with that.
Well, I mean, so it depends on what you mean by weaker. Their GDP 10 years ago was about 11. It's now about 19 and a half. There's a lot of ways their GDP as a percent of our GDP is slightly higher. There's a lot of ways you could make the case that they are stronger. When you say stronger, you mean stronger relative to us.
Correct, and as a result of what we've done.
Relative to all of us on the West. You could make the, on the other hand, you could make the case that the belief that China is an adversary and is the problem and is contrary to the system is almost universal in the United States, almost universal, as I say, just a few pockets, which I won't identify as economists at Harvard. And it's growing very quickly in Europe. The consensus, which all of us who think, of course, is obvious what's going on. China's running trillion-dollar surpluses. So in that sense, more people are afraid of China now by orders of magnitude. Now, the reason for that is that Trump was very good on the issue, Biden was good on the issue, I was good on the issue, but mostly it's because Xi Jinping is convincing them all that I'm right. I mean, that's basically what's happened. So are they better off? By some metrics, yes. Overall, I would say no. And right now, their economy is growing more slowly. There's a lot of things you can point at. They have the debt bubble. I don't take any, they have the population bubble. There's a lot of things you can point to. I'm still very, very worried about them. But I think the most important thing is that people the world over now realize what this is to their way of life. Now, I want Mike to have an opportunity to tell me that I'm wrong.
I don't think you're wrong. I think, look, I think that the challenge now for China is that it's gone down this path. And I get when Ambassador Greer says we're not going to go back to those incessant dialogues that we used to have that produce very little progress. I am totally sympathetic with that argument. But the underlying issues of China's economic strategy that Bob has just pointed out are a serious issue that has to be dealt with. I'm not sure a board of trade that agrees on $30 billion of imports and $30 billion of exports and boiling down the relationship to soybeans and some airplanes, as important as those are going to ultimately solve that issue. And China is running out of runway, given its size, as Bob pointed out. You can't keep on exporting 2 to 3 times at the rate of global growth or global demand for that product when you're at this size. It's one thing when you were half the size, but now that you're at this size, China going to have a hard time continuing to export and grow that way, particularly at a time when, as Bob says, the consensus is evolving in other countries. In Europe, European Union, as reluctant and as painful as it is for them, is becoming more protectionist towards China and is going to put up barriers. My guess is Brazil will, other major emerging economies will, and they're going to find themselves without markets on one hand and on a hamster wheel that they can't get off of, they can't keep going, they can't slow down, and that could create a real crisis within China, and the problem is that could create a crisis for the broader global economy that we all have to be attentive to, so we need to work on those issues too.
I, for one, have fond memories of interviewing you outside the Daitai guest house at some strategic and economic dialogue a long time ago. Raise your hand if you have a question. We'll get to you in a second. While we're waiting to do that, Nick, last question to you. We see the tariff have an impact on inflation. The Fed referred to that in its latest minutes as well. So we're at a moment where we're seeing the effects of this war in the Middle East, talk of additional tariffs through these Section 301 tariffs. Just describe the landscape, the difficulty that the administration perhaps faces as a result of venturing down that road.
On tariffs or on the war?
Well, the way that the case for tariffs might be blunted by the fact that the war is having an impact on the economy in the way in which it is.
Yeah, I mean, I think on the case for tariffs, it'd actually be really interesting to hear what Ambassador Lighthizer has to say. I mean, where you grew up in Ohio is one of those places that was really affected by deindustrialization. So these are your people. I'd really like to hear what you would say in terms of making that argument to the people you grew up with. But I mean, to answer the inflation question, estimates for inflation have actually dramatically undershot. So, there were some ideas it would add annual inflation by 2.3 percentage points. Actually, it's nearer 0.5 to 1. But if you talk to business, what a lot of them will say is they've taken the hit in terms of their input costs thus far. And this is also about the war. This is actually largely about energy costs and plastics. And so that actually could come down the line. So it's good news that inflation has moderated a little bit, but I just wonder if there could be a sting in the tail.
Yes. Go here for Mike.
Thank you very much. My name is Rebecca Anderson. I'm with the McKinsey Global Institute. Of one thing that we've heard a ton so far today and yesterday is about AI and how important AI is for national competitiveness. At the same time, last year the trade deficit widened, with the largest driver of that trade deficit widening being AI-related goods or computer and electronics products like data server equipment and so on. We don't necessarily have time to build up a ton of domestic industry of those critical inputs if we want to move very quickly and if we want to be able to keep pace with China. So one question I have is there a trade-off right now in AI competitiveness and striking a trade balance? And from a holistic national competitiveness standpoint, what's more important?
Bob, you want to take that? Well, no, Mike, go ahead. Sorry.
Mike thinks about all these things.
The answer is yes. There is a trade-off, and I would put the emphasis on competitiveness and racing ahead on AI. And I think that's why it points to, and this is where Bob and I disagree, I'm not sure the measure of trade deficit should be the be-all and end-all of all of our measures of economic policy or of trade policy, because we have other interests, including importing what we need to do to stay ahead on AI from China that need to be balanced against that, and that's where the trade-offs come in.
Sorry. Right with Mike. I'll take maybe run down here in the front row. Hi, Andrea.
Hi, thank you all so very much. Andrea Mitchell from NBC News. One thing that I thought might be missing when we talk about external events that can affect trade decisions vis-a-vis Canada, from all my reporting and many trips in Canada over the last year, is the 51st state, which really not only colored the election, but a deep Canadian reaction. and influence the way Canada, Mark Carney and Davos and, other responses. So I'm wondering to both Ambassadors Lighthizer, and Froman, how often, to Ambassador Lighthizer perhaps, don't some of the external factors play a role in influencing economic policy and now potentially, of course, USMCA?
It was candidate Carney who said he never took it as a joke, the 51st
Yeah, I
state
mean,
line.
in the first place, I'm pro-Canadian. I think we have a good relationship with them on trade. If you take energy out, and when I analyzed trade data, I always did it with and without energy, because there's nothing wrong with having a trade deficit with someone who's giving you energy, right? And that's why I always say we need global balance. I don't care, if you want to get to global balance from where we are now, you have to take on the countries that are surplus. But notionally, bilateral surplus is not a problem. Now, I like Canada, Proposition A. Proposition B, Canadians have no sense of humor. Proposition
Clear the next hour.
Proposition 3, everyone in the audience knows that what I'm saying is in fact true. And D, every Canadian is shaking his head, saying, he's right, we really don't. Having said that, what I think was a far more important part of that problem was that when we were doing all this process, Canada was going through a political season. And you can't be in a position where you look weak if you're running for election. You know what I mean? It was an unfortunate juxtaposition of their political calendar and our policy change. And I think that then put Prime Minister Carney, who I have a lot of respect for, and I think is really a really super person. I wouldn't have said that about all prime ministers from Canada, but I've certainly said about that one. But he had to behave the way he behaved. He had to react the way he had to react, because the alternative would have been a political disaster, right? And anyone could have told him that. So, and then I think we kind of got retaliation, and then we sort of went in a bad direction. I think we come out of it because the fundamentals are so good between the United States and Canada.
We just have 2 minutes left, so let me lob a question. You can each take a bite at it, and that is, we keep hearing about the patchwork quilt of trade policy going forward. We've talked a lot about the opportunity for renegotiation. Of course, tariffs can come on and off. I'm curious if this is just the new reality, the new normal as you see it. I mean, Mike, you used to toil away on the trade deals for years and years. They would go into effect for years and years. Is that a thing of the past now as we look at sort of the future of trade policy? I'll start with you.
So I agree with Bob that the pendulum is not going to swing all the way back to where it was before, with or without the Harvard economists arguing for it.
We're not bitter that we weren't accepted.
I'm not sure we have to accept that this reality is the new normal necessarily going forward either. But I do think there are some fundamental changes around strategic industries, around the importance of manufacturing, around industrial policy for strategic purposes, and putting some guardrails and guidelines around that's likely to go forward. And look, on the patchwork, trade negotiators used to talk about the spaghetti bowl of FTAs and how confusing it was. There were all these trade agreements, and it was so confusing, everyone had to navigate across all these. Well, now we have a spaghetti bowl of tariffs. And companies, like Arrow's company, are very good at figuring out what's the regulatory environment. And as long as they feel like there is some degree of continuity that they can count on, they can adjust to it, and they'll adjust their production and their imports and exports accordingly.
Arrow, pick up on that, just the way that you're thinking about trade policy going forward as somebody who's working in the private sector.
No, I mean, I agree. I don't think we're going back to the regime that we had before. I do think that we will continue to move forward towards something new. We hope that in that new realm, we will have thought through how trade policy can better help promote U.S. manufacturing. I sincerely hope that it continues the work on American innovation and tech leadership, because it's so important to our economic future and growth, and that we continue to grapple with tools that can prove to be effective over time.
Nick, to you on that point, is your life going to be as interesting as it has been over the last year and a half?
Yeah, I think it is. And actually, something particularly that Ambassador Greer said made me really interested about the future. And that the vision he painted was he wanted low tariffs in the Western Hemisphere, higher, and then as we go east, higher, and the highest in East Asia. Now, under IEPA, that was possible, but IEPA was the president's superpower, and the Supreme Court took it away. And so now the tools are 301 and 232. I would be amazed if the result of those actually led to the tariff vision that he had. It's going to be much more, I think, much more sort of messy, and if that is the intention of the administration, I think it portends, choppy times ahead.
Bob, last word to you. We've got a minute of extra time here in keeping with the spirit of the day.
One, I will be amazed if it doesn't comply with what he's saying. And Mike agrees with me, so you have all the really good trade people right here. And the second thing is, on this, will you go back? Paul Krugman was out saying we need to intervene. We won the issue. The issue is over, right? If he's out there saying it can't go on the way it was, you know it's never going back. But I will, in a moment of seriousness, and I try not to have very many of them, say that there is some room for some criticism on the implementation side.
All right. Thank you all. Thanks to you all as well. Appreciate the time. Thank you.
I think after we speak.
You okay?
We're good to go.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to get on with the next session. Please take your seats if you could. Listen, I've got a message to people in the tent. I have a live report from the tent that there are hundreds of British citizens milling around drinking their sorrows. You can bring the beer into this hall and have a good discussion with us in the Western Hemisphere. I know it might pain you because Argentina is in the Western Hemisphere. But still, come on in. This panel is going to be on the Western Hemisphere. Could I have your attention, please, all of you who are standing talking? All of you who are standing talking in the aisle right in front of me, including two people right here. Thank you very much. We're going to talk about the Western Hemisphere. Here over the weekend, the Aspen Strategy Group, which is our off-the-record group, spent 48 hours looking just at the Western Hemisphere. And we thought it was important because it's obviously vital for the United States. And I can just speak for myself, not for the rest of the people, but what I took away was we need to return to a big, strong, positive vision for our relationship with Canada and Mexico as three integrated, symbiotically linked countries on trade, on people, on energy. I believe we should not be questioning whether Canada is a sovereign state. It is a huge sign of disrespect to call for Canada to be the 51st state. We have big decisions. Do we intervene in Cuba? Do we intervene in Venezuela further? Do we push the freedom of political prisoners? And do we quicken the pace towards a democratic future? And what do we do about Brazil? Mark's got a really difficult task, because all of this is on the agenda. Mark Caputo of Axios is the moderator. Dominique Dupuy, whom I met the other night, the former foreign minister, Minister of Religious Affairs, and Ministers of Haitians living abroad of Haiti, is here. She's most welcome. Leopoldo Lopez, he's a champion human rights advocate. He spent 7 years in prison in Venezuela. He is an advocate for democracy and human freedom in Venezuela, someone I respect very much. Albert Ramchan Ramdan, Secretary General, Organization of American States, who has to deal with all these issues in our regional organization. So Mark, thank you for this panel and your moderation.
Thank you. We're going to probably narrow the focus and mainly be in the Caribbean, because that's where the expertise here lies. And what we'll try to do is bring everyone in together and sort of more of a narrative whole, and let's make sure to have a conversation. Leopoldo, I wanted to start with you first. He name-checked Venezuela. The United States on January 3rd removed Nicolas Maduro, the dictator, and there is now a reconstruction plan. There's there's a stability phase, there's economic reconstruction, and there's a democracy phase. I was wondering if you support that plan and how you would grade it so far.
Well, thank you very much. The first thing, the obvious, is that we are much better off than what we were on January the 3rd. Before January the 3rd, we had Nicolas Maduro. Nicolas Maduro is out, and that's very big. And that's the beginning of a transition. And that only happened because the United States and President Trump decided to act upon something that had no possibility of change without that intervention. Because we had tried everything. We had gone to elections, and Maduro stole the election. He stole an election in the year 24, that was won by 70% of the vote. Edmundo Gonzalez won. Maria Corina Machado, who was the candidate, was not able to run. We had tried going to the streets for years, not one time, but thousands of times. We have tried negotiations with all sorts of mediators, the OAS, the Vatican, ex-presidents, and that led nowhere. We tried sanctions, and none of that was able to produce change. So that's very significant. And I am optimistic that this is a way forward that will lead to democracy, but it is a transition. It is a transition that has had some important impact, and I'll start by some things. We had 1,200 political prisoners going into January the 3rd. There has been the release of 700, but there are still 500 political prisoners. No excuse to have 500 political prisoners today. There is a three-phase plan laid out very clearly by Secretary Rubio, very clear: stability, economic recovery, and transition. And transition means democracy. And there is the clear commitment of the United States, of the State Department, to build that transition through an election. It won't be immediate, as it was said yesterday in a hearing at the Senate and at the House. It will take some time, but that is a transition that will be the focus of the United States, and I hope it will have the companionship of the entire region, because that's what we need. Venezuela has been fighting for democracy for years, and the only way that there will be long-term stability and long-term economic recovery is if we have elections and if we have a democratic transition. And that process needs to start now. So it is a much better scenario than what we had before January the 3rd. There is a lot of work to be done, and there is a lot of inclusion that I hope we have, not just from the United States, but also from the region, because the success of Venezuela will also be the success of the region.
Let me just pin you down real quick. How would you grade? You do support the Rubio plan, correct? The three-phase plan?
I do.
Yeah.
And absolutely.
And how do you grade it so far?
Well, I think that
A, B, C, D, F.
Huh?
A, B, C, D, F.
Well, I would say a B plus, A minus.
Okay.
And I think that it's been able to stabilize the country. There is the beginning of an economic recovery that won't be a significant economic recovery until there is clear rules of engagement, clear horizon for the types of investments that are needed. And that requires rule of law and democracy. And we are not there yet. And I think that it's also very important that the Trump administration, Rubio, State Department, they have stated that they are committed to an election. They said it yesterday, on the record, at the Senate, at the House. So that is very important, and we need to make that the plan that we all push, that we have that election.
Albert, let me go to you. The Organization of American States is probably not going to play an immediate role in the reconstruction, the stabilization, the three-phase plan with Venezuela, but eventually probably will. Going way back in time, to 1965, the Organization of American States was a
welcome them in a dignified fashion after having these two brutal interruptions in their lives. And for some people that have never been to the US, and some people now today that have to return in far worse conditions than they left their countries.
You would reference the 2010 earthquake that just really wrecked Haiti, and it just hasn't recovered. Venezuela now has not as big a crisis, but there's also an element of a political crisis as well, or a political inflection point. Maria Corina Machado, the Nobel Prize winner, Nobel Peace Prize winner, I should say, had wanted to be more involved in the reconstruction and the phased plan in Venezuela, and the State Department doesn't quite want that, and it also didn't want her to go back to Venezuela immediately after the earthquakes, and there's been some static. You and she are allies. What advice would you give her, or what advice have you given her to sort of mend fences with the United States or to proceed in this really uncertain transition period?
Well, I think that she has the right to go back to Venezuela, like we all do. I think she has to go back to Venezuela.
But when?
Huh?
When?
Well, I think it's her decision. And what
do you have any advice for her?
Well, she has said that she's going back very soon, and I think that that's the right decision. And I have also heard from President Trump to Michael Kozak yesterday saying that there is absolutely no reason by the United States for her not to go back. And it's very important to have the democratic leadership in this process of reconstruction of Venezuela, especially after the earthquake. The earthquake, it's not as tragic in terms of people that died, but it's been very, very tragic. It's been officially almost 5,000 people that were killed, and informally people speak maybe double or triple those numbers. We don't know because there's no statistics. And what the earthquake showed, and I think that this is very similar to what happened in 2010 in Haiti, is that it was not just the collapse of the buildings, but it was the collapse of the state. There was no answer in 72 hours. It had to be the international rescue teams that came in first. First came El Salvador before any of the rescue teams of Venezuela to support the people. So for 72 hours, there was complete darkness in terms of the response of the Venezuelan state. And that made it very clear, not just for the victims of the earthquake and the areas of the earthquake, but for the entire nation, that Venezuela is close to a failed state, that there needs to be a process of building up that final transition to democracy. And I think that we need to understand a transition not as a milestone of an election. That's a very important, the most significant moment, yes. But we need to start to build that transition today. And that transition has many layers. There is a legal layer that needs to rebuild. Delcy Rodriguez is illegitimate. Maduro was captured because he was indicted for being a drug trafficker. He's now facing the courts and the judges in Brooklyn, New York, and Delcy Rodriguez was his vice president. So the legality upon which Delcy Rodriguez is making her decisions, and in which all of the potentially future investments are on shaky grounds. So that needs to be addressed. I also think that there is another transition that needs to happen, which is the buildup of that election. It's not just the election, it's how we get there. So we need a new electoral board, and that needs to happen soon. There's no reason why we shouldn't have a new electoral board this year, 2026, and then decide and give certainty when the election will take place. I believe that it's more important to have the right conditions than to talk about a specific date, because the right conditions will lead to that date with clarity of everyone inside and outside Venezuela, that is the process of building democratic change in Venezuela.
Let me jump off of something you said. You obviously praised the reconstruction plan, the United States' involvement there, but the United States is backing Delcy Rodriguez, arguably corrupt, certainly participated in the theft of an election. Does the United States risk its reputation if it appears to the Venezuelan people, the broader people of Latin America or the world, that it is in bed with a corrupt quasi-dictatorship?
Well, I think that as it is today, there is a lot of goodwill by the Venezuelan people to the United States.
Is it running out?
Well, I think that if there are no significant signals that the United States is not committed to have Delcy Rodriguez indefinitely, of course it's going to corrode. And I think that the U.S. government is very aware of this. It's very clear that Delcy Rodriguez has no popular backing, that she is seen as what she is, as being the responsible for what Maduro did. I mean, she was the vice president of Nicolas Maduro. We need to understand that this is a transition that the U.S. made from within. And we need to work with that premise, but what I think would be a huge mistake is not to signal that this is going to change towards democracy. And I have been seeing the signals. As I said, yesterday there were 2 hearings at Senate and at the House, and it was clearly stated. But it's not enough to have a statement. It's very important to have concrete actions. As I said, the new electoral board that will create the timeline for that election. So I think that, yes, that's a big risk. I think that the perception of the entrenchment, not only of Delcy Rodriguez, but I'll give you another example of Diosdado Cabello, who is the Minister of Interior. He is an indicted individual. There is a reward of $25 million by the U.S. government on this individual. And he is today continuing to run the security forces that are responsible for the repression that we lived through for the past more than a decade. So I think that there are concrete things that need to happen. I think the removal of Diosdado Cabello is an important signal. It's an important signal because we don't need to wait for an election in order to start dismantling the repressive state. That repressive state is still in place. It's still in place legally, and it's still in place institutionally. And that, in my view, should start to change now. And I don't see that there is any reason why the U.S. doesn't back a plan going forward. And I am confident that this is what's going to happen. I think Marco Rubio knows Venezuela very well. I think that he's very clear on who is Delcy Rodriguez. He's very clear, and his team, on who was Nicolas Maduro and what's the nature of this regime. So what I hope is that we start to see these signals in the next days, next weeks, and that will give certainty going forward.
Thank you. Let's go from repairing or fixing Venezuela. The United States is actively involved in that. Cuba's a bit of an opposite story. The United States has had a long embargo. It is now controls the oil that used to go to Cuba for free from Venezuela. That's really no longer flowing. It has 23 hours of blackouts in Cuba. It is a dire situation. The administration has continued to pile on sanctions, and it looks like a dire situation. From your perspective, the Organization of American States, at what point does the United States own what could be a humanitarian crisis in Cuba? And at what point do you think the United States should either let up or perhaps go in a more muscular way, the way it did in Venezuela?
Let me say this before I speak about the Cuban issue. In all 3 cases, Venezuela, Haiti, Cuba, and take Nicaragua on board as well, if we do not deal with those issues in the right way, and some indications has been given, we need transition plans. We need them now, today. We need the input and the involvement of local leadership, national leadership in this. That's why I'm in favor of Maria Corina Machado going to Venezuela as well. I speak regularly with her, simply because it is important to engage the domestic leadership. They need to own this process. If it doesn't happen, and this is the consequence of a conference like this to understand, the impact in terms of regional stability and regional security will be enormous. If we don't handle Cuba well, if we don't get something moving in Haiti, if we don't have a proper transition plan in Venezuela because of the engagement of criminal organizations, transnational organized crime, and all of that, we have the potential of a regional security crisis.
And that would be prompted by the United States.
And that is critically important for our own hemisphere. Now, specifically on another point, and it goes to, again, all 4 countries, Haiti is a different case because Haiti is aiming towards that democratic space. we are in favor of increasing the democratic space in the Americas to function as a representative democracy. That is Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua in the first place. Absolutely. The way we do it must be in a smart way. And with a smart way, I mean we have to understand the domestic situation. The situation, the complexities in Venezuela are far different than in Cuba or in Nicaragua. It looks simple, but from a practical perspective, you want success. You want to have a transition which will be lasting. Otherwise, it's the beginning of another crisis for many decades to come. We don't want that. So when we have a transition, and that program which Leopoldo and also Marco Rubio laid out, we support that fully as an OAS. We stand ready to help, and we spoke about this with the State Department, in terms of currently developing the roadmap towards an election process, developing the electoral process. In general, I must say the institutional arrangements in Venezuela are reasonably okay. It is the composition, the staffing of these entities that is a problem.
Well, how about Cuba? What do you think?
Cuba is much more institutionalized into a system and is different from the other two countries. So it takes a different approach. You cannot have the same approach. And for that, you will need to work with the government there to start building a transition process from inside. That's our view. Cuba is a member of the OAS. We stand ready to help. Everybody knows that. It depends also on Cuba to be active member. And in terms of Haiti, although I also believe that we can go faster, but it will depend on also this combination between the level of security, the level of stability which is in the country, the engagement of the domestic political elite, as well as that roadmap towards elections. We need legitimate elections, but that is not the end of the story. Even after elections, I agree with you. Elections are not the end game. Governance after elections is more critical, and that is a whole process on its own. But I must say there is global support for all these three countries in creating a more democratic space in the Americas. And that's what we are looking for as well.
Dominique, you wanted to add something?
Please. So yesterday we heard that the main thrust of U.S. Foreign policy was the spread of democracy. And today, just listening to the SG, I am just curious to understand how Haiti, as a democratic republic that today stands with 0 elected officials.
An assassinated president.
An assassinated president, and a decade without any elections held at any level, can be considered as being on the cusp of achieving democracy. I do think that we need to be very careful in the use of the word leadership, because I think that it leaves out a very important actor, which is the Haitian population. And when you have a population and its entire destiny that is hijacked by self-proclaimed leaders and that have the support of the US administration and that are part of, at least ingredients of the crisis, it's really difficult to reestablish the faith of the Haitian people in a process that have seen them completely left out time and time again. So I think that looking at the situation in Venezuela, I feel like they're, maybe 20 years behind us in terms of the tragedy that we're going towards in Haiti on the political level. And there's hope in the prospect of this transition working out. And I do have faith in Secretary Rubio's vision for Venezuela. But as a Haitian, I can't help but be very skeptical that when you have the wrong ingredients, it's very, very difficult to come out with the right dish. And in Haiti, we say that c'est graisse cochon qui cuit cochon. Therefore, it's the pork's fat that needs to cook the pork. And the pork's fat happens to be the Haitian population. And I do think that this time around, we shouldn't make the same mistakes we've made over and over again. And when the SG mentions that he's talking to Corina Machado, I find hope in that. And I do hope that similar efforts are being made in Haiti, because narrowing the conversation to leadership will not equate to new results.
Okay, I don't know, do we have time for a question or not? Do we have time for, well, let's try one question. Yeah, go ahead. I saw you first. Here comes the mic.
Thank you. Maria, I'm a rising leader, Maria Boswanski. My question is, we've seen how democratic backsliding in the region has opened up the space for TCOs to take advantage of the situation, nefarious extra-regional actors to come in. Should the defense of democracy in the region be seen less as a values issue and more as a hemispheric security imperative? And secondly, really quickly, what is the point of the Inter-American Democratic Charter?
And let's try to keep it short. We got 2 minutes and 50 seconds here.
The questions are very good and clearly more than a conference worth. Transnational organized crime, absolutely, that is of the highest priority at the moment. We'll have several activities over the coming months. We need a different approach. We need a new vision with regard to how to treat transnational organized crime. It's not only about illegal drug trafficking. It's not only about terrorist financing. It's not only about illegal flows of people, human trafficking, and migrants, and so on. It's a complex, because transnational organized criminals, they operate with all these things together, whether it's cybersecurity, whether it's IT, they meddle in politics, they become governments in areas they occupy. It's a totally new ballgame. So it's time that we as a hemisphere understand we cannot have this silo approach. It must be integrated. This is our view. We'll present that in October in a conference, a hemispheric conference in Panama City. And I hope that out of that will come the understanding that we need to give it the highest priority. We have to be unorthodox in terms of the measures. I even go so far to say we may want to provide law enforcement agencies more authority with due respect for human rights and due process, but more authority for on a temporary basis to act, because it's an unequal battle. The crime organizations are here, and our law enforcement is here. That will never work. We need to narrow the gap so that we have a good fight. So there will be changes in terms of legality and legal framework. On the other question of democracy, completely right. There is backsliding in democracy, in the value of democracy. And you know why? In our view, it's not only because politicians are not delivering on what they promise, okay? But it's also because generally democracies don't deliver what people want. And the only two things they want, really, in the end, not the infighting and all kinds of things that are happening between politicians at the highest level. They want peace, they want a safe environment so that they can live freely, have a future for their children, and they want prosperity. They want a job. They want an income. They want to go on a holiday. That's all they want, peace and prosperity. And that's our vision at the OAS. So a lot of work needs to be done. But at this point, Harvard study says 40% trust only in democracy at the moment. We need to increase that. Youth, the young people play a critical role to get it back as a value. It's both a value issue and a systemic issue.
Well, on that note, we've run out of time, and I would hope to give a round of applause for our panelists here. And thank you very much.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're on to our next panel. Thank you for being with us. If you're getting a coffee, please come in and join us. If you're drinking beer out in the tent, England fans, please come back. Life goes on. You know, you've got a young, Bellingham is only 23 years of age. He'll be great in the next World Cup. Please come back. We know they're out there. So this is going to be a first for the Aspen Strategy Group. We've never done a live podcast. So now we're going to do one. And I want to introduce my longtime friend, Mark Thiessen. Let me tell you how we met. Mark was spokesperson for Senator Jesse Helms back in the 1990s, and I was spokesperson for Secretary of State Madeleine Albright. And those two very different people ideologically, Secretary Albright and Chairman Helms, actually had a good, deep friendship. And Madeleine said to me one day, I want you to get to know Mark Thiessen. And Mark came over to the State Department briefing room. We became friends. He's been here with us for the last 4 days. And I hope Mark's going to be on this stage with us every year. He's at the American Enterprise Institute. He's a distinguished, he's writing a book on an important subject. Maybe he'll talk to you about that. Distinguished leader in the Republican Party. He's interviewed President Trump. He was a speechwriter for George W. Bush, President Bush, and Secretary Don Rumsfeld, and he's going to be your MC. And some music is going to come on. You're in a live podcast here. Please applaud when the music starts. Mark.
Rate, review, and share.
Music.
Thanks for listening. Here's our show. This podcast is brought to you by the American Enterprise Institute. If you like what you hear, please subscribe, rate, review, and share. Thanks for listening. Here's our show. To you by the American. We'll give him a sec. It's actually a very funny intro. We'll get to hear the comedic stylings of Donald Trump. This podcast is brought to you by the American Enterprise Institute. If you like what you hear, please subscribe, rate, review, and share. Thanks for listening. Here's our show.
What the hell is going on? What's really going on? We said, what the hell happened? You don't have to know what the hell is on it. They see what's going on. I don't know what's going on. What is going on? We must find out what is going on.
Hi, I'm Mark Thiessen, and welcome to our podcast, What the Hell is Going On? Question everybody is asking these days. And what the hell is going on is we are at the Aspen Security Forum doing a live episode of the pod. And I say our podcast because, as regular listeners know, we're missing my co-host, Danny Pletka, who was actually flying here from Florence, Italy, just to do this panel, and her missed her connection, so she couldn't make it. So she sends her regrets, and that means you're stuck with me alone. But normally, Danny starts the podcast by asking me, Mark, what the hell is going on? And I spend a few minutes framing the issue that we're going to discuss today. So today we're going to discuss what the hell is going on with Donald Trump's foreign policy, the good, the bad, and if Michelle has her say, the ugly, probably. And to frame the discussion, as many of you know, in 2016, if you read my column, I decided when Donald Trump was elected to call balls and strikes. And so every year of his presidency, I wrote a column of 10 best things and the 10 worst things Donald Trump did. When Joe Biden was elected, I continued doing so. And believe it or not, I'm conservative. I came up with 40 great things that Joe Biden did as president. It was hard. Tony Blinken and Derek Chollet helped me a lot. But I treated him with fairness as well, and now I'm continuing that tradition in the second Trump administration. And so to frame our discussion, I'm going to give you a few examples of things that Trump has done on foreign policy that I wish he hadn't, and things that I think I'm really glad that he did. And then I'm going to turn it over to our panel to give us their thoughts on the same question. And in the spirit of Aspen, I'm going to start by criticizing my own side. So I don't think Donald Trump should have accepted an Air Force One from Qatar, a country that has given more than $1 billion to Hamas. I don't think that I don't like the fact that he failed to enforce the law Congress passed banning TikTok from operating in the US. I like tariffs as a form of coercion, but I don't like them as a source of revenue, and I think the tariffs have increased inflation and slowed economic growth. I don't allow that he's allowing the sale of the most advanced artificial intelligence chips to China. I don't like that he seems to be slow-rolling weapons to Taiwan after the summit with Xi Jinping. I don't like that he paused the war in Iran at the 20-yard line and signed what was objectively a terrible MOU, which now seems to be have fallen apart. And I don't like that he calls Canada the 51st state, mostly because Canada would be a blue state. So those are some important things not to like. But I think an objective look at his second term, there's some things he's done that are pretty impressive. And let me give you a few examples to frame our discussion. In his first 6 weeks in office, he brought the mastermind of the Abbey Gate bombing to justice. President Biden told the terrorists after Abbey Gate, "We will never forgive, we will not forget, we will hunt you down and make you pay." He left office 3 years later, having made no one pay. Trump secured the border and drove illegal immigration to a virtual halt with no new congressional authority. He forced Panama to crack down on Chinese influence over the Panama Canal. Under pressure from Trump, they've replaced the Huawei telecommunications infrastructure, pulled out of the Belt and Road Initiative, severed the ties with the Hong Kong ports. He launched the second Trump defense buildup, passing $1 trillion in defense spending, including funding for his Golden Dome, which is finishing the Reagan vision of a strategic defense initiative. He negotiated peace in conflicts with Congo and Rwanda, Cambodia and Thailand, Armenia and Azerbaijan, India and Pakistan. He ended the Israel-Hamas war and secured the release of all the remaining hostages, and he got Kazakhstan to join the Abraham Accords. He launched military strikes against the Houthis in Yemen. He launched military strikes against Boko Haram terrorists in Nigeria who were persecuting Christians. He launched a bold and very risky and dangerous mission to capture Venezuelan dictator Nicolas Maduro. And while his rhetoric on Ukraine has been far less satisfying than I would like, he's objectively done more to help Ukraine than Joe Biden ever did. He's selling weapons to Ukraine that Biden slow-rolled or withheld. He's imposed crippling oil and gas sanctions, which Biden didn't do. He seized Russian Shadow Fleet tankers. He's allowing Ukraine to use US weapons to strike deep inside of Russia and giving targeting intelligence for energy and military targets, including specific ways to exquisite intelligence on how to take down those refineries in a way that they can't bring them back online. He's giving Ukraine a license to produce Patriot interceptors, and he's promised to give Ukraine a NATO-like Article 5 guarantee in the event of a ceasefire. In Iran, launched Operation Midnight Hammer, which buried Iran's nuclear program. David Albright was on an episode of our podcast very recently and gave us in great detail the damage that has been done and how far that program has been set back. And with Operation Epic Fury, he took out 85% of Iran's defense industrial base, sank its navy, grounded its air force, decimated its ballistic missiles, and took out at least 50 senior Iranian officials, including the Ayatollah Khamenei. And something I think everybody on the panels are going to agree is a good thing. He got every NATO ally to meet its 2% commitment of GDP for defense spending, and they've all committed to go up to 5%. By 2035. Now, you may agree or disagree with some of my list. Some of my best may be some of your worst. That's entirely possible. But I think it's an objectively, when you turn the mute button on and just look at some of the things he's done, he's accomplished some serious things in this second term. So that's my list. Let's turn to our guests and see what they think. So today we are joined by an incredible panel. Steve Hadley, the 20th National Security Advisor, Robert O'Brien, the 27th National Security Advisor, and Michelle Flournoy, I don't know what number Undersecretary of Defense for Policy you are, but please give them a round of applause. So let's start with the positive. I always like starting positive. I'm going to ask each of you, what is the best thing Donald Trump has done on foreign policy in this second term? And then we'll go after that and ask each of you what the worst thing he's done, and we can talk about those things a little bit. And then at the end, and we're going to do a final lightning round, I want to ask you, what is the best thing you'd like to see Donald Trump do? So Michelle, let's start with you. Say something nice about Donald Trump.
Well, as you know, in your framing of good, bad, and ugly, I have a lot of bad and ugly. But I will say, given where I sit, I really think we are in a period of profound technological disruption, changing how wars will be fought in the future. And I will credit this administration with giving serious policy focus, attention, and senior leadership push to defense innovation, to the acceleration, speeding, scaling of, scaling of the adoption of new technologies, drones, AI, hypersonics, et cetera. It's not perfect. There are some problems in how it's being executed, but I think they're very serious about the intent, and I think it's absolutely critical to maintaining the capacity and capability of our military to deter the kind of threats we're going to face with China and others in the future.
All right, Robert?
Well, first of all, I hear your podcast is killing it, so congratulations.
Thank you.
And it's great to be on
It's
the
mostly
panel
because
with
of Danny.
Well, Denny's great, so we miss her, but and it's great to be on a panel with Michelle, who's a great colleague, and my predecessor, Steve, who was a mentor to me when I was NSA, so thank you. And look, I'll key off, I think there are just a ton of great things, and I thought your list was your second list was very good. But I'll key off the last panel. I think that what's happened in the Western Hemisphere is amazing. And it's the first time in my lifetime that the president has focused on our own hemisphere and making it safer. So the Chinese are out of Panama. Maersk, a Danish company, which is running the canal. So we traded them Greenland for the canal. Maduro is out of Venezuela. Cuba is facing liberation for the first time in 75 years. We may have a liberated Cuba. Greenland, Denmark is defending Greenland and paying for the defense of Greenland, has a frigate in Greenland, has troops in Greenland, and is negotiating a great deal for the United States to have bases in Greenland for Golden Dome, where we won't have to get the permission of the Danish government to launch our missiles. There's just not enough time to call the ambassador and have him wake up the prime minister in the middle of the night when we have to make a 5-minute decision to launch our anti-ballistic missile defenses. So when you look at what's happening in the Western Hemisphere, it's really quite astounding. And he's got a great team: Marco Rubio, son of immigrants; Chris Landau, Deputy Secretary of State, who's a great ambassador to Mexico; Mauricio Claver-Carron, who worked for me as a Western Hemisphere Senior Director, as a Special Envoy. I mean, it's really a Western Hemisphere team that we've never had before. So I think it's a great feather in Donald Trump's cap that he's brought American diplomacy back to our own hemisphere for the first time in a long time.
That's great. Steve?
I want to underscore what you said about getting allies to step up on their defense commitments. It's not just that he got the NATO alliance to agree to the higher targets of defense spending, but he's gone further than that. He's basically said that because of our global commitments, which Europeans do not have, Europe needs to put itself in a position to take responsibility for the conventional defense of the continent. That is not a U.S. withdrawal. The administration has been very clear. We will continue to provide the nuclear umbrella, provide capabilities that are unique to us that the Europeans do not have, and support the Europeans as they put themselves in a position to provide the conventional defense of Europe. I think that's the right objective. What was interesting, I think, today is we heard from the earlier panel of European officials. The Europeans have embraced this as their own commitment. They've decided that it is in their interest and their job to do it. And it seems not just a grudging acceptance of coercion from the president. They have heard this for 20 years from U.S. senior officials. They need to do more. Donald Trump was the one that made it stick, and I think he's convinced them to the point where they now embrace it as their own objective, and that will make it sustainable over time. And that, I think, is a great accomplishment.
Does anyone want to jump in on that point right there?
Look, I'll just totally echo what Stephen said. I was there for the NATO summit in 2019 when we went, and we got a lot of pushback, and Jens Stoltenberg is a good friend, and I felt like beggars with a tin cup, going around to the countries trying to get people to buy pencils from us to meet their commitments, the Wales commitments. And Donald Trump, used some unorthodox diplomacy, some tough talk. And I said it's kind of like a family with an addict that's got, that needs tough talk to come clean. And the Europeans needed some tough talk to invest in their own defense, to take responsibility for their own defense against the Soviet Union, against Russia, and against China. and against Iran and transnational terrorist organizations. And they've stepped up, they're doing it, but it took a Donald Trump to do it. Yeah. Every president since Jimmy Carter has asked for Europe to pay its fair share, to burden share with America, to work with us to defend them. They haven't done it. It took Donald Trump and his tough talk to do it. And so
Michelle?
I agree with Stephen.
I do want you to jump in, but let me ask you a question. So I was speechwriter for Donald Rumsfeld and then George W. Bush. I went to every NATO SAC-D meeting for the first 3 years of the Bush administration. I traveled with Steve Hadley to almost every NATO summit that President Bush went to after that. And I wrote the speeches where Donald Rumsfeld and George Bush asked the NATO allies to please meet your NATO commitments. When Donald Trump came in 2016, there were only 6 of them who were doing it to meet the 2%. Didn't it take some tough love to get the NATO allies to do that? Do you think that was useful to do that, or?
Well, yeah. I mean, I think in the Obama administration, if Secretary Gates, who was my boss, his very last speech at NATO was very tough, kind of almost haranguing the NATO allies. You have to step up and do more. And if you look at the actual numbers, I think the biggest jump in the numbers of who's meeting 2% was actually continued into the Biden administration, and then it's now sort of reached its full goal or objective under Trump. So I think this has been a long, probably too long, longer than necessary, but a long bipartisan effort on the part of every U.S. administration since Bush to get our NATO allies to step up. But if I could, pivot to my worst, which I know you're going to ask. Okay, we'll go to the worst now. It's the flip side of the coin. So I am the first person. I spent a lot of my time as Undersecretary trying to get our allies to step up and do more. But the way in which this president has done this, the disrespectful transactional approach that he has taken to our core NATO allies. These are the allies that helped us win the Cold War. These are the allies that invoked Article 5 when we were attacked on 9/11. These are allies who showed up in Afghanistan and lost disproportionately more people, particularly Denmark, ironically, than we did. I mean, in terms of per capita. The way in which this has been done and the treatment of the allies, I think, has squandered one of our unique strategic sources of advantage, which is we have allies. China doesn't have allies like this. Russia doesn't have allies like this. Iran doesn't have allies like this. It ensures that the breach of trust, if you go and travel in Europe, they're now talking about not only de-risking against China, but de-risking against us. And the breach of trust is so profound that I think it's going to be, we're going to be more alone in crises in the future. We're not going to have our allies show up as much. And when you look at the China challenge that we've been talking about all day, if we're going to scale the response, we can't just do it alone. From an industrial perspective, a tech perspective, a military perspective, an economic and trade perspective, we have to scale with our allies, and that's going to be a lot harder. So I think the way in which this has been done is my worst thing because of the loss of trust and the negative impact on U.S. leadership that it's had.
It's a fair criticism, but your boss, President Obama, asked nicely. My boss, President Bush, asked nicely. Now, maybe Trump, to invoke a Spinal Tap reference, went to 11 when he might have gone to 6 or 7, but it wasn't working the way our presidents were doing it.
But he didn't have to be insulting.
Yeah. Steve.
I think when I found the panel we had with some of our Atlantic allies reassuring, because really the issue on the table was the breach between the United States and our European allies permanent? And what I took from that panel was the answer was no. It's partly because the allies have decided that Trump was right. They need to do more. They need to step up, and they're trying to do so. I think it's also the case that the leadership of the European countries understand that Europe cannot alone deal with the challenge of Russia in Europe or China economically and in the region. And that, in some sense, is going to keep the leadership of these countries interested in preserving their relationship with the United States and with the Trump administration, because they don't want to have to face Russia and China alone. The concern I have, like Michelle's, is this. The rhetoric has alienated the populations of a number of these countries. Polling is pretty devastating. One poll had basically Europeans having more confidence in China than the United States. So I think the real cost is in popular opinion of the United States, and I think that's going to take a lot of time to rebuild.
Robert, do you want to weigh in on NATO?
Look, I mean, the Canadians didn't come down to Palm Springs for this winter, and they stayed in the cold. Come on back to Palm Springs. I mean, it's warm weather, and you know, your protest not coming to Palm Springs isn't going to change the Jameson Greer's trade negotiations with you. So come back to Palm Springs. The people of Europe do not want their children and their grandchildren to live under Xi Jinping-style communism. They're going to be with us. They'll be with us till the end, and it's now good that they're paying up.
Okay. Well, so Robert, I'll go to you next. Give me your worst.
So I still work for Donald Trump. I'm on the PIAB, and there is no worst.
Okay.
There's the least best thing.
We'll take least best.
Which, frankly, when you gave your list, I had a hard time on my best with the Western Hemisphere versus Operation Midnight Hammer taking out the nuclear threat from Iran. Because the Iranians will use a nuclear weapon if they get it. They'll use it against the Europeans, they'll use it against our allies in Israel, and they'll use it here. They'll use it in New York or Chicago or LA if they can. And so taking out their nuclear program was imperative. President Trump has shown a tremendous generosity and patience with the current leadership in Iran. Now, I know there's a debate about these factions in the kind of new, the third team Iranian regime. The fanatics, the extremists, and the thugs, and they're all fighting each other. Well, whoever wins, it's not going to be good for America. Whether the fanatics win, the lunatics win, the thugs win, it's not good for us. So I think President Trump's patience is running out. Probably if I was still with the president, and I always hate to say this because, and Stephen knows this and Michelle knows this, and Mark, you know this, we don't have access to the intelligence the president has access to. So sometimes when we criticize decisions, we don't know what's driving those decisions. But I would be a little less lenient with the Iranians. I'd hit them hard, I'd finish the job, like Jack Keane and General Kellogg and Larry Kudlow and Hugh Hewitt are advocating. The president's been very, very generous to them, but I would finish it off. I'd take out the economic targets, the Carg Island, the oil export facilities, and turn Iran into a stand. And without oil, they're nothing. With oil, the regime thinks if they can survive, they can just buy more kit from the North Koreans or the Chinese. We need to finish the job. And by the way, I think President Trump will finish the job. The Iranians are using their old playbook of extend and pretend and stonewall. And they think they're dealing with the Biden administration or Obama administration. They're dealing with a whole new administration with Donald Trump. They don't understand it. And I think they'll pay a heavy penalty for their lack of understanding. Mark?
Steve, what's your worst?
Well, I think I've already talked about the rollout of the effort to get the NATO allies to do more. We've talked about that. I guess my worst is, and my hope for the administration, I think they need more process, they need more discipline. Now, I'm a process guy, I'm biased on this, but I think Donald Trump has some very interesting ideas, and if even some of the things that seem outrageous usually are built around a core of an insight. And I think what we need is a process by which his staff can take that core of an insight, turn it into a policy that serves American interests, strip away some of the chaff that gets in the way of that, turn it into a policy, have a nice announcement by the president, give the president and the administration full credit, but then have more follow-up, a disciplined process of following up and execution, so that some of these good instincts and good policies become a reality that can transcend administrations. So I think they need a process overhaul, and I hope they do it.
Let's stick with Iran for a few minutes. So Michelle, you may have some different views on Iran. Let us know what you think.
Well, you know, I spent a lot of time when I was in the Pentagon supporting the planning to deal with Iran's nuclear program if negotiations were unsuccessful. So I recognize the priority of preventing Iran from ever acquiring a nuclear weapon. But as I've watched this particular intervention, as in contrast to last year's intervention, which was very targeted and very specific and very effective, this time we went in with a kind of a jumble of lots of different objectives, unclear on what the priorities are, no clear strategy for translating a very impressive military campaign into actual political outcomes, an inadequate appreciation of the risks, ignoring the intelligence assessment that the Iranian regime was not going to collapse under bombing and assassination pressure, and now no clear exit plan. And I think the notion that we didn't realize that they would both lash out at our partners across the Gulf, but also try to close the Strait of Hormuz, and how easy that is to do with a few drones, a few mines. I think, however, I don't know how this is going to conclude, but it's the most likely outcome is we're going to have a new normal. Even if the strait opens, Iran is still going to have a few drones, a few mines to jerk the chain of the international economy when it's unhappy. I think the costs of the war to the American people, to our ability, to our stockpiles and our ability to deter, underwrite deterrence elsewhere where we have vital interests, has been very significant. So I don't know how this is going to end, but I think, if we're honest, if we did an after-action review on this, even if you agreed with some of the objectives, the way it's been done has not paid enough attention to managing the risks, having a clear strategy, and ensuring you're going to translate the military campaign into political outcomes.
I think we can do better than that in terms of an outcome. And my hope for the administration is they do something along the following lines. One, stop chasing after the Iranians for an agreement on the nuclear issue. Stop chasing the Iranians. We have done enormous damage to the nuclear infrastructure. The Israelis killed their top nuclear scientists. We've destroyed a lot of their infrastructure. Their 60% highly enriched uranium is buried under rubble. It's probably in gaseous form, hard to recover. Our approach should be we've dealt with the nuclear program. If the Iranians try to reconstitute it, we will hit it again. If the Iranians want to get out from under that threat and want a nuclear deal, we should be willing to listen. We should give them the phone number they can call to start the negotiations, but we should make clear that any such agreement will involve no enrichment capability indigenous to Iran and no great payday money to the Iranian regime that they can use to reconstitute Hezbollah and their own military capabilities. And the Straits of Hormuz, I think we're actually on the right track there. We ought to be facilitating movement of ships through the Strait of Hormuz on the Oman side, which is relatively safe. When the Iranians try to interdict it, we should do as we've been doing in the last several days, target their means of attacking cargo ships, that is to say their fast boats, their cruise missiles, their drones, to attrit their ability to control the Strait of Hormuz. If we do that, if we can resume some level of trade, if we can help the countries in the region diversify their distribution channels through other pipelines and the like, over time, the ability of Iran to hold the international economy hostage will attrit, and I think we can have a situation which will stabilize over time. We should continue sanctions on Iran. Hopefully, someday, an Iranian regime will come forward and decide that their pursuit of nuclear weapons and support for Hezbollah and the like has been a dead end, and they will join the countries in the region to try to build a more prosperous and secure Iran for their people. If that happens, great. If it does not happen, the kind of arrangement I think I've described will protect our interests and protect the interests of our allies. And that's my hope, that that's where the president goes.
Robert, what do you think?
Look, the regime isn't going to change. There's been regime change twice in the last several months. They're committed. They're lunatics. They're fanatics. We have to cut off their supply of money, and cutting off the supply of money will cut off their ballistic missile program. It'll cut off their support to Hamas and Hezbollah and the Houthis, and it'll end their nuclear program. Sanctions is one way to go about it, and we've tried maximum pressure. That's not enough. We have to take out their means of production of oil. And if we do that, there's certainly a hit to the world economy, but Venezuela's coming back online. Massive reserves in Guyana. There's reserves in Mozambique that are being, mainly of LNG, that are being held up by jihadis. Let's take care of that. And let's deny the Iranians the potential ever to rebuild their nuclear, their ballistic missile program, or support their proxies. And that will do more for peace in the region than anything. If they want to hang gays from cranes and beat up their women and that sort of thing, that's terrible. And we should stop it, and we should have more consensus among all parties in America and less sympathy for Iran. If you really care about human rights, if you care about gay rights, if you care about female rights, women's rights, you're not going to support the Iranians in any sense. Even if they're at war with Donald Trump, you're going to be against the Iranians. We've got to turn them into a stand, turn them into a non-entity, and the way to do that is to eliminate their production of oil and gas. And then get production going in Venezuela and Guyana and Mozambique and increase production in the U.S., fill the gap, and make sure that Japan and India and China have the oil and gas they need, but stop relying on the Iranians because they're going to take that money. Look, I was a hostage envoy. I unfortunately said this on a national news show right after the deal when we paid ransom for the hostages. I said, I hope this money isn't going to go to terrorism, and October 7th happened 6 weeks later. The Iranians got paid off by the Biden administration. They took that money, they invested in Hezbollah. Hezbollah had a massive attack on Israel, committed a genocide, the likes of which we haven't seen since World War II. And that's just what they do. That's what the Iranians do. As President Trump says, they're lunatics and fanatics. I think he'll finish the job. I hope he will.
So I want to ask you all, and I'll start with Steve, about the Trump doctrine. So Donald Trump came into office in a very similar situation to Ronald Reagan, in that when Reagan came into office, we were in a bad place in the Cold War, but the American people had lost the appetite for boots on the ground after Vietnam. And he had to figure out some way to lead America in the battle against the Soviet Empire without putting boots on the ground everywhere. And the way what he came up with was the Reagan doctrine. We would we'd support the Contras, we'd support the Mujahideen, we'd support UNITA Angola, we'd support the governments in Central America, and it worked. It was very successful. And Donald Trump has come in a similar situation where there's no appetite for boots on the ground after Iraq and Afghanistan. And so there's two possible responses to that. One, which I think there's some people in the Republican Party would like, is to retreat into isolationism and just say, let the world burn. It's not our problem. We're going to focus on America. And Trump, to his credit, has tried to forge a new way of leading on the world stage. And he employs a combination of tough diplomacy, tariffs, sanctions, and other tools to try and coerce our adversaries, and sometimes our allies, to bend to our will. And if they don't, he employs military force in a very aggressive way, but not with boots on the ground in the way they were in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I think that's what we saw in Venezuela. I think that's what we're seeing in Iran. I think the missing element of it is a little bit of the Reagan doctrine, in taking the best of the Reagan doctrine, in that he seems to, both in Venezuela and in Iran, see the end being a deal with the regime, as opposed to changing the regime, right? So in Venezuela, Delcy Rodriguez will do whatever he tells her because he's got a gun to her head. But as soon as Donald Trump leaves office and a weak American president who's not going to go do a Maduro operation comes in, she's going to go back to doing what she did before. We need a democratic government that wakes up in the morning in Venezuela and wants to cooperate with the United States. And the same thing with Iran. Why, I think the end outcome, I agree with everything you said, Robert, in terms of how we should do it, but in the end, we really need, why don't we use some of the muscle memory from the Reagan doctrine and help the Iranian people overthrow that regime that we've so weakened? So, Steve, tell me, what do you think? Is there a Trump doctrine? Has what I described come to a Trump doctrine, and what are the strengths and weaknesses of it?
Well, let me focus on the military piece of it. One of the things that my friend Bob Gates says, there is no record of regime change based simply on the use of air power.
Yes.
And sadly, if you want regime change, you got to go with boots on the ground. And this is something that Donald Trump does not want to do. So if this is the new Trump doctrine, and this is how he's going to use the military instrument, he has to be clear that his objectives are consistent with the tools and means he has at his disposal. I think that's a mistake he made in Iran initially when he was talking about regime change. I think the second thing is that it's probably not yet appropriate in either Venezuela or Iran, but both the Bush and Obama administrations in dealing with Afghanistan and Iraq came up with a different formulation. The wars for American troops in those two places ended quite long ago. We started to deal with the insurgencies in those countries and the terrorists in those countries by, with, and through local forces trained and sustained by the United States. That is an element that is available in our toolkit that we haven't used of late. Finally, I think you're exactly right. I think it's unfortunate that they are so allergic to understanding that democracy and giving people a stake in determining their own future is the way you get a stable outcome over time. It'll be messy, it'll not always do what we want them to do, but it is the way you get stability. And I think if we do not do that in Venezuela, as you say, when Trump leaves office, it'll go back to Maduro regime without Maduro, and that would be a tragedy.
We're running low on time, but could you each quickly answer? Michelle, maybe you start.
Sure. I mean, I think if you asked President Trump, what is your doctrine, I don't think he would answer the way you have. I think you're imposing a kind of a framework and a rationale that is trying to describe, I think the way he makes decisions is much more on instinct, on impulse, on sets of strong beliefs like tariffs are a key instrument or what have you. I don't see the coherence that I would describe as a doctrine. I do think that if I could just say one thing that I think I'd like to see, I appreciate your description of what he's done on Ukraine, but he's also been very inconsistent. I appreciate that he gave Taiwan the largest arms package, but he's also been very inconsistent. If going forward, the one thing I would like to see him do is to communicate clear resolve that we are not going to let Russian aggression take over Ukraine, that we are going to put the full weight of the United States behind Ukraine winning the war and bringing Putin to the negotiating table to have a ceasefire, and that we'll clarify our position on Taiwan, which for many administrations and years has been, if Taiwan faces unprovoked aggression from China, we will defend them. And the absence of that clear resolve in both of those cases is what worries me most. He has a huge opportunity to right this. And because the Russians are watching, the Chinese are watching, the world is watching, they want to know, yes, we have a lot of capability, but do we have the resolve to stick to our commitments and to see things through?
So you've transitioned perfectly to my lightning round question, which is, what is the best thing Donald Trump can do going forward? So you've answered that question. Robert, what is the best thing that Donald Trump can do going forward?
So Mark, excuse me, your analogy to Reagan is perfect because peace through strength was Reagan's doctrine. And in 2019 at the UN General Assembly, Donald Trump said, what does America first mean? It means peace through strength. And showing that strength is what results in the peace treaties. It's resulted in the Abraham Accords. It resulted in all the peace treaties you laid out. It resulted in the healing the Gulf Rift. It resulted in the Serbia-Kosovo economic normalization. By being strong, you generate peace. Now, oftentimes in the Reagan administration, I was a young intern, we were more concerned about how many F-14 Tomcats we had and how many aircraft carriers we had. Donald Trump is concerned about how many peace deals he can get. And so he's been very generous to the Iranian people with this campaign. Mm-hmm. But that generosity is going to run out. But the only war we've won, if you think about it, in the last 20 years, that we've really won is against ISIS under Donald Trump. Obama called them the JV team. We went and we destroyed the physical caliphate, totally took it apart, using local troops, as Steve points out. And then we went on a daring raid and took out Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi, the leader of ISIS, the founder, and the killer of many Americans, Salah Foley Mueller and Kasich, among many other thousands of people, Yazidis, the like. That's how peace with strength works. Winning wars works. And we're not going to put boots on the ground in Iran, but we take away their ability to finance their malign activities, and we take it away permanently, and the regime will eventually change.
Steve, what is the one best thing that Donald Trump can do going forward?
I talked about what he should do in Iran. Robert and I were in agreement. I would just echo Michelle on Ukraine with one slight twist. We ought to be all in with Ukraine, helping them hold the front line, which they have now been able to do, deny Russian further territorial gains through sanctions and other things, and also for what Ukraine is doing with their long-range attacks on Russian energy infrastructure, put maximum pressure on Putin. I don't think he's prepared to enter into an agreement. I don't think there's an agreement there that both Ukrainians and Russians can embrace, but I think if we were to do that, make it clear we were all in with Ukraine, Putin would decide at some point that the cost is too high of what he's doing and would wind down this war. And if we then support Ukraine, help it get into the EU, give it indigenous defense capabilities, we can stabilize Europe.
Amen.
So I agree, but let me just point one thing out very quickly. The reason there's a Ukraine is because they had 600 Javelin missiles that stopped the three-prong armor axis attack on them 4 years ago. Those missiles were hard to get them. I got them. We had people at the Pentagon who didn't want to give them to them. The Obama administration didn't want to give them to them. And the Biden administration, people criticized us for provoking Putin. Donald Trump is the reason there's a Ukraine. The reason Zelensky's alive is because of Donald Trump and Javelin missiles.
I have to say, I think it's really important then when we have efforts like defeating ISIS, enabling Ukraine to fight and win its war, that we recognize that these are bipartisan efforts. They have crossed administrations. There was work done in the Obama administration, both of those that you all built on, to sort of say this was just a Trump victory. I think it's very important for our bipartisan support of common causes that we all agree in, that we recognize there have been contributions across a number of years to get there.
100%, but what I was talking about, the Pentagon was resisting us in the Trump administration, deep state Pentagon bureaucrats who didn't want the Javelins to go to Ukraine. And I'll give the Biden administration credit for arming and supporting Ukraine during those 4 years, but the reason there's a Ukraine is because of Donald J. Trump.
Steve Hadley, last word.
One of the things I say to young people is, despite all the rhetoric, one of the dirty little secrets is there's more bipartisan foreign policy consensus administration to administration than most people want to admit. The other thing that happens is what happens here at the Aspen Strategy Group and the Aspen Security Forum. Republicans and Democrats have a nonpartisan conversation to try to develop ideas that are implementable and could help the United States meet the challenges it faces. It's now more important than ever, and I think it's great that we have the forums here, Aspen Strategy Group and Aspen Security Forum, to do it.
Amen.
Amen.
Thank you very much.
All right, if I could just, thanks, Mark. Thank you to our wonderful panel. Just be seated for 1 second, a couple of announcements. Thank you. I know it was a long and content-rich day, and the interim president of the Aspen Institute just walked in, Maria Acebal, who is from Argentina, so she's had a really great day today. I'd like to invite, we now know what the hell's going on. What's going on after this is Arun Gupta, who's the CEO of Noble Reach and has an excellent, uplifting, wonderful new book, The Mission Generation, Reclaiming Your Purpose, Rewrite Success, Rebuild Our Future. Downstairs, beautiful drinks and food and a great conversation with him and Ned Price, who is the interim director at the IOP at HKS. Tomorrow morning, 7:15, if you're feeling sprightly, we have bird watching. You can turn up. They'll give you binoculars. You will see birds from 7:30 to 8:30. Then we move to bears, 9 a.m. tomorrow morning, our Russia-Ukraine panel, a fantastic panel. Bear in mind, Ukraine and Russia. We look forward to seeing you then. Thanks for a great opening day. Thanks very much to our panel, and thanks to you all.